GG 把我们杀了，我们用 GG 的方法在原地这样。
谢谢。
我只能说，想来吧。
我说怎么不守势呢？他去故意的，学校空手全部点光，GG 高兴。
怎么敢跟我超越鬼子打的？快出！给他拉了，给他拉。他在赌，
他100%互拉的，这个100%互拉的，这个我们杀的人我们知道的，该他们玩这
偷
一套
东西喽！
他还在拉，给他拉吧，上演我们的东西。
Of making it 2 worlds. They've only got 20 points, so it's not like a massive one, but it is still a threat to them. And Zay able to pick up 2 kills there.
My name is Baptiste. My IGN is Revelia, and I'm the captain of the Volume team.
Okay, my real name is Ayub Fushida, and I'm playing for Volume team.
So I'm Zay. I'm 23 years old from the Netherlands. Daily life, I'm a software engineer, and at night I'm a gamer, and I love to play Naraka Bladepoint.
So when we started to play as a team, we basically just wanted to improve ourselves and have fun, basically. I see this tournament as a great opportunity to learn about the playstyles of the other regions. Also, not gonna lie, it kind of looks cool to be a world contender, so yeah.
I think the reason is that we have good teamwork together, and we put in quite some practice together. But yeah, the reason why we even got like top 3 is because we just have good motivation and a good mindset. If you look, like I said earlier, if you look at Revelia, I think he's a really intelligent player, so Revelia has a lot of information that he shares with us, maybe even more information than like some Chinese players. Other than that, I think we're all like really flexible players. We both have experience in trios and solos. We all have great movement, and I think that's our main advantage. And I also think our motivation and mindset will get us through like really tough rankings. I think that we have a really good mindset, all of us.
The most regions that we pay attention to mainly will be the Chinese mainland players, because I think they are obviously the favorites. I want to play against all the Chinese teams and learn more about what makes them better than us, basically.
So I'm looking forward to compete against FTX, Baoda, all the Chinese teams pretty much. Also looking forward to compete against Spreadhouse in NA. I know they are good, but I think we could beat them if we practice enough.
To prepare, I think we will practice in all the streams we can, and also ranked. And we also watch closely the Nbpl streams.
We basically have nothing to lose, so yeah, just enjoy the experience, and like if things goes south, doesn't matter, just enjoy it. And if we perform, we perform. If we don't, doesn't matter, we have a good experience there.
I'm gonna try to remind them how good they are. I always try to encourage my teammates. So before every game, we always have a little talk, I guess. And we always talk good to each other. And like we always try not to blame each other, even if we lose. If we lose, we do it together. And if we win, we win together. I think that's the most important part. And also just having fun, I think is really.
Well, as for NA, I can't wait for the next week longer drama in NA. I will have popcorn ready for the occasion this time.
I can't make his name out. How quick they're moving around. Zay, though, is looking to get himself a 2nd kill for Volume Pink.
When we go to Nbpl, we're gonna show you guys who is better. There's no need for trash talk. And yeah, we're coming for you.
Alright, hello, I'm Coach Raven PLZ. I cast regularly for EU and NA. So the second team going to represent EU is Volume Pink. One interesting thing about Volume Pink is that they run a Monk to Mulch comp, which is currently evolving into a new meta within CN. I think it's going to pay dividends for them because the comp is able to take boxes in mid game and lead to end game. I think what kind of differentiates themselves is their box comp with Matari to Mulch Justina. With these 3 comps and their aggression, I think they're going to be able to do super well at Worlds if they play to win and they play to their strengths with their aggressions. Now, if they get off spawn and gain some momentum, I see them going really far if they're able to deal with the CN Pros neutral game. Good luck to them, and I'll be cheering you guys on at Worlds.
欢迎来到 Nbpl 的第4双周的3排的周决。那么还是老样子，在比赛前的话呢，我们也是走访了几家俱乐部，看一下他们赛前的一个准备情况。首先的话，我们是来到了 EWG。那 EWG 俱乐部大家一直都是称作他们为大发明家。那今天的话，我们也是过来研究一下这个大发明家战队在这一次周决之前的一个备战情况。今天状态怎么样？
状态还行。
不，我一直很好奇你这个发型，出于一个怎么样的想法是留了这个，就是很像武田的这种感觉的发型？
懒得剪。
懒得剪。哦，那所以看来小李玉今天是直接告诉大家为什么要弄这个发型，是因为懒得剪。那么说起发型的话，我就要问一下三少了。三少这个发型弄完了之后，就感觉瞬间阳光了很多。你谈一下这个发型为什么要染成这个颜色？
染成这个颜色，主要是别人都说这个颜色很好看了，我这个人很大众了，只要别人说什么我就是什么，我这种人没有自己的主见了。
你这个感觉确实很有意思啊！这个发型整完了之后，今天感觉这次周决啊，因为对于 EWG 而言的话，这个周决还是尤为关键的。你们的目标起码要进个前4，今天有没有信心？
今天前4的话不敢说吧，拿个第1吧，差不多了。
就，哎，以后中午的时候啊，就是跟三少爷讲啊，多吃点菜，以后真的多吃点菜。来，这边来到我们的叶然，其实我觉得叶然一直是属于队伍最稳定的那个点，不管是在单排还是在3排的赛场上，看见你都是属于非常勤劳劳模的这个点。据我了解啊，咱们俱乐部之前的话是遇到了一些小的问题，咱们的教练真的是带病还上阵，给你们要这个亲自的去指挥。其实你感觉有什么话发自内心的跟你们的教练讲一讲？
也确实因为这些问题，很感谢他吧，对带病还能再辅导一下我们，然后就尽量不辜负他的付出吧。
那确实啊 ，EWG 的话跟大家讲一下，咱们的教练空空大家也是非常熟悉的。空空的话之前是有一段时间消失在 Nbpl 赛场上，确实是身体出了问题。就这样的情况下，还是坚持帮 EWG 去想尽一切的办法去想战术啊，包括是亲自来现场啊。我觉得其实这一点还是非常值得大家去帮他们加油打气的。也希望 EWG 的空空啊的身体早日康复，也希望你们可以在赛场上给到他一个心理上的一个治疗的帮助，好吗？好 ，EWG 今天加油。OK， 我们去完 EWG 之后的话呢，我们也是直接来到下一个俱乐部，是直接去到谭许杰。谭许杰已经在门口迎客了。其实我每次啊在 Nbpl 的现场就可以看到有一个非常有特色的一个点，就是谭许杰的串门。谭许杰见了任何人的第一件事情是什么呢？我给大家讲一下，就是哎呀，就是先握住你的手，然后开始摸你的手啊，对不对？问一下为什么这么喜欢和别人牵手？你看，你看，
不知道，手自己就上去了，你知道吗？
所以武田玩得好，是不是这个也是有关系的？
武田牵小伟的手牵多了，所以就会玩了。
所以这个牵手成功的话，可能武田就会比较厉害。刚才大家一直在填一个表格，我看很认真的在填一个咱们的一个登记的一个表格。那来到 LYD 这边，哎呀 ，LYD 上次的远程是在常规赛是惊艳到了所有人。今天怎么样？手感如何？
还不太知道，但很有感觉。
手感很有感觉。我听你说话今天有点鼻音，是感冒了吗？
没有啊。
哦，就是这么有性感磁性的声音。哎呀，害羞了啊！因为其实可以看到 LYD 对自己的这个形象颜值一直都是特别的注重，对不对？而且长得确实帅，有一说一。你感觉队内最帅的是谁？
最帅的？小伟吧。
你看，这个就是会聊天，直接是我们要来到小伟这边了。队内最帅，小伟啊，小伟，最近 FunPlus 的伙食是不是越来越好了？
是挺好的，但是我也没怎么吃了。
你看，你好，你不要提，你刚才这样做，没怎么吃了，吸进去了，要注意一下身材管理嘛，对不对？因为上次采访你的时候，我也发现了，小伟现在有点圆润了，利奥也会心一笑，最近是不是吃的有点多？
吃的并不多了。
哦， 已经在控制了。
对，
今天的话，据我了解啊 ，FunPlus 现在在尝试各种不同的一种搭配，包括阵容之类的。那其实也是作为队伍的核心的老队员了。你感觉现在队内的一个整个的战术方面，现在有没有什么得到不一样的一些提升？
我觉得多尝试吧，就没到总结之前多尝试。
都多尝试的同时的话，还是要注重身材管理啊。希望下次就看不见你的小肚子了。那利奥，我们来到利奥这边。利奥之前我看你是非常这个朴实无华的做了一个场中的一个采访，你是提到过，其实来到 FunPlus 这边之后，自己也是很开心跟兄弟们一起打，但是也提到过了一个痛点，就是 FunPlus 一直是一支劲旅很强，但是没有周冠。就是在这个 S2 赛季一直拿不到周冠。上个赛季的话呢，常规赛也是每次积分很高啊，但是与周冠老是就失之交臂。那你感觉今天有没有信心跟兄弟们一起拿一个周冠，压个轴？
有信心。
有信心体现在什么点上？
就是我们最近队内沟通也挺好的，然后就经常坐在一起聊什么的。然后状态也还可以，就保持住吧。
保持住。
对。
那看来的话 ，FunPlus 在最后的 S2 赛季的常规赛的第4个双周的这个3排的周决赛场上，肯定会为所有支持他们的小凤凰们一起努力拼一个周冠。也希望 FunPlus 今天可以取得一个好的成绩。那我们给 FunPlus 也是加油 ，FunPlus 加油！好了，那么我们从 FunPlus 这个休息室走出来之后的话，我们要去到下一家了。走之前的话，再先下手吧。人走了，他又去串门了。我跟你讲，他就喜欢串门。拜拜。我们是来到了 YZG。Hello， 哎呦，咱们这个一进来之后是一个非常庞大的一支队伍啊！大家，哎呦，你们这个凳子为什么和别人不一样？这特殊待遇啊！这凳子感觉是人多，所以咱们这个凳子也帅。感觉这个凳子的话还可以平常日休息。我们是来到了现在这个发型很炫酷的这个，小虎，这是出于什么样的一个考虑，弄了这么一个很炫酷的发色？
就是今年倒霉，今年本命年倒霉，就染个红的喜庆一点，换换运气啊。
哦，所以是因为本命年想给自己冲血。据我了解，最近这个兄弟带着你们啊，包括还有这个兄弟，最近带着你们是全员健身。是什么情况？而且你们健身的这个时间段，我觉得其实因为常年我也健身，我觉得你们健身这个时间点选的让我觉得挺不可思议的。是出于这个什么考虑选择现在开始全队一起健身了？
就控制一下体重嘛，因为平时也不怎么运动，然后就自己运动一下，自律一下。
哦，就感觉这样的话，在自己的身体有一个好的提升的情况下，赛场上会有更好的一个状态，对吗？
是的。
那我问一下玄之，我刚才听赛前来过，跟你们队内的同事们聊了一下，这称自己为小胳膊小腿陈玄之，你这让别人就不能理解，你要是小胳膊小腿这，是不是最近减肥下来之后，对自己的话，整个的身体也有很多的帮助？
是的。
那会不会打开更多的赛场上的思路？
有吧，就是你就是锻炼完很舒服嘛。
而且会上瘾。
还好
是吧？那这个关键的一个第4个双周的周决了。大家知道，其实 S2 赛季 YZG 算是常规赛的霸主，很强。你们常规赛这个分往往很高，打的也是很棒，但是，就周冠有没有自己的想法？
尽力打呗，
尽力打。那你看这边都要睡着了，都给这边周冠有没有自己的想法？
我觉得能夺周冠。
你看钱坤坤这边一直在笑，不知道你在笑什么。一直其实我觉得天下无敌钱坤坤就是很有意思啊，就是他就是笑呵呵的，嬉皮笑脸的，但是呢在赛场上又打得特别的认真。你谈一下自己在最后的一个压轴的一个第4双周的周决了，自己有什么打算和想法吗？钱坤坤，
听天由命吧，我觉得。
听天由命，说这么悲情，你们已经稳定进总决赛了。在今天的话，我觉得不蒸馒头争口气，也要好好想一想，最近有什么新的一些 想法和一些操作会在这次的周决上给到我们吗？
我告诉你。
哎，我也不想问，哎，我跟你说，我不问了，这真的是淘气。那我觉得其实 YDG 也是大家非常喜欢的一支队伍，那确实在这个赛季表现也是很亮眼。对于他们而言的话，我觉得就跟你们隔壁的邻居一样，你们都是奔着这个周决的冠军而来的。可以看到整个的第4双周的周决会尤为的好看。今天的话，所有的强队也都齐聚一堂。我们看一下今天究竟谁可以捧得这个3排的冠军。那么在之前的话，还是一起加个油吧，大家把气势喊一下。我来3、2、1 YZG， 你们加油！还是去喊 YZG 冠军，
加油吧，加油！
哎呦，低调了啊，都低调了，都低调了。来，3、2、1 YZG， 加油！
我们从不满足于无冕之王，也相信自己一定能登顶赛场之巅。这一次，我们要用自己的力量击碎那些传闻，拿回属于我们的冠军。努力造就势力，态度决定高度。
干了雷小再是一个旋风斩，但陈玄之来了，一个独狼站在了半空中，文武双全的陈玄之，如果说前滚滚天下无敌，那我就是运筹帷幄了。吸出了个大波，小胡空中抓到扎克，兄弟快点激活，机不可失啊！
时间要结束，再一拍被断了。OK， 小虎这一波并没有尝试成功，扎克的血量再抬过来，双打成功，一拍2朵花。YZG 这一波打下来了以后，应该是顺风顺水。
相信自己就能突破极限。
所有人都想成为冠军，聚焦欢呼，奔涌的朝向成为那个登顶的人。但通往冠军的道路，往往都需要披荆斩棘。
要了，而这个防区 EW 以为自己踩得很舒适，现在变鬼窝，沙包再一盖，但是自己技能很多，选择all in掉。
有人天降小鲤鱼，
夜文化。
哎呦，鲤鱼跃龙门，我小鲤鱼直接天降。
我们已经准备好了，巅峰之路暂无止境。
一件事情只要决定了去做，那就应该做到底。就像拿周冠这件事，可能不会一蹴而就，但我们依旧信心十足。因为你们认识的那个方 plus 回来了，
个金刚伏魔，现在积极是3-3领导了，自己这边没容错，所以说方 plus 这边跳一带走，李奇淼这边的话应该也是时日无多了。
其实这一波拍下来的话，队友补一下伤害，积极应该是要被淘汰掉了，因为这
4分，像这个分数并不是特别稳定。来看一下方 plus 朱雀的这边依然是个满编，状态非常不错的。
信念不息，热爱当然，周冠军我们志在必得。
Everybody, and welcome to the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League. We are in our final bi-weekly of the tournament as we'll be moving out into Repechea. I can't actually remember how it's pronounced now. We are getting ready to go into the trios bi-weekly finals. My name is Hitbrain, and I am joined by the ever-wonderful Foxdrop. Foxy, how you feeling, mate?
I'm good actually. I've not been feeling particularly... I've been a little bit ill recently, however, nothing cures illness like crazy Naraka action. So I'm here and I'm ready. I'm ready for my doctor's appointment, everything that I've been prescribed for, and I'm excited for our final bi-weekly final. Our final
I know.
I can't, where's the time gone?
Honestly, this season has shot by, but we are onto that final kind of run for everything here, the final game. Final 6 games of the trios, and it's gonna be very important. So there's a couple of things we'll be going over today and kind of keeping track of. There are some teams that have already pre-qualified later on into the tournament, into the grand finals. There are teams who aren't here today, whose hopes and dreams kind of rest on how all of the the other 16 teams do today, and they're going to be watching today's games with bated breath. So there's going to be so much on the line. There's so many teams who are going to be looking to make that final push to make it into those grand finals and kind of avoid that losers bracket that we'll be playing out next week. And then if they don't make it through the losers bracket, then they're done so. Remember, it's all about getting into that grand final, all about getting those Worlds points, because Worlds is around the corner. It starts in December, so it's super, super close. It's gonna be a really, really hectic couple of weeks. But today, I'm expecting some pretty explosive stuff. I'm expecting the teams to kind of not hold any punches, because it really is for some of these teams the last chance saloon. Well, I mean, it's not last chance saloon, but it saves it saves them, right? It saves them from having to do that losers bracket. And that could get manic down there.
Yeah, it's going to be utter madness down there. The desperation to try and pull through from the losers bracket is going to be quite high. And just why make things difficult for yourself? Why? Just make it easy and close it out today. That's what these teams are going to be going into the day thinking. And we have, we've got 6 games to do it in. We're going to have some good Naraka action. And I think there is sort of like a benefit for the teams playing today, because they know how many points is enough. Like they can set themselves a clear goal of what they need to achieve. Because all the other games have been played, like they know the other results, they know all the fixtures, and so it's it's just like you look at what's available, you look at how the other teams are doing. You're like, okay, we just need to get X amount of points, and then maybe it'll help you, just like mentally or strategically as well.
Well, there's 2 teams who are confirmed to make it to the grand finals. That is GD and YZG. They're 2 teams that have now secured themselves into that grand final. So regardless of what happens today, that won't change anything for them. You do have other teams like OC, who will be watching out for some other teams. But before we get into all of that, let's look at actually what is going to be going down today. This is how the points and everything will be calculated. If you've been watching Naraka, nothing has changed. It's exactly the same for anyone who's joining us today for the first time. If you get first or second, you get a 1.6 multiplier on your kill score, which goes towards your overall points. And then you also get points depending on what position you place. 5 points is the most you can earn if you go first. And this is the cash up for grabs. 412,000 up for grabs. Obviously, that is in Chinese. I can't remember what the currency is. Oh God.
Yen?
No, it's I can't remember what it's called now. Sorry, I can't remember. My complete brain fart. But here you go. Here's our 16 teams that are playing today. YZG, EWG, FPX, GG, 17JL, XCG, AOW, Wolves, MPG, Ventus, J-Team, Ace, OUG, JJ, HRD, WBG, and KZ. A lot of G's and Z's in there. And this is where all of the teams will be starting today. Keep in mind, there's a few teams who unfortunately can't do much regardless. KZ, WBG, all teams who have actually will have to play that losers bracket next week if they want to make it to those grand finals. But J-Team, dependent on the outcome of today, they could actually make it into the grand finals and avoid that spot. But YZG, EWG, and FPX will be starting off today at the top of the bracket. And it's going to be big, because for the side of EWG and FPX, both of these teams need to have a good day today, and then they can potentially avoid that bi-weekly final. And just last of all, kind of going over those bi-weekly final placement points for all of the teams who will be playing across, who have been playing across the last 8 weeks, all 24 of our trios teams. As you can see, GBL, JDG, all at the bottom of the standings, and unfortunately they are going to have to play that lower bracket if they want to make any headway towards those grand finals itself. But you can see here on the second half of the table, Ventus have been pretty consistent. They've made it, constantly into these bi-weekly finals, and at least have put some points together.
Speaking of consistency, what about the complete opposite with XCG? They've made one bi-weekly final, just one, but the one they did was a huge banger, 10 points in that. Absolutely nutty right there. But it is all about, we say this a lot, but it is all about consistency here in the Nbpl, and most of the, all of the teams here in the top 8, they've all made the bi-weekly finals, every single one, and here they are for the 4th one as well. So we can see, from 3 to 8, these guys will be playing for us today. looking to solidify themselves in those top spots, get themselves to placement points, and all that lovely business. A lot to play for here today. Obviously, you can see here as well, like they're the two teams, as you mentioned, that are confirmed to the grand finals: YZG and GD. OC, depending on everyone else's performance today, will be confirmed, or maybe not be confirmed as well. But a lot up for grabs here for all those teams. You can see, depending on the fourth bi-weekly final, how their games go today will depend whether or not they qualify for those grand finals.
And all of the grayed out teams and teams who just aren't playing today. And you can see every team who's dependent on today are playing today. I mean, obviously, because it's dependent on it. Otherwise, they'd be up there with OC. But, you know, WBG, unfortunately, some of these teams, we got 4 teams, actually, sorry, today, who are confirmed to be playing in that losers bracket next week. So they could look to play upset, or they could look just to give some points over some of these teams who are desperate to avoid that that losers bracket. But there's a lot of teams, and I mean a serious amount of teams, who are all looking to contest for a spot in the grand final. So it's really going to come down to today to these guys. If they can't make it work today here, then they are going to have to unfortunately play another week. And, you know, you'd much rather, you know, not have to worry about that. You'd rather just be able to get focused towards those grand finals and that final kind of week of play. But as you can see, the average damage versus average points graph, this is an interesting one. I've not actually seen this one before. Interesting to see, you know, how Wolves used to probably be the other way around on this graph. They're actually ranking fairly decently, but low damage. They used to be high damage, low placement. Like that was very typical of Wolves. And see EWG, YZG, XCG kind of leading the charge. I mean, YZG and EWG really leading the charge on that front. But
yeah,
it's
essentially the more top right you are, the better you are in the Nbpl, and you can see that. There is the teams that are honestly my favorite teams were the ones that are really high, like they're very far north, but unfortunately for them also very far west. So they tend to like do a lot of damage, but not necessarily finish high. Like they're always fun ones to watch because they just seem to be relentlessly aggressive. You know, constantly, consistently, never stopping, always going ham. And even when it's not necessarily well advised to do so, they still do it, and that makes it very that's so cute. That makes it very fun to watch. So, and also you never really know what you're gonna get with those teams either. Like sometimes they put on some absolute clinics, and other times they just crash and burn. But either way, what is guaranteed is that it's going to be fun to watch them. EWG, one of these teams though that is more consistent. You can see the average kills, average damage, number 3 overall in the Nbpl, and their placement points are number 9, but that's because they haven't finished today. They haven't played today. So a team that's definitely going to look to try and finish as high as they can. I mean, every team's trying to finish as high as they can, but this is a team that we're, you know, in my opinion, this is a team that has potential to be a top 3 team here in the Nbpl, pending today, and they're going to want to try and live up to those expectations.
Oh, here they are, the top dogs, YZG as well, a team who have been just overly consistent the entire season long. They really found their surgence during like the playoffs last season. They were a team who we kind of underestimated. They kind of always were in that kind of, you know, top end of the bracket, but never anything flashy. And then coming into the playoffs last season, they just looked phenomenal. They didn't actually quite have the legs to make it go all the way, but they started to show up as a really dangerous team for the other teams to be playing against, and they really kind of came alive. And then into this season, we saw them kind of carry that momentum, that power that they had brought, and their lessons that they had learned over the first season. And they've just been phenomenal to watch. They've been really, really good. And a team who, you know, I have been fairly critical of is GG as well. I think these guys, they were always in the top 3, top 4 area last season. But the start of this season, they really struggled to find their wings. And now that it feels like they're getting their footing back, they are starting to be a consistent top 4 team. But That doesn't feel like an improvement. It feels like a lot of the other teams have improved. You look at the YZGs, you look at the J teams, and J teams, yes, they are lower down on the graph and like on the overall scores, but compare that to last season, and it's a significant improvement from J team. GG, their improvement has just to get back to where they were last season, and FPX, again, another team who, you know, I'm a little disappointed in. They were the dominant team all of last season, and yes, they fell apart every bi-weekly, and that eventually kind of was what cost them when they got to the finals. Was they cracked under pressure, and I think they'd been more consistent in the finals, but the consistency has come at a cost of they haven't been as impressive, they haven't been as high scoring, they haven't been as dominant as previous in season 1.
Yeah, we have expectations for any team that's been up high and then is kind of failing to reach that. Bear in mind as well, like previous seasons, you know, it was only like a few months ago. You know, it's not like we're talking about, you know, like sporting terms. Last season, this player was good, and it was like a whole year ago. No, this is not that long ago at all. Like, we certainly, you know, want to see these guys get back to form. No doubt about that. FPX for me as well, one of the more fun teams to watch when they are on their game. I think that's a fair comment to make, and definitely someone that I think coming into today, they're probably my team to watch. Honestly, like I've got a sneaky suspicion that FPX is going to bring it out today and make it happen. There's absolutely no analysis to back that up. That's just my suspicion. You know, that's just how I'm feeling. Yeah, it's my gut, and I'm going with it. I think it's going to be very exciting. I am very excited to see these teams. I think, like you saw at the top of the day, the list of teams that we have here today playing. I just think we have some of the most entertaining teams here, like just hands down. Like, absolutely, I am big fans of a lot of these teams here today. You know, they're always so fun to watch, and there's a lot of cool storylines going on as well. You know, obviously you've got some of the really sick teams coming through. You've got teams looking for that resurgence, and then sprinkled in there, you've just got some absolutely mental teams that like to go crazy. As we are going to see some of that craziness, hopefully, start here in game number 1. Game number 1, as a reminder, folks, is on the Morris Isle, our normal map. We'll be swapping that up as we get into game 2 and game 5, which will be on Holoroth. Here are the heroes, though, selected for our first game. A lot of Takeda's coming through, which I find that a lot. Like, I love watching Takeda. I think he's really fun. I love how the meta's kind of shifted a little bit to include him, so that's brilliant. We've got a good like half dozen of those. We've got some standard Viper, Yoto, Wu Chen comps as well. Sprinkle in some of those Transformer. Pretty meta stuff here, actually, like pretty expected. You seemed a little bit dismayed though, Jake. About
that was a happy O.
Oh, it was a happy one. Okay.
Yeah, it's early in the morning, mate. What can I say? There's only so much O I can muster. It was actually to do with the Takeda as well. Like, I am loving this shift in the meta. I think Takeda's an incredibly aggressive hero. He doesn't kind of play into the more stall-orientated style we've seen, because we've seen like a lot of stalling comps, the Justinas. Obviously the Matari's invisibility, the Takeda, the Tamalek and stuff like that. Very much heroes who like to slow the pace of the game down. I mean, Monk comps as well love to get to late game. They don't want the games to end early. They don't want the aggression. They just want it to get to final circle. And then when there's lots of people in the final circle, it's easy for that team to kind of put the kills together. But Takeda doesn't care about that. Takeda just will get those points whenever. And I like the shift, and this is kind of a byproduct of the Yoto nerfs that have kind of been building up over time. They reduced the damage on the ultimate a few patches ago. Then they changed the F ability, so you know they didn't have as much safety, and you could only really get one pot off. And if you interrupted while getting that pot off, you weren't going to get it off at all. So it's great to kind of see that Yoto's still meta and still a very playable unit, but it's also given room for Takeda to jump into the meta because he is also very playable. And speaking of that, we're seeing YZG finding themselves in a fight here versus GG LXM, being chased down as they are just going to catch on to 3-3-0 as well here from QGG. He's trying to catch him up with a knockoff, able to do a whole bunch of damage onto 3-3-0. He's going to get himself taken down. Easy pickings there for YZG as QGG jumping forward once again, and it looks like this is just going to be the dominant team once again kicking it off in style. GG are destroyed at the beginning of this game. An immediate start for the side of YZG as we're cutting now over to 17JL, who are just making quick work of OUG as well. Going to be able to finish Wade up, who's able to freeze himself and buy a bit of time, but they are pinned against the house. 17JL going to make easy work of OUG's Wade.
Honestly, I just love Naraka, man. I haven't been on an Nbpl show in like maybe a week or so, maybe even longer. I can't remember when it was. It's too long either way. But it's just so, look at this, man. This guy is literally in his karate gear without a weapon, just in-house kicks onto Yeran here, and it's just, yeah. Like literally, how long have we been in this game, Jake? Like 10 seconds, and we've already just got mass outbreaks of fighting left, right, and center. It's just madness how much entertainment you get. Your bang for your buck here in Naraka. Absolute beautiful stuff. EWG though, as you're seeing, completely giving the pain to FPX. Of course, that was the team. FPX was the team that I said would probably step up today and be a team to watch. And of course, as I said, that they do fall down in their very first fight. But it's to no slouch of competition. EWG are one of our better teams. I said here they have potential to be a top 3 team in my opinion in the Nbpl. As you see now, Ace go up against NPG, just trying to get this fight going here. I'm not quite sure though. Ace look like they're trying to disengage, even though Takeda did pop his ulti, waiting for that Yota ult to go down first before they go. Bloody hell, Alex just absolutely obliterates waiting. Gonna go for that Wu Chen ulti, take the Cairn away and go for the resurrection as well. But holy moly, Ace coming up huge there on the Takeda.
Spotted them. They have got him. Going to switch that for a repeated crossbow there from Alex. Just to get a little bit of poking and prodding onto MPG. But looks like MPG actually deciding to re-engage onto Ace. Alex wants to rejoin his team before he gets himself grapple locked, and he is going to try and get the scale rush off the wall. They popped the no ult zone as well, so they have the advantage because they've already burnt their ult as Alex is being juggled around here by the side of MPG. He's doing a great job of dodging and avoiding. He gets the heal off from the Karen as well, and this is now Ace just turning it around once again onto MPG. Sorrow tries his best with the damage from the dual swords, but it's not going to stick. It's not going to do enough. Alex can't get the refresh off, and now KZ have come in as a third-party threat. Rain's being caught. Alex is going to go down, and KZ coming with the easiest third party of their life as Jin is doing his best to try and scare everybody off, but there is not much he can do. He's going to get caught up by the Wisp as well, and this should just be easy works here for KZ. Ace and MPG just a little bit too heavily punished from all of the action. I don't think we're going to see a salty run back on that front, but Wolves have found FPX here. These were your guys to watch here, Foxy, but right now they're a little under-geared. Grey armor, grey weapons, not particularly set up for the fight, and One Feng going to take this opportunity to jump onto LYZ. Remember, he's only got grey weapons and grey armor, so he's actually not going to be doing too much damage on that Yue Shen. Unfortunately, the Terracotta Warrior, the scaling is based on the gear you're rocking, and it's same for TXJ. He does find himself a lovely little grab here, but as you can see, the slam onto One Feng barely scratches him. Can't quite find the re-grab as well, unfortunately, but there it is. TXJ does get the re-grab and the slam down. And actually, FPX able to find themselves one kill, but they do need to be a little bit careful as Wolves 14 finds himself the grab onto VVV. Won't be able to get the slam off because TJ is going to be able to keep him away for the moment, but it's going to demonk, and now they're just going to jump onto each other. YZG with the purple armor and blue dagger, definitely capable of winning out this fight. The Bane's Press coming down to the third party from Wolves is coming in. Wolves want a bit of the action themselves as they are going to get sent packing for the moment as TXJ still being hunted down by QGG. They should be able to pick him up here. There he goes, the uppercut from QGG. And the Bane's Breath going to be scaring everybody off, and we've already seen WBG getting taken out of this game, and FPX are quick to follow them. 2 teams eliminated in the first 7 minutes of the game.
Man, I can't believe it. I literally can't. Like, I cursed them so hard, like genuinely. Like last, I was here with Rune last time I was on, and I was full of caster curses that day. Like honestly, I'll give him Moxie a run for her money. But that one right there is that. Well, I no longer have any. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for having faith in the FPX because that clearly is not conducive to success. Ooh. Oh my goodness, I love this combo right here. He's gonna drop down to the ground and try and insta stun as many people as possible. Only the one though. no, only the one. Li Shenghen is going to fall down, though, as Lee, on the other hand, goes for the same play. It's just the Wu Chen ulti to get out to safety. Very nicely done, but still NiHQ finding himself in some trouble. J-Team coming out on top of that one, picking up just the 1 kill for them, but still 1 kill is better than nothing, as we can see a lot of equal kills knocking about here in the early parts of our final, weekly final. Kingzone, YZG, ASE, and EWG all sitting on 5 kills apiece, as Kingzone now trying to add to that total as Rain on that Viper ulti, not able to lock anyone down. Line of sight being able to be played around very nicely from 17JL. Here we go, it's just the Wu Chen ulti, just going to be that reset. One of the reasons that Wu Chen, if not the main reason that Wu Chen is so valuable, so highly prized here in trios, is your ability to just get out of dodge, really, if you find yourself in a bit of a pickle, and then you can go for that reset. You don't even necessarily have to completely run away from the fight. You just get a little bit of a reset, get yourself out of a tough situation, like right here. 17JL, they got the reset on the Wu Chen ulti. They're still looking for the fight. I'm not sure it's well advised, however, though, as Kingzone now coming through on the return. It is going to be LXX with the Yoto ulti alongside AS. Both of these characters popping their ultimate abilities, trying to find the first kill. ZU is incredibly low. He is going to fall. That's the first member of 17JL down, which makes this a 3 versus 2 for Kingzone. Just going to go for that slight reset and probably keep on with the chase. Honestly, I can't imagine they're happy with this, just letting it go. They do have a slight advantage right now, just getting the ulti through, just to get a little bit of healing. It's LXX trying to run a little bit of interference here onto AS. As Rain getting the ult back up here as well. Benchu going to be the focus of this one, going to get locked down, and surely that's all she wrote here for Benchu. Ace is in the in the area though, trying to get that third party, trying to get the steal of that kill. Not able to do it, but now Kingzone may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. They got some bad guys knocking about. That's not what you want to see, as Gambai is going to fall down. And Ace on the chase. Nice third party by these guys, but Kingzone really putting a lot of pressure here on the lobby so far.
Yeah, they're doing a really solid job to kind of kick it off here for the side of KZ. Obviously, one of those teams who are unfortunately not going to be making it to the playoffs immediately. They have to play through that losers bracket, but getting a good final Biweekly in is going to do a lot for their confidence, at the least, building towards those playoffs. And we'll have to kind of keep our eye on those guys as we do head in to those to that losers bracket side, as LXX is being chased down by the side of Ace. Ace are looking to finish them up, and they are able to take down LXX. Lovely little pick for them. Ace also leading the charge here. And Ace, another team who unfortunately can't make it to the grand finals of today. They at the best can take the confidence into that losers bracket to repêcher, but even so, they are starting off pretty nice, as we're seeing a Mystic Might in this Mora's Blessing to get picked up here. GG have picked it up already, and we'll see, you know, what they can do with it. It's unfortunately, of all of the Mora's Blessing buffs, it is definitely the weakest. It's not super bad, but you know, you'd rather have that Vermilion's Birdmite, which EWG have, or the Draco Storm, which nobody has at the moment anyway. As Sansi is just going to take this opportunity to try and win a fight here, but he's being locked down by Godly. Godly able to freeze him up, but Sansi is going to use this opportunity to throw down the F ability, but gets caught in the Wisp and is now going to take a whole bunch of damage here from Water. Down he goes, instantly taken out. Beautiful pickup as JJ Chewy trying their best to try and hold on here, but they are invisible. They're going to reset somewhat, and it looks like JJ able to win this fight versus EWG, as members of YZG also on the run. Going to see what MPG are going to get from this. This was the one that had the Bird's Might in, so MPG should be able to get a Bird's Might themselves, or yeah, there it is. They got Bird's Might. They were just waiting out, so they had as much time as possible to use it, which you see quite a few teams do. Some teams, especially with Mystic, might just pop it instantly. There's no point. Or just because it refreshes your energy as well. Your rage, sorry, as well. So you can kind of understand why they just pop it immediately. The MPG, they waited it out. They wanted to make sure they had it for as long as possible, or as late into the game as possible. So they are just going to hold on to that one, and we'll see what MPG can do with that, as we are now watching J-Team in a fight here versus XCG. Lengheng has found Lee. Lee's a little bit low, is just going to be able to get away and get themselves a reset off of Xiaonan here on the Monk and transformation state, trying to find a grab onto ZK, but the wall keeps blocking all of those fists, and Ace waiting on the rooftops are going to wait for Xiaonan to de-transform, which is coming through, and now expect everybody just to jump forward into XCG's pocket. Ace's Alex is going to chase forward here onto these members, catching out Xiaonan mid-air there with the F ability, easily able to pick him up. Beautiful stuff there from Alex. And Ace, where were these guys for the whole season? They are absolutely dominating this lobby right now, but unfortunately, it's not going to do too much towards them. It's just confidence building. It's just making them a team to watch as we get towards those losers bracket size in the Ricochet.
I wonder whether it's something to do with the meta as well. Like, these guys are running the Takeda comp, which is a pretty new development in trios, and it's working very well for them. And maybe if this comp had been more popular early on in the season, they may be able to make something happen with that. But you're right, they're just dominating. And where was this? Completely missing from previous games, previous days. Speaking of missing, MPG are going to go MIA from this lobby. They're going to get taken down. Ventus, the beneficiaries of that one.
They still have the they did have the Bird's Mind throw, so MPG don't actually lose too much from that. They just get a free reset.
Well, there you go. So that's okay. They get the Phoenix, can jump back up again, but it's still points, man. It's still points with Ventus able to pick up some stuff there. 3 kills, easy peasy, very nicely done. They'll be very happy about that one. As we've seen now, Wolves, one of the teams. We always have connotations of Wolves of being one of the more aggressive teams here in the Nbpl. Not necessarily cerebral, but just very forward positioning, very aggressive.
Yeah.
You can see right now they've got 1 kill so far, and they're looking to extend on that one against OUG, trying to find them out. 14 here from Wolf. Just gets cancelled from the no ult zone. That is rude.
That's crazy. I didn't realize he was in it.
That I don't think he was. It didn't look like he was in it, but he certainly didn't cancel it. It's on the full cooldown. Like, he just not happening there. It's going to be backing away from that one, as you so often do against these transformer comps. Like, it is quite a telegraphed playstyle with transformer comps, because obviously your power comes from transforming. No, I know that sounds very obvious. It's a transformer comp, but it's a huge tell, right? As soon as the Monk turns into that big old Titan, it's very easy if you just be like, yeah, okay, we run away now. We chill, we get out of here. And it's why transformer comps actually, at this point in the game, in the mid game and the early game, they're not that effective, because people generally just run away from you, especially when you've got like the Wu Chens coming through from other teams. It's very, very easy to get out of your grasp. But then when that final circle comes through and there is nowhere to run, transformers shine, because you do pop down those monks and the terracotta warrior, and then it's as easy peasy for you, because no one can get away from you, because they literally can't. The map has shrunk down at that point, and it's easy to get those grabs. So yeah, a bit of despair here at this point in the game so far for these transformer comps, but I'm sure that'll pick up as this game goes on. We've got 14 minutes left. Still a little bit of time before we get into those final few skirmishes.
Absolutely. And we've still got 40 players left in the lobby as well. So we've only lost those players on the teams who were taken out entirely. Xiaonan obviously has been taken down from XCG. I know they haven't. They just bought one. So they've got a rebirth charm in case they need it. And a few teams, will be able to pick up their teams. The Morrow's Blessings is going to get picked up by Ace, and they are going to be very sad to find out that there's a Mystic Might in here. That is a bit depressing, unfortunately, but, GG, on the other hand, do get the Draco Storm, which is infinitely more terrifying for anybody to fight in, with that big slow that can come down, with all of the kind of extra combat damage and the reduced damage you take yourself. It's going to make that Draco Storm pretty scary for anybody to go up against. Is XCG being gatekeeped on the edge of the circle here by KZ. KZ making sure XCG don't get in, as Xiaonan, the only standing player for their team, has been caught out by the grapple. They are going to pop the bell, but Rain is going to look to finish them up, and this is going to be the end of Xiaonan, the end of XCG, taken down within the zone. AOW now may try and keep KZ from getting in, but they are able to make their way forward, as Ace have also got that position on the side of KZ, as Alex, with that pistol, able to sink a little bit of damage into the KZ members here. They are going to find themselves, though, pincers between AOW and Ace, but it looks like AOW actually just a bit scared off and are going to move away. So KZ able to find themselves a comfortable position within the zone and will be able to play this nice and chill. Remember, Mystic Mike was on Ace there, so they had some idea of who was about. They could hear those kind of footsteps around them, and they would know there was more than just one team in the area. So maybe that's why they didn't push up too much. Maybe they did just step away for that reason. But AOW now being parallel to Ace on their rotation deeper into the circle. Don't want to get caught on the edge, as Alex just keeping an eye out for his team as they're going to scurry their way up towards that high ground here for the side of Ace, using that Mystic Might to be able to kind of scout out the other teams around. And Wolves, One Feng, and the rest of the team are going to reveal themselves in the purple bush, and Alex is going to decide, maybe it's best I don't just jump into the middle of three on my lonesome while my team are a little bit of way behind, but still plenty of teams left in this lobby. And, you know, as it gets smaller and smaller, but the fact that so little teams are actually within, so little teams have gone down and so many players are left, it's going to make for a very cramped final circle. So expect the action to kind of break out way earlier than you'd normally expect in a game.
Oh, we love to hear that, Jake. Yes, I love action. Normally you have to wait until like that 4-3 minute mark. And even then, the circle gets, waiting even longer for that circle to get smaller. But yeah, you know, there's too many people, man. There's too many people around and not enough real estate. And we'll be seeing that come to a head in some time. I am sure about 10 minutes left here on the clock. We could just have one of those like really, really rambunctious final circles where there are like 12, 13 teams alive. We have seen that in the past, and it really just explodes within like, you know, 2 or 3 minutes. It just absolutely goes mental. But that's always a lot of fun to watch as well, either way.
I think also the setting for why I expect this to be a little bit more relaxed in that sense is there's only like 3 transformer comms left. Like, we lost one of them, and all the other ones are kind of like been taken out nice and early. So having less transformer comms means that there's less threat that you're going to get like just heavily chunked out. Because the scary thing about a transformer comp is, especially when we're like around the Shadow Jane mines like here, it's a very open terrain. So you can just get grabbed from the other side of the circle, and then that's you pretty much guaranteed to go down or chunked out. But, you know, with there's only a few left, if they do get taken down or they don't have their transformations up, they're going to be harder to deal with. The Bane's Breath! No way! Did that just happen? Oh my lord. That is so unfortunate, and we've got the ballista shots coming in from EWG, punishing immediately as Miss Kia is going to transform. They're going to reload up onto this ballista, being chased down. Miss Kia dodging away onto Sansi. Sansi's going to get chunked out heavily here as they tried to head towards that Bane's Breath zone to get some level of safety, but Sansi just can't find the escape. He keeps getting interrupted. He's finally within that Bane's Breath, as GG's LXM also goes down to another Bane's Breath shot, as in comes Santi now looking to finish up Miss Kia. Miss Kia's still within. There's a couple more seconds left. He's been hit. He's going down. EWG. Oh my word, they make it work, but as the Bane's Breath fades, NPG jump into their pocket and look to finish up EWG. Sansi, he played it well. He played it incredibly smart, but MPG will take him down and eliminate them from the lobby. EWG are down and out.
Oh, that was the worst third party there for EWG. Unfortunate. They had GG dead to rights, and that Bane's Breath was so perfectly positioned. It utterly obliterated GG. Like, I don't think I've seen a more effective Bane's Breath, honestly. Like, it was just put in the perfect spot. and did a huge amount of work right there. Really, really nice stuff. But unfortunately for them, you know, with MPG coming on through their victory against GG, didn't mean too much, and they will be eliminated here as our 4th team in the lobby, despite being one of our kill leaders here as well. Really sucks for those guys. But it's okay, it's the first game of the day. Shrug it off, you got 5 more to go. Still plenty of time here to rack up those points and make things happen. 8 points is still like decent, you know, it's okay.
Yeah.
There have been worse games happened and lower points scored, so they'll take it, but obviously wishing they had slightly more as well. As looking for some more action here between Ventus. Oh, DJ is actually going to get hooked up here. He's
oh no!
The tumult is just absolutely obliterating him. YZG just not giving any quarter to Ventus right now. Wolves are hovering about as well, looking for this extra kill potentially. Ventus are turning it around on YZG. They are going to pick up a kill there. QGG goes down. Very nicely done for Ventus to salvage that play. Make it not so doom and gloom for them. But this is the problem, right? When so many players, it's such a small space to work in. Anytime there's a fight, you just draw such a huge target onto your back.
Oh.
And everyone joins in, as you can see here. Wolves, Ace, GG, Kingzone, 17JL, JJ Hard, YZG, everyone and their mums is here for this party right now, and it's going to be tough to navigate. Kingzone with the Wu Chen reset, just able to get the Cairn out, get the resurrection onto LXX, but I think they'll still be chased down and they might struggle because of it. Ventus now have been eliminated as well. Wolves 14 able to grab LXX from Kingzone and put him into the dirt as well. Kingzone, our kill leader, a little bit worse for wear right here. Kind of struggling on this. Not in a hot spot at all. Really now comes down to... Sorry, I can... Yeah.
Keep your eyes peeled for Wolves, by the way. They're the only monk comp left in the lobby. So they are either going to be heavily focused or are going to be a real dangerous team. The problem for them is that Ballista is still on the map. It will be getting moved out of the circle, so there won't be any Ballistas available soon, but Wolves down the UA Shen, but still have 14 on the monk. They still have their Tammy as well to kind of provide some level of safety for their Wolves to, for their monk to work with. They are looking to be a pretty terrifying team as Water just trying to throw the wisps out to try and catch onto people, is actually able to catch someone with the wisp. I didn't see who they caught, but they were able to make the connection. Is JJ now fighting in this no ult zone? I think a lot of these teams want to be in this no ult zone because the last thing they want is that final monk to chase them down and finish them up. But Ace are dominating the lobby with 10 kills on the Takeda team here. So Alex putting in some serious work for his team, putting out some phenomenal amount of damage. Is still got 4 minutes left on this game. Well, actually 5 minutes pretty much, and OUG are going to get taken out, and that takes us down to 22 players and 9 teams left in this lobby. Wolves hanging out in the ult zone, actually, in the no ult zone. Quite happy here as 14's just going to pop the bell. As Zhao just got themselves caught out a little bit by a stray wisp. They are going to find themselves a recovery. I'm surprised 14 hasn't been given that legendary armor that Zhao is rocking, because that gives his monk way more health. I actually find it, I think it's a little bit bizarre that they decided to hold on, but the circle is closing up and all of these teams are getting pushed closer and closer together. We're seeing a Viper ult come out there, instantly answered out for Wu Chen ult to get some safety away, as Waiting will be able to find himself a pick onto Godly. Godly is going to get taken out, and JJ now down another member, only one left standing, who is in the middle of a fight right now as well, so getting chunked out and going low is EWG. Will slip down a spot they already were eliminated from earlier, as AOW starting to climb up the ladder a little bit more. Wolves with those 4 kills though, still got my eyes on these guys. Cuckoo going a little bit low in the middle of all of the action as we see GG getting eliminated. J-Team also getting themselves another kill on the board. Whole bunch of teams starting to try and make this tail end of this game work for them, and YZG are still in this lobby. The team who have dominated the league so far, the team that have dominated every game they are in, are still in second place right now and still holding fast in this game, as Cuckoo from AOW just staying up in the sky for as long as possible is able to get into a tree, and there we go. Wolves are eliminated and taken down. We are down to 6 teams in this final lobby.
Just 6 teams to go, and YZG only have 1 man standing. AOW as well, down a man. So between ASC, J-Team, 17JL, and MPG. MPG losing Sorrow and Jen. Not looking good for these guys either at this point, as Waiting Now's come through with a big Viper ulti trying to make the play happen. He's going to get a lot of stuns through there, but is it enough? I don't think it will be. Huge target on Waiting's back. Sliver of HP, trying to survive as long as he can. It's not going to be enough. He is going to fall, and MPG will be eliminated. Keep your eyes on YZG though. They're just trying to stay alive as long as possible. They're not trying to fight here at all. They've got 9 kills, 10 kills now. He's actually poached a kill, but it's just the 1 member alive, trying to get as high a finish as he can. He knows he's no match here for the full squads. And there it is. Xiaohu will fall. YZG finishing up with 16 points. Not too bad considering they only had 1 member for a decent amount of time there. And here it is, the 4 teams left alive. ASC, AOW, J-Team, and 17JL. AOW finding themselves in a bit of a pickle. That's going to be them falling down. Cuckoo is eliminated. Alex from ASC with that Takeda. The ulti's not quite ready just yet, but still having to put a lot of damage come through. You can see all of this ranged poke coming through. The legendary Soul Jade on that longsword. Able to get a little bit of chunk for the opponents. It's all ASC's games to lose, you would think, at this point. No one else is healthy enough. No one else has a full squad like ASC do. It's all up to them to close this one out. Unfortunately for them, obviously, they can't even make the grand finals from today's day, but they would absolutely love to start this day off onto a high, so that when they come into that losers bracket, they can use that momentum and maybe bring things up here instead, as ASC just completely dominating everyone here. You can see Ping Tao and Eagle. Ping Tao from AOW. J-Team still have 2 members left, but it's 3v1 beat. Oh, no way. Oh my goodness, ASC, they're falling though. They're trying to make it happen, but they should be able to pick this one up. ZK from J-Team is exceptionally low. Eagle as well.
There it is.
Versus 2. Here we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Just bring this one home, boys. Finish up those kills. Finish up ZK.
Oh, there it is.
Just like that. ASC are going to be your MVPs for game number 1.
And they did that without the circle fully closing as well. That was, you know, an early finish for a trios game, to be honest. But Ace, a team who are unfortunately not in a top spot, and will have to play in the Ricochet, are still dominating. They look really, really solid in that game. That was a convincing win as well. A lot of points.
Yeah.
A really solid game coming out from Ace. And while they're now got to go through that Ricochet, this is going to be a big confidence builder for them. There are top teams in this lobby. You've got YZG, you've got J-Team, you've got GG, you've got a whole bunch of teams who are all at that top of the lobby, FPX as well. And they just slammed them all, and they did it convincingly. So they got a whole bunch of kills. They didn't let up on the aggression as well. They had a very good start to the game, and the tail end of the game just went so well for them. And there we go, Ace coming in really, really big there and finding themselves their first win of the day. But there's still 5 more games to go, and you know, the best they're doing right now is just playing Interrupt and playing Upset versus some of the other teams who are going to be desperately looking for a pretty big game there. I'm a bit disappointed about Wolves from that game, to be honest. When I saw they were the only Monk team left, I was like, oh, these guys could do this. But they did, obviously, they were down a player. They lost their UA Shen, and unfortunately for them, that did kind of cost them a little bit because they were a 2-man unit versus a whole bunch of squads of 3, and they were just taken out. But they were able to put a couple of points on the board in that final couple of moments before going out, but not enough to really make it stick. But man, Ace just looked really, really good that game. YZG, unsurprisingly, looked good that game. So weirdly enough, the teams who were kind of at the top of that game were the teams who maybe we had, well, I say maybe, but we know actually can't move up or down no matter what. They are locked into what position they're locked into. But a team who came second in that game was J Team. I don't know how they did overall in the points. Don't know if they actually beat out YCG in the end, but J Team held on till late in that game, and they need to have a good day today because they could potentially lock themselves into the grand finals and avoid that loser bracket.
Yeah, it's all to play for most of these teams. It's somewhat ironic, honestly, that the team that came out on top in our first game is one of the few teams that actually, you know, they can't qualify from today. But as I mentioned, like I think it's important that you finish the last day here today on a high. Like it's already good that you've been able to make it to the bi-weekly finals, right? In your last opportunity to do so, as you know, that does bode well for you going into that losers bracket to try and find a way to squeeze out some wins down there. But honestly, I think, you know, the meta seems to really suit ASC. Like they have been on the up and up, and that last game specifically was very dominant. Honestly, I think that was one of the cleaner games that we've seen out of a team. Like at no time did it look like they were gonna fluff that up, and I think for me it was a bit surprising seeing it. You mentioned Wolves specifically, but you know, and I agree, and I think a lot of teams really were tad surprising for me in that first game. Like, some of them off to some slow starts overall. So I think, you know, this first game isn't necessarily going to be an indicator of how the rest of the day is going to go, I would imagine, at least. So it does leave a lot for us to discover and find out. But here are your final standings. J-Team not able to beat out YZG or AOW, coming in 4th place, but ASC really bringing home the bacon there. 35 points in game number 1. That's more than doubled in 2nd place. Beautiful stuff for these guys. Very, very happy with that one, and they're going to roll into the rest of today with a fairly significant lead right from game 1.
I mean, starting with almost a 20 bomb for Ace, that is going to be a confidence builder if ever I've seen one. The Ace are going to be very, very happy with that start. AOW also probably going to be pretty happy with their game themselves as well, because they, you know, 16.5 points, not anything to sneer at. It's a pretty good start for them. J-Team as well, you know, while they didn't beat out YCG, a 12.6 part start is going to be great for them. But you look down towards the bottom of the table, and that's where you start to kind of panic. Ooh, look at that. GG, 3.6 points. FPX, 1 point. WBG, the only team who have actually met the expectations I have for them so far, getting 0 points and getting knocked out. I'm going to be real with you. These guys, keep in mind, the defending champions, I don't think we're going to see them defend that title. I don't think they're going to make it to the finals. I think, unfortunately, they are consistently at the bottom of the table. They're consistently getting these donuts, and, you know, they might have to change their name to Krispy Kremes with the amount of donuts they're starting to rack up.
Oh my god, you're full of it today, Jake. It's only game number 1, and you're already on a roll. Beautiful.
Well, let's see our MVP for that game on the Tammy. It was obviously Jin, as I wasn't stalling to figure out who was playing there. 19.6k damage coming out from Jin. 8 kills. Really, really solid game coming out from them. And actually fairly heavy mix of damage when you look at things overall, because they had 19.6. They did 5k with a pistol, 4k with the nunchucks, and 4k with a longsword, and then kind of abilities and other bits making up that last little bit of damage. But this is actually his first MVP as well, so Jin, good. Kind of coming in really big here.
Really nicely done there by Jin. Congrats on getting his first MVP. Very nicely done by him. That's a solid performance overall, and with the kills, with the damage, and that is, as you mentioned as well, a nice mixed profile of that damage. You know, some range, some melee as well. Tumult is certainly a hero that we're seeing a lot more of here in trios and in different scenarios as well. So we're seeing a lot more of him in general. And very happy stuff there for Jin. Like I mentioned, the meta suiting ASE, that was specifically in reference to the Takeda, but I mean, you can see the Tumult coming through there as well for Jin being that MVP. Like, there's a lot of elements that these guys would be happy about, and we'll see if they can keep that going with the consistency. Because you would imagine, you know, like a team like ASE who cannot qualify, as a reminder, to the grand finals from today. Like, They have not done well enough previously to be in a position where today can solidify themselves in that grand final position. You would imagine a team like that would have consistency issues. So game number one might be good, but you know, we'll see what they can pull out for the rest of the day.
Well, we actually have Jaeger standing by with the players after that game for an interview, so we're going to pass it over to her and see what they have to say about that game one.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with Alex in the interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello Alex, 首先欢迎你来到我们的这个采访间，也恭喜你们在本场比赛拿到了最高分。先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 ASE 的 Alex。
好的，再次欢迎你，欢迎来到采访。So first of all, congratulations that ASE get the highest score in the game one. And today in the game one, I saw that at the beginning you're really like aggressive and have very high killing point at the beginning. Like just for at the beginning at 2 or 3 minutes, you already have 5 killing points. So I would like to know what happened at that time, and you can have very high damage. 那首先这一把其实开头我们就可以看到这个落地架打得非常的激烈，而且 ASE 这一把表现得非常的激进。其实，在游戏刚开始的2-3分钟，你们已然拿到了5个头，这样子，这个当时是发生了什么样，可以让你们打得如此高的伤害呢？
当时运气比较好吧，然后因为我们刚准备往圈里动的时候，看到2队在打，然后我们就无伤劝了2个人头，然后又跟另外一队接了波33，然后5个头就到手了。哦。但是我们也死掉了，拿了5个头以后也死了，也把返魂交了。
好的。So actually, I think we are very lucky in the game one because we choose a good position. And after that, we want to go to the safe area and we just pass away and met like 2 teams already fight there. And we go inside and join them and then we have 2 killing points. And after that, we also met a team like they want to join us. Maybe they think we already hold out the skills and ultimate and they fight with us on 3v3 fighting, and then we won this fight. That's why we can have 5 killing points just at the beginning of the game. But there's also some dangerous at that time because after we won the 5 killing point, we just died and used the soul bomb back to the soul adder and be rebirthed again. Okay, so that's the beginning of our game. So also because today we saw that Team ASE, you operate is really excellent and you have very good equipment at the end of the game. So I would like to know how in the middle of the game, how your teams operate and what's your strategy. 那我们也看到 ASE 其实这一把它的整个运营思路是非常的在线的，所以特别想问一下，这一波整体这个队伍你们自己的运营思路是怎么样？可以到后期的时候看到你们的装备都已经非常好了呢？
我们交了返魂以后嘛，然后就是一直在收东西，然后运气比较好，收到指甲嘛。然后后面我们第1个空投没有看，然后我们拿到了第2个空投的一个玄武，然后我们用那个玄武就又补了一波装备，然后就在圈边逛看有没有独狼，然后拿了一个玄武也没杀到人，然后后面就是决赛圈了。
所以其实中期的时候一直也是只想去打一个独狼，没有特别想去打其他的一个满编队伍。好的 ，So actually for the operate to the end, it's like after we rebirth, we just go to find and search the equipment, and we didn't see the first buff, and we go to get the Mystic Mine at the second buff, and at the Mystic Mine we have very good equipment, and after that we just stay like near the safe area and like watch in the shadow if there's some opponent is only one at there and we can kill him, but we don't see too much people, so we just have very good equipment to the end of the game. 好的，谢谢 Alex 接受我们这些采访，再次恭喜你们这个整个运营跟搭配今天都非常的好，希望接下来在最后一个周决你们也会有个猛发挥，好吗？好，再次恭喜你。Okay, thank you for Alex for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
不会是最后。你选错了对手。爱
Họ đang hướng Minh Thắng vào cùng vị trí, đó là con Thiên Hải. Và thôi xong rồi cái phone này thì cũng đã phải nằm xuống. Jansen đang khóc máu. Với lượng máu như thế này chắc chắn các thành viên của mình Esports họ sẽ có được cho mình 2 vũ khí vàng trong tay các thành viên.
Tên in game của mình là Akame, mình đến từ đội tuyển Toman Esports.
Em tên là Văn Phúc An Khang. Tên in game của em là Jin.
Em tên là Đỗ Trọng Nghĩa. Tên trong game của em là Unix.
Tên của em là Trần Công Tình. Game của em là Bambi. Đội tuyển của em thi đấu là Toman Esports.
Thấy là tụi em chơi tốt nhất ở cái mặt phối hợp với nhau ấy, rồi di chuyển, phối hợp làm việc nhóm chung với nhau ấy.
Đồng đội của em chơi game rất là có chiến thuật và kỹ năng tốt á, với lại học hỏi nhanh nữa, nên là đồng đội của em thông minh.
Giải đấu lần này có rất là nhiều team kiểu mạnh ấy đến từ nhiều khu vực khác nhau, nên em muốn thử sức xem mình sẽ đi được tới đâu ở thì Nbpl mình. Nbpl chứ.
Chắc chắn là Trung Quốc rồi, và đội em muốn đối đầu nhất là XCG. Tại vì trong đó có một người chơi em bị ấn tượng từ năm trước ấy, và bây giờ vẫn vậy, đó là Naraka. Lợi thế đầu tiên của bọn em là được chen ở server Trung Quốc. Về lợi thế với Trung Quốc thì em nghĩ là người ta không biết gì về bọn em ấy, còn bọn em này xem và nghiên cứu về họ khá là nhiều, nên đó chắc chắn là lợi thế.
Em vẫn còn nhớ kỹ từng trận đấu của năm trước luôn, nhưng mà đó là động lực để em tập trung luyện tập cho năm nay sẽ tốt hơn năm ngoái.
Để thứ hạng 14, em sẽ nhớ và coi nó là một bài học để giúp em tự tin hơn trong giải đấu lần này.
Trời đất, Kim Hoàng Hù đang bị gì? Có hồi máu, nhưng Kim Hoàng Hù vẫn phải nằm xuống sự sát thương của bên phía 3 player đến từ Showman.
Wow, liên tiếp là parry tới từ vị trí của Akame.
Em sẽ cố gắng tập luyện nhiều hơn, đội sẽ cố gắng nhiều hơn trong giải đấu lần này.
Team của em sẽ quay trở lại một kỳ Nbpl hoặc là mạnh mẽ, nên team khác hãy cẩn thận nhé.
Lần trước bọn em đã tiếc nối đủ rồi, và lần này bọn em quay lại là sau chiến diện.
Xin chào, tôi là Biweekly, caster đến từ Việt Nam. Để nói về Toman Esports, đội tuyển kỳ cựu nhất trong làng Naraka platform Việt Nam, với một cái line-up không có quá nhiều biến động trong suốt khoảng thời gian thành lập, cùng với bề dày thành tích tại các giải đấu họ đã đạt được, đã khẳng định đây là đội tuyển có phong độ ổn định nhất Việt Nam thời điểm hiện tại. Với một line-up đó chính là vị trí của Akame, là tấm khiên của đội, ứng tủ của anh ta thường là vị trí của Nhạc Sơn. Bambi, nguồn sát thương chủ lực, với hướng tủ đó chính là Thiên Hải. Jin và Unix theo khuynh hướng hỗ trợ cho đội, với những vị tướng như là Vibenim, Timus hay là Kurumi ở trong tùy tình huống. Và bọn họ đều là những tuyển thủ có tuổi đời thi đấu chuyên nghiệp ở các tựa game dày dặn, cùng với kinh nghiệm thi đấu ở đấu trường quốc tế tại kỳ chung kết thế giới 2021. Với lần trở lại ở kỳ chung kết thế giới 2022 lần này, chúng mình hứa hẹn sẽ đem đến một làn gió mới trong lối chọn tướng dị của mình để cạnh tranh cùng các đội tuyển và hướng đến một mục tiêu chính là nằm trong top 8.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second game of the day, a complete brain fart. As we are getting ready, Foxy's still in his blankie. As we're getting ready to go into this game. Ace dominating that first game in style, to be honest. They are really strong, very confident game for them. Obviously, like we said a lot, unfortunately that game doesn't mean too much for them in the sense of they can't actually not make it out of the losers bracket. They have to play that, but it's a good confidence builder. YZG striking strong, J team striking pretty strong as well, and a few teams falling a little bit by the wayside in that first game of the day. So we'll have to see, you know, if game 2 is going to be changing things up. But Oh, I didn't know about this. Answer for some treasures.
Oh, yeah.
How many kills did Ace claim in game 1? 17, 18, 19, or 20? I am so glad this came up because I was about to mention how many kills they got. I almost gave everyone something for free.
Not allowed. No spoilers. No spoilers, Jake. I can tell you it was a number between 17 and 20. Absolutely was. It is one of those 4 options.
Clearly is. Yeah.
A decent, a decently high scoring game for ASC. Very nicely done by them. And if you remember just how many they got, then you could get a reward. Ooh, you get a little gift in Twitch chat. How nice is that?
Do you get
good
a
stuff.
skin? Is that what it is?
I actually don't know. Like, I don't know what you get. You get treasure, which I love. I love that. I mean, it would imply maybe that's what's on the screen, but maybe that's just what a treasure looks like. So I don't know. Like, it could be. Either way, it's free stuff. It's cool things. So yeah, if you do remember, just go ahead and put that in. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, as we're going to be prepping for game number 2 here. I don't think, my money is not on ASC getting a similar amount of kills in game number 2 as they did in game number 1. I think that might be a tad unsustainable. But we are moving over to Holoroth now for game 2, so we might see some things changing up as well. Some things just differentiating a little bit here anyway, which is always fun to see. I think it's difficult to keep your momentum from map to map. It's something that we often, for me at least, it's like a good judge of how good the team or the player is. If they're still able to put up a high performance on the Morrow, so I'll swap over to Holoroth and do the same thing, or vice versa. But yeah, it's definitely a juxtaposition. It's something that the team's going to have to adapt to.
Absolutely. It's going to be, it's about how these teams are going to handle these next couple of games, because, for a few teams, I think they didn't do as good as they wanted to. But also, I feel like, especially this season, we have like second half of the day teams. And obviously I say even especially this season, because last season we had 3 games of solos, 3 games of trios, and we only in the bi-weeklies had 6 games back to back of that type of game. But what's interesting now is, because we play 6 games a day, every day of whatever type we're playing, these players, they're somewhat more used to having to deal with like a whole big old day of games, not just the 3 games and then go. A lot of the players seem to like it as well, from what I've heard. The conversations and the interviews we've had, all of them prefer it because it feels like they get more time to kind of like, to kind of get confident on the stage, and it's not like they have to go in every day to play now. They get those days off, or they have a bit more time to kind of prepare as well. But the key thing as well is when you get to these bi-weeklies, nothing really changes other than the stakes. Like, you're used to playing 6 games. You're doing the standard you've been doing all season long. But what we have seen is a development in teams who seem to warm up in the first 3 games and then come alive in that 4, 5, and 6. So my eyes are going to be on some of these teams who do typically have a better tail end of the day. I think Wolves are one of those teams. I think they always seem to strike harder in the second half of the day than they do in the first. I'm trying to think of other teams who I think do that as well. AOC don't... Was it Ventus? It might be Ventus. It was GD do, I think, as well, actually. But they're not here today. They've already made it to finals, so they're quite happy. But there's a few teams who definitely seem to strike harder in that first half of the day. And then we also have teams who seem to strike hard at the beginning of the day as well. And then just fall apart in that tail end. So, maybe Ace might be suffering from that. Maybe we could see our first 6 wins back to back. I think I probably just cursed it now. But we're still yet to see that. Anyway, we had a chat with one of the players before we got into this second game, so let's see what they had to say.
第一是比较享受这种赛场的这种感觉吧，主要是大家都是挺年轻的，都挺热血的，虽然很中二，但的确就挺热血的嘛，打着。然后一起喊的话，主要是每次都是我就开了一个头，可能是我把对面谁关键的位置打掉了，然后我就会喊起来，然后我只要喊起来呢，大家就像可能亢奋了一点，然后就整个人状态就那时候就大家都觉得打这一队应该都能吃下，喊起来的话可能会带动整个队伍的节奏吧和氛围。天赋占一部分吧，主要是只要人肯努力嘛， 然后总会有成果嘛。就算你达不到别人像那种顶尖又有努力又有天赋的，但是你尽量能做到达到你的自己，因为大家是来超越自己，而不是来超越别人嘛。所以我觉得他挺努力的，也挺强了。
It's cool hearing from the players, and some of them are very loud on stage. They're talking about how they do get carried away. I think it's 101 TN. He's the guy who's just absolutely bonkers when things are going right or wrong. He's pretty chaotic in a funny way, to be fair. And I think that's one of the things I really like about Naraka is a lot of the players are just so positive, even when they're high energy, even when they're crazy. Like it's not flame, it's just passion. Yeah. And it doesn't come across as flame as well. It just comes across as like someone like getting really into the game. And you see them as well whenever we have the videos of like the behind the scenes and the backstage stuff. Like all the players hanging out, they do just get on. They get on very well, and it's what I like about this league. What I like about this league is just there's so much positivity at the Nbpl. All the players, all very very comfortable with one another, all very friendly with one another. Until you get into the Morosile or Horror, then suddenly the mood shifts and they get quite violent with one another. As we're looking at 17JL, didn't see an amazing amount from these guys, unfortunately. As you can see, they don't even have a number next to their average kills and average damage. Average placement points, they are 13th, unfortunately, in the Pro League. Not particularly the most explosive season so far from these guys.
Yeah, certainly a team that needs to step it up today if they want to qualify for those grand finals and not be forced into the losers bracket, which will be happening somewhat shortly after all the grand finals are wrapped up. ASC, on the other hand, number one team from our previous game. Again, someone else who will be in that lower bracket guaranteed. As you can see, their placement points, they only have one coming into today, which is low enough to guarantee that these guys will have to play in that losers bracket. But still, that first game of the day here today has been very impressive by these guys. Very nicely done to bring out, not only bring out a win, but honestly, it was very convincing and a decent amount of points under their belt as well. It is Holleroff time now, though. We're swapping things up just a teeny weeny little bit. Let's see if App Hicks gets swapped up as well. I'm curious to see how things might change here. We saw a few of the Takeda comps. I want to see some, we always say it, we always say how we want to see Valda, but I think Valda honestly has a place. I think she has a place, and I want to see it come through. Not going to happen in this game, as it seems like most teams are defaulting to the Transformer comps here in this game, which personally is quite surprising, because when Holleroff first came out, Transformer comps lost their value on that map specifically because of all the verticality, because of all the obstacles, the buildings, the geography. It was hard to execute those Transformer comps. And also we just saw a lot more early fighting. Games were decided early on or in that mid game because there was more access to treasures. I just think, like, yeah, so it surprises me now to see so many Transformer comps come through. It's like a good 80% of the lobby here seems to be running those Monk and Wei Shen compositions.
You can see the verticality just on the map as well. Like, a lot of teams will be fighting uphill on this. I love this AI map because it really shows you why you don't see that many Monk comps. We got two teams not running a Monk. There's one thing I've liked from FPX. They've actually got a Takeda in there as well. So you're not entirely reliant on the Monk as like your primary damage dealer and your primary carry. I don't agree though with this many Monks. I unless the players know something I don't know. This map, I think it's like I think me and Moxie talked about it. It's like 40% of the time you get a Monk circle, 30% of the time you don't get a Monk. Oh, sorry, 60% of the time you don't get a Monk circle. And if that's the case, these Monks are going to be struggling, as already OUG has been able to find one kill on the Ballista, and they might just look for another one here. Their team are trying to solve the puzzle. And when you got Monks in this game, if they can get that red armor,
Yeah.
It's going to be really nasty. It's one thing here from Wolves. Jumping in onto Cuckoo. Going to finish him up as well. Great little slam down as Mikasa as well will be next up on the menu here for One Feng. Not before jumping on somebody else. Mikasa down they go. One more slam. Should just about finish them up as Ping Tao's low. One Feng will de-transform. But this is going to be a Wolves dominating start here, getting himself a whole bunch of kills, but actually Ping Tao does do a pretty good job of holding on for now, but they finally go down. Wolves can be very happy with that start.
Ping Tao made that quite difficult at the end there, didn't it? It seems like Wolves were just completely storming away with that early fight, and that Wei Shen specifically was just nutty, like just slamming down, constantly interrupting people, doing a butt ton of damage as well. Really, really nicely played by him. But yeah, some good kills there for Wolves. You can see at the start of the day already, start of the game, excuse me, MPG and Wolves now. 5 kills and 3 kills. We can see there's like 4 teams fighting in this area. There's Ventus, there's FPX, there's ASC as well. Ventus, I don't know who's winning, but Ventus is certainly losing. They've already lost 2 members. That's a good grab though. ASC getting the mix onto VVV, just looking for that damage there. Zay gets another one onto TJ. It's Ventus this time around. As the rest of ASC are gonna bully here. Oh my, he gets the regrab. He's donezo. TJ is out of there and Ventus will be wiped away at the beginning of this game. Another grab onto TXJ, excuse me. Really nicely done. Can ASC push the pressure though and put the pain onto FPX? They're gonna respond with their own transformation. Blocked just for now by those pillars in the middle of the ice. Jin is exceptionally low. LYD may have bitten off a bit more than he can chew. Alex is trying to do the pain down onto VVV, and I think ASC have done a very good job running away from this one. They've been able to disengage and do a decent amount of damage on their way out as well. FPX now might be the ones caught in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it looks like Alex has been able to get somewhat of a reset off as now FPX down, their ultimates being run down. LYD will lose his life as Alex pops the freeze in the middle of the snow, dashes through the members of FPX and should just be able to finish them up. VVV, very low HP. That next dash doesn't come through. Alex gets countered out and FPX do find a moment with the charge click from Jin on the longsword. Able to get the damage down, and now TXJ going very, very low. Just going to get bot back, and it looks like Ace have just been able to turn this around. FPX lose out on the fight.
Ace with another good performance here already at kill leaders. 6 kills total on the board here in game number 2. Really bringing it out today. What happened to these guys? They've eaten some special kind of cornflakes today. Bringing out the performance early on. As a reminder, if you've just joined here as well, this is our last bi-weekly final. After this, teams will qualify for the grand finals or be shut down in the lower brackets, or the losers bracket, I should say, and have to fight for their position into the grand final. ASC is one of those teams that cannot qualify for the grand final from today. They've not had a good enough performance up until today. As such, they're guaranteed. They're 100% locked into going into the losers bracket, and they were the winners of game number 1 quite convincingly, and already game number 2 starting off really, really well. Kingzone here, looking for a fight onto OUG. The Viper ulti going to come through and lock down members of OUG. Going to get a decent amount of stun coming through there, but the transforms are big. Yeah, Rain's in a lot of trouble. The Wei Shen just putting down so much pain. It's going to be a lot as LXX now finds himself in a bit of pickle, but Wade has fallen. That is going to be a member down now for Kingzone being able to get that advantage, but unfortunately for them, Jinyu is going to answer back. Gambai falls down. SS is very, very low, but it's LXX who falls too. Oh no! Crazy stuff here. What a turnaround from OUG. They're going to be able to pick it up. My goodness, after losing Wade early on there, Kingzone being able to find that first kill as OUG comes out on top on that 3 versus 2. Perfectly played by these guys. Very nicely done by OUG.
Really, really nice stuff there as Wolves now hunting down onto Cuckoo, keeping up the aggression. Remember, their hopes of making it to the grand finals and avoiding that lower brackets final is basically all on today. If they can make today work, get enough points, then they have done it, and they should be able to make it into that grand final. And starting off with 5 kills, having a pretty okay game before this as well. It's going to be really, really big for them. And I actually have never seen any of the pro players come up here. Normally this area is it's pretty empty, but XCG's Ling Heng on their own. They do have to be a little bit careful because FPX are waiting about in the area, are just going to be able to move away for now. FPX do actually just have vision. They decided not to fight. They haven't really got the gear to work with. Remember, they already lost that fight at the beginning of this game, so their revives are gone. So they're just going to play this very safe, FPX. They want to make it into the later stages of the game. They are on that comp, but Ling Heng knew that something was about, and up the top on the mountains is going to spot out FPX and look to see if he can find himself a couple of kills onto the FPX members, but he's just going to keep them for now from getting into the zone. Catches out with a charge click on the longsword there. On to 1, gets himself caught out somewhat as well, as that's the transformation out from FPX, and XCG are quite happily out of this. Now FPX find themselves in a Bane's Breath in the zone. They need to be very careful, as TXJ is going to de-transform and now has that grapple and a bit of additional mobility to work with there. He has taken a fair amount of damage, switches out to the blue armor for a quick bit of extra health, but is being hunted down. They're going to quickly pop to the shop, see what they can grab themselves, and XCG are looking to finish FPX up here, trying to catch them out, but the transformations coming in the middle of the zone. FPX may find themselves in a whole world of trouble. These grabs aren't quite landing, unfortunately, from Xiaonan, and he will have to cancel out and untransform, or he will be going down. But he wants to find that grab onto FPX first. Can't find a single member. They're just using this building beautifully to avoid. Xiaonan now needs to go for a heal before he gets himself taken out, as XCG is being just so dominating on this front. Able to get so much damage down onto FPX, pinning them into the wall. They've got their own Unfa transformation now in use, as FPX bleeding out, not getting the opportunity to get the heals off, but Xiaonan's going low. There we go. They're going to be able to finish up this member, but LYD able to answer out with his own kill in response, and XCG just overstaying. They're eliminated.
What? What are they doing? What on earth was that? That was so incredibly aggressive. That was utterly mental. Taking that extended fight in the circle when you don't have your revives up either. That was, I don't know what to say. That was just crazy. Absolutely mental stuff there. Wow, yeah, I don't know. I have no words for that play, but either way, XCG is going to be eliminated off the back of that one. FPX live to fight another day. You can see they really didn't want to go for that with their really, honestly, quite poor equipment. They were very hesitant to take that one, but XCG biting off a little bit more than they can chew, and they will be taken out of this one. Our first team eliminated here in game number 2 of our final bi-weekly finals here in the Nbpl season 2. Actually, we're going to be moving on. Not just in trios, but in solos as well. It's all going to be finished. It's all done. So it'll be the losers bracket and then the grand finals coming through. The next time that you see some Naraka action, it's all heating up here. And this is the last day for a lot of these teams to try and qualify for those grand finals and not have to slug their way through that losers bracket, which no one wants to do if they don't have to. And Wall is one of these teams looking to try and qualify today, bringing the pain down onto J Team. Eagle finds himself out of position, but that is a beautiful parry. Buys himself some time, and the rest of his team just not quite knocking about here. I don't know whether they've ditched him, whether they just don't want to help him, but Eagle's gonna fall. He's done though, and that's that. Eagle is dead. And the rest of the team not around to help him out, as now this must be why here, because Ventus was on the other side being up on J Team. J Team just caught themselves between a rock and a hard place there. Lee has fallen as well. It's just ZK alive here, and obviously this as the healer of the team, not able to bring out that sick one versus the world play. Instead, it's going to be dashing out of there and trying to keep herself alive as possible. Maybe look for those revives for her teammates. It's still relatively early days overall. We can get something going here for J Team, but she is in a lot of trouble here trying to survive against TJ's Ventus.
Yeah, I don't think ZK is going to be able to survive for long here. Puts the umbrella down to try and keep themselves up, but they are going to get the charge click from the katana. Pop themselves the ultimate as well to try and buy a bit more space for themselves, but TJ is relentless. The grapple lock comes in. ZK, oh so low, blinks out with the umbrella once again on that F. Just trying to stay alive, but TJ for Ventus, they don't mind about going down because they've got that Vermilion's Bird Might. They really don't care. And there we go, J-Team taken down. 17JL, Ziu actually the one to steal away. Pixel with the golden long greatsword, sorry, and purple armor. Now joining up the rest of the team, and 17JL maybe biting off a little bit too much. Pixel's now going to transform here. Golden weapon means these slams are going to hurt if he can find them. And there we go, a taster for you, Benchu. Bam! And he is down. Pixel able to pick the kill up. Beautiful kill there. 17JL. They might have stolen one kill away, but they got their tax back for it.
Absolutely. You said a taster of that legendary weapon. I think he got the taster, the starter, the main, and the dessert right there, just slamming into the ground. Big pain coming through with. I mean, it's tough to survive as it is if you get grabbed by the monk and his teammates are around shooting you while you're in his arm, let alone the legendary weapon contributing as well. WBG versus Ventus, we're going to get that big skirmish coming through here. WBG gonna find the first kill onto WX98, transforming coming through with a good freeze from the Justina. I don't think it's going to be enough though. TJ has gone into the stasis, is able to heal up just a little bit, but WBG putting down a world of Perters. What? GG! No way, 330 is just all these kills, every single one. Are you you're joking. That is utter tragedy right there. That sucks for those guys. WBG finally finding a good fight. And they don't pick up any of the kills because the ballista steals all of them from downtown. And on top of that, WBG are eliminated. Oh my goodness, now that is just rude. That is just nasty. WBG gonna be exceptionally sad about that one. There's being eliminated, and then there's whatever that was. Just pure cruelty coming through from GG.
At least they didn't get a donut. At least they didn't get a donut. They can take their 2 kills and their 2 points and be happy with it. Ventus, sure they went down on that, but they did have the Vermilion's Bird's Might. So yes, they lost that fight and got taken out, but it was a free reset. They don't lose that purple armor and golden greatsword on their monk, so they will be okay with that loss because they were overextending, knowing what was potentially going to happen to them. And that's the thing about this map is there's so many ballistas on Holoroth. I mean, if you look at the map right now, there's technically 3 ballistas within the circle and 4 if you count that one atop the treasure area as well, which isn't actually quite within the circle. But there's so many ballistas on this map, and a lot of them have way more movement than you see over on Moros Isle. The only one which has like a lot of movement is down on the Shadow Jade Mines on that really long track. But other than that, most of the Moros Isle ones are atop the towers where they're high up, but they have limited movement. But there's so many just massive like tracks with big ballistas on, with lots of kind of room to move around. It makes life so hard for any team to actually fight without getting shot by those ballistas if you're in range. As YZG are going to be getting themselves this Mora's Blessing, and FPX get themselves a Mystic Might. So do YZG. Probably a little bit sad by the fact it's just a Mystic Might, but here we are. I'm sure they'll be a-okay with that one. You know, at least they got the buff, at least they got the Mora's Blessing. And actually, they didn't actually use the ultimate there from the Tammy to secure it, so it was only a Monk ultimate that was burned. They're pretty easy to secure for them, fairly cost-free. As FPX as well. With their second buff of the day, they did have a Vermilion's Bird's Might early on in this game. Didn't really get to use it all that much. Now the Mystic Might will see what they can do. See if they can find any additional kills for themselves, as a bunch of the teams are all in relatively close proximity to one another right now. Kills, not so far, as NPG with 8 kills. We haven't really talked about that. are leading the charge right now. Wolves with 6, GG with 7, Ace with 6 as well. At the moment, Ace are leading the points for today. They are looking very, very solid. And like we said, unfortunately, it doesn't mean they get locked into grand final. It doesn't even mean that they're denied playing in that losers bracket. Unfortunately, they will be playing losers bracket no matter what. But it's a big confidence builder. It makes them a team to watch as Alex is just unleashed onto by YZG's QGG with a repeated crossbow. They want to make easy work of that. And Ventus are thinking about getting into this action, thinking about going in for the fight. But YZG, they know who's around. They've got that mystic map. They've got the vision to work with. And Sansi gets a counter off, gets the kick off into QGG, but he is pinned by the 3 members. It doesn't matter because he is doing his best to turn this fight around, but he will not be able to survive. EWG are eliminated from this lobby. As YZG, Golden Soul Jade on that on the great katana. That's the sword he's got on the katana. With that kind of blink strike ability. Looking to put out some serious damage. Ventus and Pixel are in the area, and they do have that monk transformation ready to use. The question for me is this going to be a circle where you can actually use the monk? And with the fact we're in the kind of red sand desert, I actually think it might be, because this area is probably the best final circle kind of zones for a monk. There's still a lot of verticality and kind of nooks and crannies to hide away. But I think of all of the parts on Holoroth, you're more likely to get a good circle if you're in this area playing the monk.
I think the big difference between this area and others on this map is the lack of buildings. There seems to be a lot of structures knocking about on Holoroth, and this is one of those areas that doesn't have as many. But as you mentioned, like, as far as geography goes, it's still exceptionally vertical, and there's still so many places to hide. It really, really depends where exactly this circle ends up. It could be difficult for the monks. It could be okay still. My money's on it being still quite difficult for these guys to play the final circles, and we'll see. But on the plus side, like, even if it's difficult for you to find those plays as the monk, the fact that like everyone is playing monk on this map here today means
God,
at least everyone's in the same boat.
Oh no!
What a shocker! How many times are we gonna see every single day? At least twice we see teams getting baited by the loot, trying to find it down, and just getting obliterated by those ranged weapons, getting peppered by the cannons, by the bows, by the muskets. It's just, we see it every time, man. We see it every time, without fail, without exception. It always goes down, and today we see it for the first time here as JJ Hard were on the receiving end of that, paying the price for their greed.
Trying to get Chewy up.
They're trying their hardest. I don't know, it's going to be tough. Still so much range coming through. They're trying. Oh, they're going to get nice. They got him. Now they can just get out of here and they can reset. And maybe that was worth it for them. They're getting some of that superior loot. Might maybe be okay for these guys. We'll see here though, as MPG now coming in for the fight against JJ Hard. Sorrow's getting very, very low, and he's just going to fall instantly. Oh, he's not going to be long for that world at all. He just goes down. Now that is just really unfortunate for him, as Godley now putting the chase down, trying to catch the vulnerable members of the opposing teams. Instead, it's going to go for that reset and go for that little chill area here underneath in that cave. MPG and member down now. Might try and pick up their teammate as they go for it here. Is maybe just going to be able to get it as Jen goes for it. Yeah, some waiting plays interception, and it works. MPG pull up a heist right there. I think they used the Tumult ulti to keep JJ Hard away.
Oh, that's so smart. No, you are right. That's what they were doing.
But
that's so smart.
Still crazy. Still crazy.
Yeah, caught them inside the kind of nook and cranny that they had hidden themselves in, as FPX are able to secure this Mora's Blessing, just instantly jump away. FPX are a team who I have praised throughout the entire season for their ability to basically consistently get gear. They're always a team who turn up with something golden. Like, they're just super equipped all the time, and it's because they're reliable at getting their hands onto those Mora's Blessings. As you can see, VVV actually got the golden pistol. They have a monk on their team, so I'm hoping he has a golden weapon. Otherwise, I actually don't agree with VVV holding that golden pistol. As, oh my word, Cuckoo's health bar just disappears for a brief second there. AOW under some serious fire. Cuckoo very, very low. LYD sliding in forward is going to get himself frozen up, but the cannon shots are coming down. And a phenomenal amount of damage is landing on to these members of AOW. FPX relentless and refusing to give up on the chase anymore as Ping Tao going to evolve, but we'll just continue to see a couple of cannon shots. But it looks like FPX, for the most part, one out. But LYD does find himself taken down as they get the grab onto the Decatur as well. VVV going to be losing a lot of HP if they can get the slam down. Here we go. Slam does connect as TXJ looking for his own grab as well in response. As the regrab's not coming in from Ping Town. That repeater crossbow is doing so much damage. Miss Kier from the high ground, able to put out some absolutely colossal damage with the cannon and that repeater crossbow. As AOW are stepping away, FPX may just have to take the L here with the fact that they've lost LYD and they won't be able to get him back up.
It's going to be tough though as you come into the final moments of the circle. Any of these teams that don't have full squads will be exceptionally vulnerable. As Pixel, with that legendary weapon, you can see getting a huge bunch of damage off with those grabs, is going to slam ZU into the ground and fell him, bring him low. And now AS and Ben Chu left to try and avenge their teammate, but it's going to be very difficult to do so. Good grab by AS, but I'm not... Oh my goodness! Holy goodness gracious me, he gets a double ground pound, double kill. Beautiful right there. I believe a lot of that was probably helped by the range attacks from GG in that situation, but either way, that was absolutely beautiful. Nice stuff there. Very nicely done indeed. Still got 12 teams remaining though with 5 minutes left to go. This bottom area of this ravine is hotly contested territory now. JJ Hard looking to make it happen, as is AOW, OUG, and ASC, all just knocking about, trying to find their play. As it turns out though, we're just going to go for a bit of poke instead. Godley gets caught in a no! That is huge. That is absolutely monstrous. Is able to buy a bit of time enough for him to transform into the Titan. That will keep him safe for now, but my goodness, this man was running around on full health with legendary armor, was all cocky, I am feeling it, was in position to still be dominant in this game, and then just almost immediately one Zephyr from the Tumult, and he's almost dead. He will have to blow that ulti, but all things considered, they will be happy about that.
No, he doesn't get the slam in time because he de-transforms as all of these monks are transforming. Not the greatest at Final Circle for them. There is some high ground, but a lot of kind of hidey holes and places to avoid away from these monks. But again, not the most amazing circle, but it's still open enough for the monks to be able to use this. So the gamble has somewhat paid off for the teams who are picking this up. But Ping Tao taking a fair amount of damage there from 3-3-0. All of the monks are just fighting it out as Ping Tao's now within the zone. Gonna lose a lot of HP. 3-3-0 as well. Pops the bell. He's bound to the armor, but he needs to get away. Scale rushes up and out to safety. Jesse just jumps back into the mix, back into the thick of the fight. Not even gonna go for the reset. Gets a slight heal off thanks to the Karen there. And now Scale rushes back up to the top side of this cliff edge here. Benji being juggled around here by the members of GG, but Godley coming in, making easy work of those members. 3-3-0 is slammed down by Chewy. A grab comes in from across the area. Godley's armor is gone and his health bar is non-existent. The re-grab from Xiao. The slam comes down. It's not enough to find the kill onto Godley though, because he's able to get somewhat of a heal off the Xiao. Now de-transforms and Godley will transform himself to try and find some level of way to contest here. He's looking for the re-grabs. TXJ from the side of FPX also going for the grabs. We are seeing teams dropping out left, right, and center. AOW, NPG all eliminated, along with 17JL as well. 3 teams go down in the last 30 seconds, and we have no time left in this game. These teams need to find these kills and make them stick. YZG right now are leading the charge on the point score with the 12 points they've got, the 9 kills in their pocket. Can they hold fast? Can they make it work for themselves? As Godly is able to recover some of that armor, but Wolves are doing their best to pick up these last couple of kills, able to finish them up as Wolves 14 is battered back into the zone. It's a long way to go, and YZG are going to stop him from going even close to it. 14 going to get himself the transformation off, and into the zone he goes, but it's so hard for him to scale up the edge. Ventus eliminated out. Wolves 14 unable to get up the high ground. He's trying to jump and just edge his way up. He's almost there, almost finds the grab as well in the nick of time, as we see JJ now eliminated from the game. 14 able to get to the high ground, needs to find the opportunity to recover, but it looks like Ace aren't going to give him the opportunity to do so. He gets himself up onto that high ground once again and is able to hold out. 12 players remaining, 6 teams remaining, as everybody is dropping down into the canyon below. Aces actually holding the high ground here, seeing if they can just hold this spot and get some level of control as Wolves try to jump up and contest. The double slam into the kill, into the regrab. No, it's so close, but it doesn't quite hit there. Ace holding fast right now while everybody else in the canyon is just fighting it out. Wade with that golden armor and the golden weapon gets the slam down onto VV. OUG finding the regrab as well. VVV will go down. OUG able to find that kill. They get a grab at the Wolves 14 as well. The repeated crossbows from 2 members of OUG, absolutely phenomenal, as Rain is looking to stun people up as well on the top of this high ground. It is a fight on 2 fronts, the high and the low ground for this final circle. There's still 10 players left as FBX's TXJ has transformed, but he is on the low. He's looking for the grabs, but he's unable to make them stick, unable to find his marks. He gets one, and he's going to slam them into the zone. Get a whole bunch of damage dealt out here as he's looking for the regrabs again. Ace are eliminated from the lobby as we are down to 5 teams left with 30 seconds until the circle fully closes out. 14 almost loses his footing atop the high ground. He's desperately trying to find a grab, but he's just got to hold fast up here on the high ground as OUG's Wade makes his way forward and gets slammed into the zone. A lot of damage will be dealt to him. The regrab won't come in, but Wolves 14 are now going to get himself jumped onto immediately. FBX have been knocked out as well from the zone in the meanwhile, as Zinyu here knocks 14 back. KZ with the Yoto ultimate trying to finish everybody up, but can't quite find the opportunity to get anybody as he bleeds out and he goes down. KZ go down, Wolves go down as well, and the final team standing is OUG.
Wow, what a final circle right there. I love it how there was like 2 areas. There was the bridge up top and the canyon down below. So much fighting there, and those monks were a lot more impactful than I really thought they would be coming into that game. Yeah. I think, you know, you coin flip whether or not you're going to get a good final circle for the transformer comps for the monks. I think all things considered, that was a pretty good one. Yeah, I think that was decent. And there it is. Yeah, Wolves will be your #1 team coming out of game 2. Very nicely done by these guys. This is a team that absolutely just fully needs to have a good day today to make that grand final, and, you know, coming out as the MVP in game number 2, certainly going to put them on the right track.
That is a big step forward for Wolves. They're going to be very happy with that one, able to find themselves the win and get a whole bunch of points put together in game number 2. That was probably one of the most unique final circles I've ever seen. I've seen a few pretty interesting ones, but like, with the fact that it was in such a low ground and such a high ground, like the difference between the bridge and the canyon below was massive, and it ended perfectly on that bridge, meant it was such a fight for that low ground, and then everyone decided, actually, nah, let's just get up to the high ground, and they all jumped up in that final couple of seconds, and absolutely just a bonkers final circle, a very unique game, and I think all those teams who gambled on it being a monk circle, the coin toss came up heads, and they are going to be very happy with that one. It was, you know, it wasn't the best monk circle, especially with that final bit with the bridge and all the teams just avoiding the monks on the low ground. But even so, an incredibly unique circle, and one that kind of, you know, still had enough room, at least in those earlier stages of the final bit, where the monks were able to use those grabs effectively. And Wolves, one of the teams that did that very effectively, were able to put together enough points to take the overall win there. really, really big game for Wolves.
Yeah, I think 14 from Wolves specifically, who was on the Monk, had a really good performance in that final circle. He was constantly getting those grabs. He was on top on the bridge and was grabbing people who were fighting underneath in the canyon, and was eliminating them. Like it was really, really nice by him, almost playing like just like a poacher role, really, which is exactly it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Like it was a good spot for him to be in, to be at the top there. Obviously OUG being the last man standing, but with the way that Wolves played it out, still able to get a huge amount of kills and just really, really nice stuff for them. And this is a team, like we said it a few times before, but you know, these guys absolutely needs to have a good day-to-day to make those grand finals. We do have those kind of expectations of this team to be one of the better teams we have here in the Nbpl, if not just a little bit inconsistent. But I really like the way they played that one out. I think it was very smart, and we're going to see here the overall scoring, a relatively low scoring game compared to our previous one, or a lot closer in that top three. Wolves, OUG and YZG very, very close within each other. Wolves and YZG with the 11 kills apiece, being the most bloodthirsty teams we had there in game number 2. GG might be kicking themselves a little bit though, getting those 10 kills relatively early on, but getting eliminated a bit too early for them to get a high amount of ranking points from their finish. Bit of a wasted opportunity there. EWG at the bottom side of your screen, and J-Team are two teams I'm looking at specifically. No, J-Team were coming up. They had a decent game 1, got in the fourth place, or maybe 15 points or so. This time around kind of bombed out a little bit, but no more than EWG did, which was very disappointing for these guys. You know, like I said, I want these guys to be a top 3 team, and that's not how you get it done. Let's take a look at our MVP here. Will be the Tumult for the second game in a row. It is Tammy picking up MVP, and it will be Zhao this time getting the most valuable player.
And their first MVP as well of the Nbpl. So in that very crucial win for Wolves, Zhao stepping up with 6 kills, 11k damage. So not quite as high damage as we saw Ace put out, but still a very good game coming in. And you know, when you look at the loadout, not particularly amazing in the Soul Jade department. 2 ranged Soul Jade resists, ranged resist Soul Jades, 2 health Soul Jades, and a melee resist, and then Splitter as their only kind of unique in their epic one there. So not particularly the most insane loadout, but if you look at the kills before Rebirth, they got 4 kills before their Rebirth, which shows that Wolves this game were way more aggressive early, because last game they were pretty quiet early. They didn't do much other than get like 1 or 2 kills, and then kind of just like waited around to that final circle. This time they put some kills together early. They were actually doing phenomenally well at the start of this game, and then all they needed to do was kind of keep that up in the tail end and put a bunch of extra points together and just a couple more kills, and then the kill multiplier will do the rest of the work. And that is exactly what happened here for the side of Wolves. So really, really big stuff coming in from Wolves. A needed win, and it keeps them relevant. It keeps them in that race for the top spot, and actually making it towards the grand finals, and just avoiding that losers bracket, because you don't want to do that. Because if you have to play a losers bracket, there's a chance you just don't make it to the grand finals. There's a chance you don't get enough worlds points. You know, you want to make it there, because that's where the money is at. That's where the pride and the honor is at. And WBG with a 14th place game and 2 points, I really think they're gonna have to pull a miracle out in the losers bracket, because I don't see how these guys are gonna defend their title.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, isn't it? Like, just seeing the kind of fall from grace that these guys have had, it's been a little bit tough for them so far here in the Nbpl. Season 2 especially has not been very nice to them whatsoever. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. It's difficult, and the players are really going to be struggling from WBG specifically to bring it back.
Well, we've actually got the players standing by, so Yotohime, take it away.
Hey everyone, welcome to post-game interview, and this is Jaeger. And now I'm standing with 晚风 and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 晚风，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是那个狼队的晚风。
好的，再次欢迎你，恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得了最高分。So first of all, let's congratulations that Wolves get the higher score in the game 2. And today we saw that you guys you cooperated excellent. Especially at the beginning of the game, like we just start the game and you already have 1 killing point. So I would like to know how you guys communicate and cooperate at that time. 那首先我们要说的这一把，我看到你们在前期其实整个队伍的配合都非常好，特别是在我们比赛刚刚开始的时候啊，狼队已经率先拿到了第一个击败积分，就头2个吧，就马上就拿到了一个击败积分。那一波我特别想知道队内是怎么配合的呢？
那波的话就是有一队跟我们任务重叠嘛，
对对对，
然后我先去把2个虫吃了，直接用变身去跟他们打。
哦，
他们的话是顾继涵吃了个大出来吧，但是他大招是很容易被我拆火的，所以我们就很轻易的把他们收了。
所以就是对面和你们队其实都有抢到了虫子，对吧 ？OK， 好 ，So actually at the beginning of the game, because we roll with another team just near the Firefly, and both of our team get the Firefly, and like for other team, their hero combo they have Justina Gu, and Justina get the Firefly and have the ultimate, and for me, I also have the ultimate because I'm using Yue Shan and Yue Shan is counter Justina Gu, so that's why we can have 1 killing point just at the beginning of the game. So actually there's also very interesting things in this game too. We saw that your team 14 after he's like when we are going to go to the final circle and other teams just chase him to the shadow and he must to use his ultimate just in the shadow and then he climbed the cliff so for very long time. So I would like to know at that time as the teammate, so how your communication at that time. 那这一把其实我们也看到一个非常有意思的地方，就是在靠近决赛圈，其实那一波14他其实在暗域里面已经吃到伤害，是没有办法，必须要打出他的这个大招了，对。然后我们就看到他一个非常艰难的攀爬的过程，不知道那一波你们队内自己会进行怎么样的沟通呢？
那波的话就是，刚杀完人吃了个虫，吃了个花，然后好人14被打出暗域外了，
对，
他只能变大回血，然后慢慢走进来嘛，他想上那个石头，然后就慢慢上，我说。能上就上，不能上的话抓下面的人也可以的。
就我们
那波，
你继续说。
那波的话就是，也没什么吧，就是爬上去爬的可能有点久。
我们特别好奇啊，14这一波下来，就他的空格键有没有按烂掉呢？
就反正一直在拍。
好的。So actually at that time, because we just finished the fighting with another team, and we get the soul bloom, but actually we don't have chance like enter to the safe area, so he can just use his ultimate in the shadow and then can keep his life. And we know that when 14 is using the ultimate, he's like very lower place just near the cliff and he have to climb the cliff at that time. So actually, we just let him like climb please, if you can, just to do it and try it. If you can't, just it's because we are not so lucky. And actually 14 at that time, he at last already he finished and also get the highest score for the whole team. And also I asked him, did he like his space is it okay for right now? And he said yes, it's just because he plus the space for too much times. OK， 好的，谢谢晚风接受我们今天采访，太有趣了，今天也恭喜你们，然后希望接下来也会保持住一个今天的发挥，好吗？好的 ，OK， so thank you for 晚风 today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
哎，后面有人，这我就人。
我来了。我没扶到，
我知道，但是我有大呀。
搁哪？
五加杀，能看我吗？
我在。
他们不一定有的。
我勾一下看什么甲。
白甲。
跟了，勾了。
接上别人一下来。罗破。
跟了，走了。
又服了。
没事。把。
哎，我拿了个符，快走，兄弟们。
走。先生走，别管我，我有推。自己走，我有推，谁被留了告诉我。
出去，我能走。
我也能走，我也可以走。
我被喷了一下。
快走。
我拿到符了。
哎呀，赚个符，兄弟们！哎，这一队2张符过来，交一张。
我符币拿了，兄弟们，我符币拿了。得，越想我越生气。
大概跟我陪着你。
走了，来，直接下来拉。
走了。
学校一个没有。
这边拉我。
不是吧
？GG 把我们杀了，我们用 GG 的方法在原地这样。
谢谢。我说怎么不守势呢？他故意的，学校攻守全部点光。GG 高兴。
怎么敢跟我花月鬼子打的？快出走！给他拉吧，给他拉。他
100%互拉的，这个100%互拉的，这个我们杀的人我们知道的。该他们玩这
偷东西喽！
他还在拉，给他拉吧，上演我们的东西。
Everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the day. Wolves have a win, Ace have a win, and it's been an interesting one actually. I think the Holoroth being a lot of monk focused, a lot of Takedas showing up, which I am absolutely loving. I'm loving the new style of the meta. Less monks, I mean, ignoring the last game, but more Takedas. It's a good spread. It's a good spread other than game 2, but it's a good spread.
I love that. Ignore the last game, because like literally there's like what 2 teams that weren't running
only 2
those monk comps. But yeah, it's been a good spread. We have some new meta coming through. I actually think Tumulch makes things quite exciting as well. Like he's got MVP 2 games in a row. The character Tumulch, like obviously different players, but he's really impactful in these compositions, and I think he makes things quite interesting. And he's not like he is somewhat like defensive focused with that ultimate, with that sandstorm being really hard to fight in and blocking projectiles and stuff, but it's certainly nothing like like the Wu Chens and the Justinas of the game who really slow the game down. I think he makes it a lot of fun he brings a lot of action still to the game.
I think he's very different from other CC heroes in the sense where like his CC is aggressive and not defensive in that sense. Anyway, we actually, before we get into this third game, did again speak to another player, so let's see what they had to say before we get into game number 3.
就越南那些其他赛区的，我觉得他们就学习能力还是很强的，可能他们就环境，他那边的职业环境比我们这边强度高吧，但他们学习的模仿能力、学习能力什么的还是很强的，就很快就能学到我们的那些就研究出来的东西啊什么的，所以我感觉杰杯还是有竞争力的，就是而且就杰杯跟现在联赛最大区别就是，估计就会节奏绝对会跟现在不一样的，因为会多一些其他赛区的肯定会把原本的节奏打乱呀，可 跟上一次一样，就大家打架打得更凶啊，人头爆发更多啊，还有就各种稀奇古怪的团呀都会出现嘛。就现在可能有些时间点你不开界的团就不会有人打，但你多一些其他赛区的队伍，他不理解这个逻辑，他就会打的话就会导致就节奏啊什么的都会很大变化。
Nice to hear there from XCG's Nyan Hughes. We're actually looking at NPG at the moment. A team of, again, another team in the running to make it into the grand finals. They just need today to go right for them, and they've been so hit or miss. Like, I've seen them look great, but then just they seem to get taken out a little bit too early. Like, they're not playing bad, they're just getting third-partied quite consistently. And maybe that is a criticism in its own right. Maybe they should stop just taking silly fights and getting third-partied. I think that would be a valid criticism of them. But yeah, they've been a little bit close. They've been flying too close to the sun. Ventus, another team who I think have been a little bit like that. They've been very good at getting these kind of mid-game Morris blessings consistently. But then I don't really know where they go. They just disappear. They seem to be a team that are doing good, and then I miss them getting eliminated at some point, and they just like disappear way too early.
Yeah, Ventus are one of those like bubble teams for me, where they kind of hover on the outside of maybe like proper like mid-table team. Sometimes they pop off and they have those great games, but other times they find themselves in kind of those sticky situations and unfortunately don't necessarily come out on top. They're not one of the teams that I consider to be one of our better skirmishing teams. I don't know if that's completely rude to suggest and just inaccurate, but just from the way that I've seen them, they seem to be quite a smart team, but not necessarily one of those bloodthirsty teams that just brute forces their way into a high finish. OUG you can see on the screen as well. I've had kind of some hit and miss games in their first two so far, but the last one was a little bit better for these guys, and certainly a team that can bring out the pain should they decide to do so. And one of the teams that want to put their all into today to qualify for those grand finals, alongside JJ Hard, who again in that last game, very, very good overall. I would say I was quite impressed with the way they played. I think Godley as well was like their team play was very good. I will say, however, that I feel like individually they made some mistakes in that last game that kind of caught them out of position and kind of cost them some things, and that's maybe just the difference between these guys coming out like 5th or 6th, or maybe pushing into those top 3. You saw as well their placement points. This is another team alongside ASE that cannot qualify for our grand finals today, and this being the trifecta. WBG, another team, again, cannot qualify for those grand finals. Have not had a good enough showing of things so far to be able to do that off of today.
Like I said, they might as well start a donut shop. They have not been... I mean, they've been very consistent this season. Just not in the way you want to be consistent. They've been, quite low scoring, a lot of 0-point games coming in, and for WBG, the defending champions, it just hasn't quite been enough. And it's sad in that way. Like I would like to see more from this team. They were at the top for a reason. Here we go. So another question. Make sure you type the answer in Twitch chat. What is the hero pick of Wolves? So what picks did Wolves run? It's probably the better way to word that. Tianhai, Yueshan, Tambialak, Tanhai, Yueshan, Karumi, Yoto, Viper, Wuchen, or Zping, Yoto, Justina. I'm going to give you a clue here, guys. There were no Zpings in that previous game.
Yeah, I actually don't. Do I? Yeah, okay. I think I know the answer to this one. This was obviously from game number 2. This is not you guessing what's going to be picked in game 3. What were the hero choices from that last game? Get yourself those answers and win yourself some goodies in Twitch chat. Everybody loves free stuff. Everyone loves some goodies. As we're going to be heading into game number 3 here, back onto the Morris Isle. Game number 3 and game number 4 will both be Morris Isle. So it's the only time here today where we'll have teams playing the same map back to back. Let's see what we've got here. A lot of those Viper Yeah, a lot of Viper, Wu-Chen, Yoto compositions coming through here. Slightly less on those Transformer comps. In fact, much less on those Transformer comps. Like, we've only got one. It's WBG is our only Transformer team here. And even that's a little bit of a mismatch here without the Wei Shen. We got some Ataris knocking about, some Justinas, and of course, those Takedas being sprinkled in. But it is just that one team comp that looks like it's going to be the most prevalent here today in game number 3.
I'm going to be real with you. I don't think we're really going to have a Transformer comp in this game. It's WBG. They'll probably be out quite early. So, no Monk comp, guys. What a day, hey? What a game number 3. I'm done flaming WBG. I might have gone a little hard on them today. It's been... I'm really loving the rise in the Takeda, though. Like, I know there's not as many in this game as there were at the beginning of the day. Obviously, hero points are a big thing, and teams have been using them for the last 2 games, so there's only so many Takedas you can actually pick up in the day. But even so, it's been very interesting seeing that from these teams. And wow, looking at these drops, this is a very spread out game. A lot of teams are going to be all over the shop. No one actually is dropping on that Shadow J mine, just kind of in the surrounding areas. You know, it's basically 2 teams dropping next to each other, and whoever wins that fight is going to win the loot for that zone. And some teams could get pretty equipped off this. It's going to be a very interesting start to this game. So as we are getting ready to go into game number 3, I am waiting with bated breath to see how this game is going to go down.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting, honestly. Like, I'm excited. So between the scattered spawns and the prevalence of those Wu-Chen comps, I feel like we might have quite a slow start to the games today. Or to the game today. This specific game 3. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see, though, because as we saw in game number 1 specifically, if you don't have a lot of eliminations early, then things just get really hectic as the game goes on, because there are a lot of teams left as the circle starts closing in, and that becomes very, very difficult to navigate, and very, very interesting as well. With so much action already right off the bat here, as ASC fighting against Wolves. Wolves coming out on top of that one. They are obviously our previous winner from game number 2, able to defend their title just a little bit here in that first skirmish against the winners of game number 1 in ASC. WBG finding themselves on the wrong end of things, as they so often have so far in season 2 of the Nbpl. Poor guys just really can't find it, honestly. It's just not been their season here, and they are going to fall down in that fight as well to J-Team. Wolves, MPG, and J-Team now sitting pretty here on 3 kills apiece.
Yeah, pretty good start actually for a bunch of these teams, especially when Wolves, you know, like you were saying, just had a good game too. Obviously are one of those teams looking to make it into the grand finals and kind of just avoid the repêché. I actually don't know how to say that word. I'm calling it the repêché, but that actually might not be how you say that word. I'll have to get some confirmation on. You know, English is obviously my
it doesn't look like
I know how to speak it, right?
I'm googling
I've
it right
never
now.
heard of repêché. Repêché.
Repêché means drafted, recovered, so maybe that's what it is.
Oh,
could be like
okay.
An opportunity to recover to recover.
Yeah, no, that actually makes sense. Wow.
Yeah, here we go.
Fancy words here, Naraka. Anyway, KZ are going to find themselves in a fight versus AOW. Great little counter comes in onto LXX. Is able to re-pick up his great nunchuck, so nothing too amazing, but has still got it. And this is actually scrappy. There's a whole bunch of teams nearby as Godly comes in with the freeze onto Ping Tao, the click charge. Oh, that was beautiful. LXX may just get himself caught out as Rain's looking for the stun down onto Godly to find some level of a turn around, as LXX will chase in with the slashes. Godly caught out. One more slash should just about do it, and down he goes. Walter almost gets himself caught out as well. Very low HP. KZ with a phenomenal turnaround there as FPX have now slid into the pocket. They're coming in to finish up these last couple of members. JJ are going to lose yet another player as FPX's VVV chases KZ off into the trees as he actually loses sight of them. And he's just going to have to give it up. He can't go for anything more.
Look at these guys just climb. Oh no, he's been spotted.
Oh no.
First it was water, now rain's falling from the sky. As he just gets pops out of the tree, and he's taken out VVV. He's gonna take that one for himself. 2 kills now to FPX. Decent amount of aggression happening so far early on in game number 3. No team's been eliminated just yet, but a lot of fighting. And speaking of, we got some more. It's VVV again. FPX looking for even more stuff. Cuckoo from AOW is going to get exceptionally low. FPX just resetting out of the Viper ulti with the Wu Chen. Oh, but I think they might just go back and look for a little bit more here. ASC fighting onto 17JL. Yep, it is. It's FPX going in for another fight themselves, but of course Wu Chen gonna come through and do Wu Chen things and just teleport his team out to safety. Should be difficult for these teams to fall down in this game, especially early on in these scraps, when you have the Wu Chen ult to save yourself and to get yourself out of trouble, as you're about to see it for the 3rd time in as many seconds. Another Wu Chen ulti to save the day.
There's so much fighting, actually. With the way that this started, I really had the expectation that this was going to be one kind of like team take on another team, then they loot up, and then just wait. But no, everybody just grabbed their loot and just hunted each other down. They didn't care about staying around and kind of getting all the resources and the best loot possible. They just wanted to fight. They just wanted to get those points. And I think that kind of reflects, again, the way that the day has been and what today means for a bunch of these teams. Remember, there right now, I think it's 11 teams could all make it to the grand final. And they need to have a good day today if they want to make it. Because only the top 8 teams overall, out of all 24 teams, will make it into that grand final. So there's currently 2 spaces taken away. So there's 6 spots up for grabs right now, and it's all dependent on how you perform today. OC, they might not even get a chance to make it in, unfortunately. They might not even get enough points to make it straight into that grand finals. We're going to cut over to WBG, who are just going to not be able to find themselves the kill, thanks to the Bing out with the... what do you call it? Wu Chen, oh, that's the word. I had a complete brain fart there. Is YZG actually looking to turn it around onto WBG. Jing does go down. YZG quite happily able to pick this one up, but the grab from Sleepwalker does come down. He gets the slam down as well. Has the purple armor, looks for the regrab, unable to get it, unfortunately, but he does just about find it on the tail end, gets himself the slam, and another kill. WBG with their 3rd kill of the game, starting to come alive somewhat here. They're looking for the YCG members. CXZ able to just about get away from Sleepwalker's grab, but he is waiting out for the G transform before he looks to join in anymore.
I knew as soon as you said WBG wouldn't do anything this game, that they would do things this game. There's 3 kills to their name so far. The only transformer comp we have here in game number 3, which is pretty surprising, honestly. And a huge juxtaposition from game number 2, which had literally everyone but 2 with those running those transformers. Now it is YZG here, our best team, already qualified for those grand finals, just really putting a solidification today. Trying to go into those grand finals with as much momentum as possible. In fact, it is going to be QGG brought low instead, but YZG, of course, you can't put a good team down, and Jing.
Down they go.
There it is. WBG are going to fall.
Oh, they're eliminated again.
They're
I called it, man, every time.
Oh, bless them. I mean, they got 4 kills this time round, but
swear
still.
to God, JJ are always so quick to follow WBG out the game. Every time, man. Instantly out as well. MPG able to find that kill. Wow.
Oh man, it's just I don't know. It's just not worked for them so far, has it? I mean, they just got to go for that mental reset and try and, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what you do here right now if you're WBG. you cannot qualify for the grand finals, you will be finding yourself in that lower bracket, in the repechage, as it's called, which I also looked up.
Is that how you pronounce it? Repechage.
Repechage, yeah. You were calling it the repechage or something. Which I googled repechage, which meant second chance and a comeback, which like fits perfectly. Like it's like a very, very good name for a losers bracket. But apparently, I've seen it written down now, and that repechage just means basically losers bracket. So it's it's a word apparently. It's a word. I mean, it's a French word, but we've started.
Okay, it does sound French.
We do. Yeah, like we do in the English language. It's just like, you know what, I fancy that. I'm gonna nick it. That's mine now. That's my word. But yeah, it is it's basically a loser's bracket essentially. So that is where WBG will be finding themselves alongside ASE, and I believe it was JJ Hard, if I'm not mistaken. There it is, and Kingzone as well. 4 teams that cannot be making it to the grand finals based off today's performances. But every other team that you see will be competing here for those last few spots. Everything on the line right now. It's just JJ and WBG who are eliminated so far in game number 3, with so much to play for the rest of these teams. Really, really important stuff here to see and qualify just as high as possible coming into those grand finals.
Also, keep in mind, it's not top 8 today make it to the grand finals. It's top 8 from all of the bi-weekly points you put together. You get points based on your performance at the bi-weekly. Those points will carry over. So the scoreboard today might be somewhat deceptive towards the end of the day, where it looks like a team has got like 4th or 5th, and it's like, oh, they're in the top 8, but they might actually not get quite enough points. So keep that in mind as well. It's based on a few situations, so they need to make sure they have a good day today, and then those points carry them into the top 8 in the grand finals scoreboard. As we are seeing, the birds will get picked up in a second by the team. There is EWG able to get it. They just want to wait as long as possible as YZG are running down AOW here, looking just to finish them up, but there's the Wu Chen ult out to safety. And YZG still going for the chase onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo being run down. He's bleeding out. He's caught out by the grapples. The control, the CC is just too much for him. And Cuckoo's down. AOW are eliminated from the lobby.
AOW having a tough time of things today, all in all. And again, game number 3 just contributing to their woes. It's not happening for them at all. Poor guys just really struggling today, and that will be a very early elimination for them. YZG, on the other hand, the team you're seeing on your screen now, the aggressors of this play, certainly not struggling. Doing some beautiful things here. Our overall leader today in points in this bi-weekly final. No surprise there, really, considering this is one of the only team that has default automatically qualified for those grand finals, regardless of their performance here today. They could go out with 0 points and still be in those grand finals. That's how well they've done leading up to this bi-weekly. But of course it's YZG, so they're not going to go out with 0 points. They're just going to be number 1 overall, of course, because that's just what they do. Now we're fighting up against GG. They're another team that have been pretty high rated and looking to try and bring that forward here to get that position for those grand finals. Sorrow now on MPG looking to fight. EWG has popped the Takeda ulti, trying to find that in on the fight. Sansi getting brought down, is going to get chunked as well. Xiao Liu in a similar situation. It's a great parry on Sansi, and Sansi is going to fall. Immediately just gets eliminated, obliterated in that fight. And now Dubai and Sorrow and Jen picking on the remaining members of EWG. Another parry, Yeren on the backside of that one. Xiao Lui, though, with that Viper ulti, is in a great spot in this circle. It's going to take down Sorrow. That's him down. Jen as well. Also falling. Dubai, the only members standing for MPG. Wow, EWG just completely turned that around.
This is very typical of MPG, unfortunately. They do just get turned on around at the 15-minute mark and then end out losing a whole bunch of their players, and unfortunately just seem to struggle for it. It's so bizarre. Like, I don't really understand why this happens all the time to MPG, but they just seem to be a team that bite off way too much. Santi even gatekeeping, making sure that the revive won't come through. He knows that he's not going to take too much damage from this zone, so he is just going to step away. As looking over at Ventus right now, only got the 1 kill under their belt, so definitely looking to see if they can have a better game, because they have been, you know, they had a pretty good game 1. Game 2 was very quiet from them, so they can see FPX and Tasty Xylophone Jelly just off in the distance. That's what I think TXG stands for. That's what I'm going to call him now. Is it? Definitely. It's not headcanon, it's just, it's confirmed lore.
Oh, I see.
Tasty Xylophone Jelly is his,
love that.
Is his name. They are closing on the potential to get these Draco Storms. 2 Draco Storms in the Mora's Blessings right now, so this could be really big for whoever gets them. One of those Mora's Blessings just isn't even being contested yet. Is this the one? I need to see the map again. There's one Mora's Blessing when no teams are actually contesting, so it's just a free Draco Storm for somebody.
Draco Storm is very good as well, especially in trios. Getting that kind of AoE lightning damage is always nice. Does make your fighting and your skirmishes, gives you a bit of an edge, which is always nice to have, especially in a game like Naraka where you're just perma-fighting people all the time. Speaking of J-Team's Eagle, looks like he's maybe looking for some of the members of Ventus here, but he could just be dipping away. Just dismounting from the Ballista Tower as that circle is closing in. Trying to get a bit of poke off is J-Team on Ventus. I think Eagle's just kind of maybe trying to lure Ventus out, exactly as he's done here. But it will be the Tumult ulti that will block off J-Team from contributing to this one. Uh-oh. They've set up in the position there with the Ballista and it wasn't happening, but Ventus now may have bitten off more than they can chew. They dedicated into this Mora's Blessing, thought they could secure it with the Tumult ulti, but unfortunately for them, it was not to be, and now XCG, the third party in this engagement. Looks like Ventus have been absolutely boinked in this one. It is going to be XCG coming out on top. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
All that for... Oh, no, that was the Draco Storm. I thought there was a Mystic Might for a brief second there, and then I saw the logo. An absolutely phenomenal fight there for XCG, because they literally spent the entire time, well, both the teams, Ventus and, oh god, brain fart, the other team, used all their ultimates to try and fight for it, and then XCG just come in and put a Tammy ult down at the time everybody is done. Really, really big. FPX, once again, I will still say they are just consistent at getting Mora's Blessings, and now with that Draco Storm, it looks like they're going to be able to finish up a whole bunch of kills here, as KZ are going to get themselves taken down. Gambi will fall to VVV there. We can see J-Team blinking away. It was J-Team who the other team contesting that Mora's Blessing, but they are being run down as Eagle not even going to get the revive off in time. They are still hunting them down. And it looks like, yep, they're going to get the loot off. J-Team going to have to give this one away, unfortunately. XCG, just phenomenal with that third party, and they've made it work for themselves. They've now got themselves a whole bunch of kills, actually. XCG rocking, where are you on the kill score? 7 kills right now, so a really, really good one for them. They are a team who are looking to make it into that top 8. Remember, I think it's 10 points if you take first overall, and then it goes down in 2s, I believe. So like it's 8 for second, 6 for third, if I remember right on how it's calculated. So only the top 10 teams can actually, sorry, only top 5 teams. That's not right. I know it's 10 points. I know that much, right? My maths is way off right now. Anyway, J-Team got a rebirth charm. So did KZ, as Ventus getting themselves a counter onto Lee. Lee is going low.
Lee.
Ventus swarming Lee like flies to poo, able to take him down. Easy pickup, easy swarm. Really clean stuff as FPX using that Draco. Oh, they haven't got it anymore, but using their power from the Draco Storm and the golden nunchucks to take down Ace.
Oh man, that was... Lee just got utterly obliterated in that one there. Like it was just from 100 to 0, or 0 to 100, I should say. Like he gets parried, and then from that he's just thrown about. He's just ragdolled around by the rest of the team and just completely knocked out there. Just really not fair at all. Absolutely boinked in that scenario there. Not good for him.
No, not at all. J-Team are now eliminated.
And he's out. They're all out. They're all donezo. So that is what, 5 teams now out of this game here. Game number 3. 10 minutes left on the clock.
6.
11 teams. 6 teams. Yeah, ASC now are eliminated as well. They are going to be finding themselves waiting for game number 4. Oh, just 10 teams remaining. Not going to fall for that Morris Blessing bait. Are going to be able to take up that chest there. Is YZG without taking too much pain on the backside. Very nice for them, just able to really solidify their loot. They've got a lot of good stuff here. You can see like pink weapons, armor, and legendary from QGG on both the weapon and his armor. He's in a very, very happy spot right there, is he? Keep your eyes on YZG. These guys are looking to put down a world of hurt on this lobby here in game number 3. OUG, another team you can see not having the best of things today so far. 12th overall in the standings of what we've seen out of them in the games today. They do want to make those grand finals. They have to step it up a bit here. Oh, look at the synergy there between Rain and Ganbai. That was pretty hot, actually. That was nice. Just showing off those soul jades there, going for those horizontals as well, and trying to keep themselves safe from the bad guys that might try and get into their little house, their little shack, which they call home for now. At least until they are evicted by either the storm or by an encroaching species. Another team might come through and decide that that's their house that they want instead. Throw some of those cannons through the windows, which is very rude of them to do and very unneighborly. But it is what teams decide to do here, at least in Naraka. As at this point, Jake, it's all about that range poke. It's all about shooting people down, getting a bit of poke off with the muskets. Yeah, oh, I love that. That's the perfect way to describe
muskets
it.
Muskets and cannons. Yeah, muskets and cannons, the Buccaneer phase. I love it. Well, actually, Ventus going to give just regular Tasty Jelly some golden armor there. It's hey, Gannon, if your name's TJ or TXJ, it's something to do with Tasty Jelly. Repeater crossbows are actually starting to be like a really big pickup. We saw teams in the last game utilizing them. I mean, that Mora's Blessing, where they all just got obliterated. There's a real shift towards the repeater crossbow being like a good weapon, because it doesn't do as much damage initially, but if you can keep them in your line of sights, like it will just absolutely rip through a health bar. Yeah. And that's why I think a lot of the teams are now just starting to kind of pay attention to it as like a good ranged weapon. It's fairly intensive in the amount of kind of weapon refresh quick kits you need to use to have it, because you do get through all of those charges very quickly. It's a lot like the swarm in that way. You might get 80 shots in a swarm, but you will get through those 80 shots very quickly. But it's just consistent damage. It's so good in those situations.
It's something that I think the repeater crossbow is even better when you have transformer comps, because if a monk grabs someone, the repeater crossbow just unleashes hell into them, like just a flurry of arrows, a flurry of bolts coming into the target that's being grabbed, and they're just a sit and duck at that point. Like the DPS that you can get out from the repeater crossbow is utterly nutty, honestly. It's really quite crazy. No transformers here in game number 3, so you won't be seeing any of that, but just something to bear in mind as maybe we look forward to in these games, and might be something that we see in some of the other ones. We're only halfway through our day today, this being game number 3. 3 more games after this one to be played. Still trying to see who's going to make those grand finals, get that decider in, and who's going to be that team to join YZG and GD. GD obviously not playing today, but those are the 2 teams that have already qualified for the grand finals of the trios here. Everything else up still to play for. Just these teams trying to make that happen. FPX being one of those teams, and exactly as you said, Leo, getting some good shots off here with that bow. It doesn't really fit the Buccaneer narrative though, does it, when you've got a bow and arrow? But bow and arrow is still one of those ranged weapons that we see being used to great effect here in this ranged weapon phase, especially one that has those kind of AoE bullets, not bullets, arrows, AoE arrows coming through.
The flaming arrow Soul Jade, yeah.
Yeah, the flaming arrow Soul Jade is certainly something that essentially just turns the bow into the. It's not a cannon, but do you know what I mean? Like it's so much easier to try and get poke off. You know, you don't have to actually hit someone with it. Just have to be close.
When you get that and like the fan of arrows one, I can't remember the actual name is for it, but where you get like multi shots of arrows and you get the flaming ones. That is really
Crazy
rough
combo.
to actually, really rough to play into. Obviously, the problem with taking those two Soul Jades is you then kind of got two dead Soul Jades once you stop using the bow. Once, you know, things get back into the melee area. But for that time, you are able to do so much damage. You are such a nuisance to the entire lobby. And it looks like FPX unable to fully stick and commit and find that kill. Thanks to the Wushen ultimate out to safety as Sansi is just blinking around the place there with those Dagger Soul Jades. Does get caught out by QGG, who is just going to step away. Decides not to go for a fight as Ziyu taking a bit of damage here from 17JL. Actually getting absolutely obliterated. Has to jump up to the top of the tower, but VVV actually does go down in the meanwhile. So FPX have lost a player here. Holding fast though. Wolves only got the 4 kills as well. Ventus right now only on 3, so need to have a much better go of it, but they are now going to be caught in a position where they're in a lot of trouble as SS looking to pin everybody in place with that Viper ult, unable to actually connect it and make it actually do any real damage, any significant damage for them. As the rest of the teams now just scrapping down on this lower ground. Santi is going to pop the Yoto ultimate to try and finish up a couple of kills, unable to make a big damage connect, unable to hit the targets they need to. As Nai has actually popped his ultimate here and is looking to run down Sansi, but gets himself immediately countered. He's into the zone. He's being battered back out as he's trying to find a way in, but he's unable to do so. And Sansi's able to find the kill. Xiaonan goes down. XCG are eliminated from the lobby. The first place team in this lobby taken down early. Really, really rough loss for them to go out there, as everybody else is starting to turn up the heat, starting to turn up the tempo a little bit more here, as CXZ coming in with the stun, with the lockdown. SS goes down. Nothing they can do about that, as they are just pinned against the wall. The cannons still laying out a little bit more additional damage, but it feels like all of these teams are just going to take it a little bit more chill. The next couple of moments, I say that, is OUG keeping up the damage onto WX98. He's almost down. They find the slice. They find the finish up. And OUG, another team, not actually eliminated, but will get themselves a little bit lower. 17JL now finishing the last couple of members up as OUG are eliminated. AS goes into the zone just to try and re-gear and regroup up, but he lost half his health to do that. Seeing yet another Yoto ultimate come down as LXM looking to lock everybody in place, but these are not going to be enough. Oh, the health bars into the blender they go. Their health bars are just held forfeit. EWG are knocked out of the lobby. And we are down to just a few players left. Wolves are still in this game. KZ is still in this game. FPX, 17JL, and YZG along with GG. But GG are leading the charge. 17JL knocked out. GG will be quick to follow them as well, as they've only got one player left standing. But Wolves will go down first. KZ going low, going down. YZG, a stunner, put a phenomenal amount of kills together as they are finishing up the members of KZ. Gambe goes down. KZ falls. GG, the only team along with FPX to try and contest it. FPX need to find this win, and so do GG. They need as many points as possible. Into Miss Kia's ultimate they go, though, with a huge ultimate forward. Miss Kia runs out of charges, though, and won't be able to keep the pressure up anymore. Here we come with a big Yoto stun from LXM, looking to lock people in the zone. Should just be able to do so for a little bit longer, but his health bar is low. He's going to heal up, jumps in, gets some health back off the Karens, and now YZG
are chasing onto Miss Kia with their own stun onto 2 members. GG, low HP. YZG are being knocked back. Their health bars are low. They have the man advantage, but it's not going to be enough because they are going down here to the zone, bleeding out slowly but surely. QGG pops the F ability to get a bit of a heal off as TXJ. He's going to get himself knocked back, but he's got himself the Yoto ultimate, and he is chasing for these hits. Can't quite connect them onto Miss Kia or LXM. And it is just a bit of a fumble by TXJ. Throws the F ability down to buy himself a bit of space as he jumps up. QGG knocked into the zone. He's dying out to the zone. He's bleeding out. He has no health remaining. He jumps into the zone as he pops that Yoto ultimate. FBX has gone low. Maybe he can save the day for the team. No, he can't. GG. Miss Kia, the last team and player standing.
Huge win there for GG in that game. This is a team that really needed that as well. Very good chance these guys make it into the grand finals if they have a good day today. And so far in game number 1 and game number 2, really struggles to put up any significant amount of points, but that will certainly do it for them. Very nicely done there in the final circle. Beautifully played as well. And can we just talk about that play? I can't remember who it was. With the Wu Chen ultimate, teleported Viper into the middle of like 4 people and got an AoE stun. That was absolutely nutty, absolutely ridiculous. We complain about Wu Chen's just being used for the resets all the time and all that, you know, it just makes things like anti-interactive and kind of just a little bit boring sometimes. Like, oh no, I'm in trouble, Wu Chen, TP me out, keep me safe. That was the opposite, man. The Wu Chen TP coming through for the most aggressive of plays. Really nicely done, beautifully executed as well.
I mean, they just Trojan Horse the lobby there, didn't they?
Yeah.
Just Trojan Horse the lobby. Really, really big stuff. What a combo coming in. And we saw just a very aggressive game again. You know, I saw the kind of drop in the spawn zones for all of the teams, and I was like, this is probably just going to be a nothing game. Like, they'll have their fights at the start of the game, win their fights, loot their zone, and then go on from there. But they all just grabbed the first, like, weapon, broomstick, whatever they could, and just ran at each other and started, like, just brawling and getting into the thick of the fight. That was a very bloodthirsty game. And again, I think that's a consequence of how many teams are looking for that top 8 spot, and it is entirely dependent on today and how well they score. They need to score well. They need to place high to get those points to actually take them into those grand finals at the end of the day. To avoid the ricochet and actually make their way into the grand finals. And I think, again, it is just a victim of it. But YZG, even though they have nothing to lose and nothing to win from this, they're still just beating out all of the other teams. Like, they're not pulling their punches. They are making sure that they are putting their authority down as the team to watch in the grand finals and the team to take the season 2 of the Nbpl.
I love it, honestly, the fact that YZG really have nothing to gain from today, and they're still out there just taking names and just destroying everyone in the lobby. Like, they just can't help it. They just absolutely can't help but being cracked to this game. Like, they're just completely solid. But in my opinion, they are the best team we have here in the Nbpl. I cannot wait to watch them in the grand finals. Obviously, that's a little bit away from now. And for today, you know, we still just got these bi-weekly finals to come through. The games have just been really I don't know, all over the shop. It's been brilliant. It's been so much fun so far, and I want to see how many points GG got, because I think that would probably be around like 25 or so. Like, it wasn't a massively scoring game, but it was still decent. 29. Wow, yeah, that's really nice. So close to that 30 mark there. YZG coming in a close second with 27. Very high scoring at the top side of that. FPX with 15 overall there as well. And Wolves, the previous winner of game number 2, coming in 7th place there with 7.6 in total. Nothing too great, but honestly, if you're gonna have a down game, then I feel like, you know, a 7.6 is totally acceptable for these guys. But yeah, for GG, absolutely great game and some well-needed points.
Ignoring the first game, every team has scored at least something today. It shows how bloodthirsty these lobbies have been. absolutely phenomenal stuff coming in. And to have, you know, now Wolves and GG take a first with pretty significant points, that steps them up. That puts them that little bit closer towards locking themselves into a top spot and, you know, taking that top 8 for themselves. They need to make sure the rest of the today goes good. Wolves have been pretty consistent. Even when they haven't had their big win game, they've still been scoring, you know, kind of 4 to 8 points roughly. GG, on the other hand, you know, they've been doing pretty much the same thing as well, but when they won, man, did they win. An absolutely phenomenal game coming in, and Miss Kia on the Yoto is the MVP for this game. 15,000 damage coming on through 3 MVPs as well. They got 9 kills, and actually what's different between this game and the previous game is most of those kills actually came after the rebirth. So GG stepped it up in the latter half of the game versus game 2, where Wolves actually had a very consistent start to the game and they carried it through. GG were just playing, they were playing the end game very, very aggressive, and it worked out for them. I mean, I was with you. I thought it wasn't going to be an overly high scoring game, but a 29-point game and a 27 for YZG as well. Like, there was some serious points going on in that game 3. Really, really big stuff.
Yeah. I mean, in the first game, we saw, like, I think it was 35 points for ASC, like the top scoring team. And then in game 2, it was kind of the complete opposite, where it was, you know, relatively low scoring, like around 20 points was first place, and then around that number, you know, just not high scoring in general at all. It seems like we completely flipped that around. We're flip-flopping between high and low scoring games. I think it's just funny how two teams essentially, you know, with GG and YZG essentially got like the same score, literally had the same kills and everything. One team was just the last man standing and the other team was the second team standing. So there was like 2 points different. That was literally it. A very, very even performance from both of those guys. Like I said, it means a lot more though to GG than it does to YZG. YZG don't really have anything to gain from today's, you know, from doing well today. They've already qualified for those grand finals.
Well, we are going to actually throw it over to Jaeger standing by with the winners of that game for the post-game interview. So over to you.
Hey everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with RXM and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 李新淼，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 GG 的李新淼。
好的，欢迎新淼来到我们这个赛后采访，也恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得了最高分。So first, congratulations, GG get the higher score in today's game 3. And today we saw that GG has always have excellent performance from game 1 to game 3, and the best place is that at the end of this game, in game 3, we saw that you guys, Wu Chen and Viper, you have cooperated together and have like attacked other opponent and very excellent. So I would like to know how you communicate at that time and can cooperate very excellent. 那这一把戏今天看到积极的整个状态都是非常的好，其实从第一把到第3把到目前为止，整个发挥的都非常的稳定，而且发挥的非常好。但是我们要说的，其中最让我们记忆犹新、留下印象的一个点，就我想你自己也知道啊，是不是你们这个吴晨和宁红叶的这波配合，能不能给我们讲一下当时是怎么样一个情况？
因为我们这个队嘛，30就比较喜欢打进攻眼，所以说他的想法可能会多一点。哦。然后我当时本来我们提前准备打一波进攻眼的，但是我们当时选择了没打，所以就把它延后到了后面打。然后我当时其实也不是为了打进攻眼，我是为了控场的。但30自己做了一个判断，他就自己把我传过去了，然后就晕了5个人。
哦，那这一波其实打的也是非常好的一个控制效果啊。好的 ，So actually at that time, we like discussed before the game, we would like to use the because the 3-3-0 in our team, his Wu Chen is more like aggressive Wu Chen, and we would like to do some aggressive Wu Chen's ultimate attack at the middle time of the game, but we don't have the chance in the game 3, so that's why we delay it to the end of the game in the final circle. And at the time, because I'm using Viper today, and actually I didn't foresee that we will have a aggressive Wu Chen attack at that time, and I just want to control other opponent in the final circle, and just 3-3-0 just find the chance and just to do it itself. And after that, after I transfer, I just saw I controlled 5 opponents game at that time. It's really excellent performance. 好的 So actually, we saw that at the end of the game, after you guys just attacked and transferred, we saw that you used the weapon long words today, and it's already like lose all the durable. So I would like to know what happened at the time. 那今天其实我没看到，就是在那一波传送完之后，其实新淼今天自己用的一个最后用的武器是长剑，对不对？哎，你其实可以看着我跟我聊聊这些问题啊。就是最后用的这个长剑，最后怎么会耐久整个打空了？是没有找到机会去修吗？
因为当时310把我传过去嘛，然后我把那个5个人都打到了，导致常见的耐久直接没有了。
对。
然后因为决赛圈嘛比较混乱，导致我没地方修，我只能继续用这个长剑作战下去了。
好的，好的。So actually, because after that, Wu Chen's transferred to another opponent, and we controlled five people at that time, and I used my long words and used blue charge to attack, and after that I just lose all the durable of the long words. But because we are in the final cycle and it's really like in a mess, and I don't have chance to fix my weapon, and I just can use my weapon without all the durable and still use the blue charge. Okay, so also we saw that today Team GG, you like have some related to the Ballista, because like from the game 1 to game 2 you are always use that weapon, and or maybe like because 330 we saw today is attacked by this weapon. So in the game 3 we didn't see that. So I would like to know, so do you have any related to the Ballista? 那今天其实我们看到很有趣的地方啊，今天整个积极战队其实和这个攻城弩啊，就是有这个千丝万缕的联系。其实在前2把的时候，就是不是自己上弩，就是自己的队员去3神，我们看到那波是被弩车直接给融掉了。但第3把的时候好像没有看到你们再去用。就今天到底和攻城弩是什么关系？现在？
因为我们这个队嘛比较偏向于保守，所以我们会选择一个攻城弩去保好我们的位置。我们只要有攻城弩，我们肯定会去占用的。但是最后一把的话，是因为我们还没有过去的时候，那个攻城弩已经有人占了，导致我们没法过去了，所以说我们选了一个地方躲着的。
其实还是有想法要过去啊，也难怪说每一把其实都跟攻城弩有个难舍难分的关系。So actually in the game 3 we still like to use the Ballista in the map, and we think Ballista is a very strong weapon in the Naraka, and we are team. Our style is not like so aggressive, and we would like to be stable and have more killing point. So from game 1 and game 2 we just go to the Ballista and want to have more damage. And from game 3, because when we already get there and we saw other opponent already on the Ballista, so we just avoid the damage of it and just escape. OK， 好的，谢谢李新淼接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你们。Thank you 新淼 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
có thể là như vậy, nhưng khoan đã, chúng ta sẽ đến với điều combat hấp dẫn hơn đi khi mà Bamboo đang làm cỏ cả map thi đấu này rồi. Bất cứ một vật thể di chuyển nào cũng đều đang bị phóng ra bên phía của Bamboo. KB nằm tâm nằm, và đó là triple kill chỉ trong một nốt nhạc dành cho Bamboo mà thôi.
Là Duy Khánh, em đến từ đội tuyển Bamboo Soup, biệt danh trong game của em là Snack, em thuộc vị trí support ạ.
In game của em là Nbpl Esports, tuyển em đang đánh là Bamboo Esports.
Mình là Ngô Gia Hùng, in game là Ibin và
đang thi đấu cho Bamboo Esports VN. Dạ, là chắc là phấn khích anh. Tại đây là giải đấu kiểu giải đấu lớn nhất, lần đầu tiên em tham gia nên em rất là phấn khởi và muốn thi đấu ạ.
Em đang cảm thấy rất là hồi hộp giống như năm ngoái. Em nghĩ là một phần là do kỹ năng cá nhân đến từ từng thành viên và bọn em đã phối hợp lại với nhau rất là tốt ạ.
Mình tham gia giải đấu lần này để phát triển bản thân là chính.
Nó sẽ là một từ đấy ạ. Em nghĩ nó là rất quan trọng. Bởi vì kiểu nó sẽ ảnh hưởng tới những con đường em bước tiếp về sau này. Tiêu cá nhân của em sẽ cố gắng đạt thành tích cao nhất có thể ạ.
Khu vực em muốn thi đấu là Trung Quốc, đội em muốn thi đấu là FPX đã từng vô địch một giải và em ấn tượng với điều đó.
Dạ, em nghĩ lợi thế lớn nhất của team em là thường xuyên được tập luyện với các team mạnh của khu vực Trung Quốc ạ. Dạ, chắc là do tụi em chiến anh này. Em coi giải của bên khu vực Trung Quốc thì họ đánh về cuối game á, còn tụi em thì đánh từ đầu tới cuối luôn. Tụi em thích đi đánh nhau.
Em đã tham gia giải chung kết thế giới năm ngoái rồi ạ. Điều em đầu tiếc là những người đội đấy rồi em đã không chơi cùng nữa. Dạ, đội của em sẽ chuẩn bị một tinh thần tốt nhất có thể và cùng với đội của em đang chuẩn bị rất là kỹ càng cho cuộc chung kết thế giới lần này, và trên cá nhân em thì sẽ chuẩn bị cho mình một tinh thần và một phương án để khai nhất có thể. Em sẽ nói là hãy cố gắng tiếp tục hơn trận đấu trước nhé.
Đầu tiên tham gia thì em chuẩn bị sức khỏe thật tốt để thi đấu tốt rồi ạ. Muốn nâng cao khả năng của em thì
khả năng cao là vị trí của Azebon trong pha này cũng sẽ nhìn những người đồng đội của mình nằm xuống mà thôi. Bot không trả lại được bất kỳ sát thương nào cả, nhưng Perry là tốt. Một tình huống Perry đôi và bây giờ hút cho mình cái bao cát sủi ra ngoài, thay đổi vũ khí có về cho mình là một cây thương tím.
Dạ thì team em không có gì nói, team em kiểu đụng là chiến thôi, nói ít thôi nhưng mà làm nhiều anh.
Em không muốn nói nhiều, em muốn thể hiện thôi.
Xin chào, tôi là Biweekly, caster đến từ Việt Nam. Bamboo Esports đã có một khoảng thời gian đáng quên trong giai đoạn 2021 và nửa đầu của 2022 với nhiều biến động, phong độ trôi sụp cùng thành tích không khả quan. Đó là một hồi chuông để cho Bamboo có một sự thay máu toàn bộ đội hình của mình, và may mắn là nó kịp thời trước thêm vòng loại chung kết thế giới 2022 để đưa họ trở thành đội tuyển mạnh nhất của Việt Nam. Với những cái tên trẻ như Ezebon là nguồn sát thương chính của đội, tướng tủ của anh ta đó chính là Timus, Ibin tướng tủ đó chính là Wuchen, Snap theo thiên hướng đó chính là support, cùng vị tướng nổi bật của anh ấy đó chính là Matari. Snap có một bề dày thành tích đáng ngưỡng mộ khi mà tham gia vào trong kỳ chung kết thế giới 2021 ở trong thể thức Chaos, Á quân tại thể thức solo Asian Challenge, cùng với đó là Á quân ở trong vòng loại chung kết thế giới Việt Nam 2022. Đây sẽ là một tuyển thủ có nhiều kinh nghiệm thi đấu, cùng với đó là một cái chỗ dựa tinh thần dành cho các tuyển thủ còn lại ở trong đội. Bamboo Esports đang là đội hình trẻ nhất Việt Nam thời điểm hiện tại, và cái sự đột phá của bọn họ sẽ là thứ mà chúng ta trông đợi tại giải đấu lần này.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our fourth game of the day. Like the season, today is just flying by. I can't believe we're on to game number 4, but I mean that's partly just due to the fact that the games have been really interesting. Every game's been very different from one another. They've all had, you know, something unique about them. Obviously that second game, Holleroff, probably one of the most insane circles we've ever seen, with a kind of wave that the placement just went. But high scoring games as well, you can see, and very bloody games as well. You can kind of see that these teams are desperate to get as many points on the board for those final couple of moments, because only the top 8 can pre-qualify for the grand finals. Then after that, it has to go down to the repechage, and then the top 8 from those guys will be qualifying for the grand finals, and then we'll have our 16 teams sorted out. But so far, we have had GG, who just previously won, Wolves and Ace all take a win under their belt, but one team has consistently been up there, and that is YZG. These guys have been looking very, very good. But we can see the overall standings, which is lovely. J-Team actually a little bit low. They were a team I had my eye on for today. Unfortunately, they're pretty low. Ventus as well, another team who are in the running to make it into that top 16. Falling a little bit short as just kind of looking at a bunch of these teams. MPG as well, not particularly the greatest showing. XCG being let down today by their first 2 games with a 1 and a 4-pointer. But I want to move up. I want to see the top end of the table and see actually how everything is looking at that top. I'd not be surprised to see YZG at the top. I think these guys have been just too consistent today for anybody to surpass them. So hopefully we'll go up to the top end and we'll see how those guys are doing and see what these top 8 teams look like. Yeah, there it is. YZG, 101 points. They are far out ahead of everybody else right now. A big game for GG, who've been pretty consistently good today as well, getting themselves 80 points. Ace as well, another consistently good team. FPX struggled in that first game, but it seems like they've definitely found their footing coming forward there. Probably all that tasty xylophone jelly they've been eating. And then Wolves in 5th. There, 17JL, KZ, and EWG. I've definitely the top 5 is where my eyes are right now. I think, you know, Wolves upwards. I think any of these teams have potential to, you know, get themselves high enough up to pre-qualify. We'll have to see how they do fare though across the rest of the day.
Yeah, for me, my eyes are... There's 2 things that stand out there. That was YZG and EWG. YZG being first overall here without a single MVP, which I think is honestly quite impressive in and of itself, really. Yeah. Halfway through the day, being the best team, but not actually... It's just the consistency, man. They're just so good at that. You can see it's one of the reasons why they've already qualified to those grand finals. The other teams that are within reach of the grand finals, you can see here, it depends on today's results. That's the bracket that begins with GG and ends with MPG, and then right at the bottom there, confirmed to the repechage is ASC, JJ Hard, WBG, and Kingzone. They cannot qualify despite what they do today. ASC have had quite a good day today, honestly, but it's not going to be enough for them regardless. They are going to have to be playing in that lower bracket. I do want to draw attention, though, to EWG coming into the rest of the day here. As this day started, they were the team with the 2nd highest pre-post points. Essentially, all of their performances leading up to this Biweekly final gave them... It's almost like they had a certain amount of like seeding, like points coming into today because of how well they'd done before, and that total was good for 2nd overall out of all the teams that are coming into today. Only YZG was higher, right? And we all know how good YZG is. But since then, EWG have just completely floundered. Like, they went from, you know, coming into the day with 2nd place from those proposed points to, I think they're 8th now, I think it is. Like, I think maybe they've got like 1.5 points and then like 0.5 or something. Like, they've really struggled so far. This is certainly not a team that's not acceptable, you know, for this team. This team needs to have a better performance for sure. Like, if they don't make it to the grand finals from today, they are going to be kicking themselves like 1,000,000%. Answer for treasures, though. We've been having a run of these today. Basically answer questions based off of the previous game. And if you are correct, you can get some nice old goodies in the Twitch chat. The question for previous game was, what color is Miskia's dagger? Was it gray, blue, purple, or golden? In this case, what was the...
I'll give another clue. It wasn't gray.
It wasn't
gray. I'll give you that as
so
that
it's
as
not
your
gray.
clue.
To be honest with you, I don't even remember. I don't actually know this one.
Well, you can look at the
actually, I think
mate,
I
and you have the
do. I think
answer.
I do. Wait, what's the answer?
You can't say it on air.
Yeah,
Don't say it on air.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay, so I did.
Is that what you thought?
I know. Yeah. That is what I thought. I thought I clocked that, and wow, look at me, I'm a genius. Yeah,
big brain.
It's a huge brain, man. It's why I've had a headache. It's not because I'm ill, it's because my brain's so big, pressing up against my...
I swear these questions are getting harder.
That was quite a difficult question. That was quite difficult, honestly.
At the end of the day, it's going to be some like convoluted maths question, isn't it?
Yeah. What is?
I mean, make sure you put it into
degree.
What is the aerial velocity of an African swallow? As we get ready though to go into our 4th game of the day, I've definitely got my eyes peeled for a bunch of teams here. I mean, YCG, again, they don't need to win. All they're doing is denying like 10 points from another team right now. A team that could really use those 10 points. That could be the difference between making it into top 8 and not making it into top 8. And remember, I need to reiterate, that top 8 isn't the top 8 at the end of the day. It is top 8 in your placement points. So there is a whole different table for all the teams, and based on your performances at the bi-weeklies, you get a certain amount of points. 10, I believe, is the most points you can earn. And that is for taking first in a bi-weekly. If you get that first, you get those 10 points, and then that adds on. So I think it's a maximum of 40 points you can earn in this table across the season, and that decides, you know, where you place in the grand finals and how many points you take forward into the grand finals and stuff like that. So eyes very much on a bunch of teams to see if they can make it. YZG have already got enough points that nobody can beat them out. They can't not be top 8, so them and GD have pre-qualified for that top 8 and will be making it into the grand finals. But there's 11 teams who are all still looking for that last 6 spots, and today is a real difference maker. OC as well. Actually, there's 12 teams technically because OC are in the running, but OC aren't actually playing today, so they aren't quite ready to go. Anyway, we will be getting into our game 4 any second now, but before that, we're gonna have a little chat with one of the players and see what they have to say before we get going for game number 4.
就首先，因为我们这赛季我也是刚打 Nbpl 嘛，所以导致前面成绩也不算很好，所以肯定想就是现在第一个目标就是把复活赛打进去嘛，然后进入复活赛的话再谈总决赛嘛。当然，肯定就作为选手肯定都想去打总决赛的，因为不想当将军的士兵不是好士兵嘛。然后每个人都想就是在赛场上去获得自己的成就嘛，这也是实现自己的价值。然后我的话，我就想单排的话，因为是我自己的那个，然后是我自己的事情，然后3排的话还是因为我还差的比较多，所以我也不是很想给我队友他们拖后腿，所以我也想就是不断弥补自己的短板，就是尽量不让自己成为那个队伍里面的短板。所以我想就打得好的话，单排3排都进个总决赛嘛。
Well, Jin saying, I hope I play good. I think you have been, mate. You've done very, very well. Obviously,
MVP
you know,
in game number 1, Jin.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that he's not going to be making it to grand finals off his performance today, but I'm sure there's an element of pride and kind of, you know, confidence that they'll carry through from that. Look at the J team right now. These guys have unfortunately a little bit underperformed. I praised them before we got going in that previous game or the game before, saying, you know, these guys have been on a bit of an upward trend, and I feel like, you know, I might have cursed them there. I might have done a moxie and doomed them to fail. They just haven't really been able to find, you know, their footing, unfortunately. This next game we will be dropping back onto not Holoroth, onto Morosile. There we go, for our 4th game of the day. Let's see what the hero selection is going to look like. Are we going to see a bunch of bald heads? Not as many as we did in Holoroth, but still a few more transformation comps than the previous game.
Still going to hold a little bit of sway here in the current meta. You can't get rid of them completely.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, I can see about 4 or 5 transformers coming through here on this one. The Yoto Viper Wu Chen comp is still premier. It's very, very effective compositions. You saw some of the plays that you can make. Not only does it keep you safe in the mid game, but my goodness, that play that GG made at the end of the last game to teleport Viper into the middle of the bad guys with the Wu Chen ulti and just get that huge knock up. And that play for sure was the reason why they finished first. Like, absolutely insane play right there. Beautiful, beautiful play. Probably one of the better wombo combos that I've seen in the Nbpl, period. Absolutely beautiful stuff. but not as many of those in not many of those compositions in this game as there were in the previous game. And something else that's not going to be the same in Game 4 compared to Game 3 is the distribution of droppings. Well, I mean, of players dropping out the sky, because it was very scattered about in the last game, and this time around very much a lot clustered this time around. So we should see a lot of more skirmishing and more fighting towards the beginning side. Yeah, towards the beginning side of this one. Like, if the players are all landing close towards each other, everyone's gonna be fighting over the loot and rapping and going aggressive as soon as you have picked up a little bit of loot. As you can see there, EWG putting the pain onto YZG. YZG taking one of their uncommon L's here in the beginning of the game, losing 2 members. Not going to be very nice for them, as WBG now find themselves up against 17JL, trying to put down a little bit of pain right here, just trying to make things happen. There are obviously some teams in the vicinity, but not in the immediate vicinity here. ZU gets absolutely boinked right there. That is a great parry from Seatwalker, going to follow up with the combo as well. But now GG are on the way. Are they going to go for that third party? They're certainly thinking about it. They're sniffing around at least. Everyone here is relatively low. Sleepwalker himself on a 3rd HP. Jing is going to fall down. ZU as well goes down. And it is GG picking up these kills. At the end of the day, it is the third party. Slow and steady wins the race. It's not the team that starts the fight. It's the team that finishes it. This time around, it is GG. They get 3-4 kills out of this one. That is utterly criminal. Stealing that one away. As LXM now slapping down that Viper ulti, trying to lock down walls. One thing is in a lot of trouble. He gets felled as well. Good heavens, even Ventus are picking out the parts of Wolves too. I told you, man, there'd be so much fighting, and look at this. It's just been one fight after another, after another. Every 20 seconds, a new team approaches, a new challenger. It's going to be so difficult to survive this one if you are full team from Wolves, and he is going to fall down there. Benchu was hiding in the bush, and he dashes away as well. But when all's said and done, that's 5 kills for GG. Previous winners. A beautiful start for these guys.
Yeah, phenomenal start for GG, actually kicking it off with some pretty serious numbers. EWG and OUG don't leave that too bad either. For 3 kills. Actually, Ace as well. Didn't even notice that. We're not done though, because Ventus are just hunting down 17JL, able to take out Benchu, who was previously in a bush, but unfortunately has since been spotted as KZ, who had a pretty good start to game number 1, and then we haven't really seen too much from them since. Who are just trying to land a couple of cannon shots onto Ventus, but not going to be able to find that opening start to this game that they wanted. And that was basically 5 minutes of fighting. Like, you were completely on the money there, Foxy. Like, everyone just dropped on top of each other, and then we just had 5 minutes of brawling, scrapping, and just everything else that comes with that. As YZG, unfortunately, did end up losing out on that early action, which means they've used their rebirths now and have to kind of loot up and respawn. The question is are they going to be able to actually have a good game off the back of this now? Because they may have to play fairly careful. If they get caught by these teams that do have the rebirths, your KZs and people like that, who, you know, they have way less to lose if they lose out. They just lose the gear. They don't lose their game. So are they going to get run down by the likes of these teams? It already looks like I thought I saw them light up as if they were in combat for a brief moment there, so they do need to be oh so careful. GG though, purple armor across the board. They got a couple of purple weapons as well. We got that purple longsword on to Miss Kia, and Alex actually steps forward and reveals himself to the members of GG. Eats a cannon shot and a couple of additional shots as well. They chase on for a bit more, but isn't going to get caught out yet. Actually, interesting. Miss Kia's taken, I believe that's the F2? No, the F1. That's on the Yoto. That's really interesting. I need to double check if that is exactly what he did throw out there, but he blinked forward when he used the F, which is the F1. Obviously, with the changes to the F3, less people are running that on Yoto, so it makes some sense. Yeah, he has. Interesting. So it's been a while since we've seen Yotos take anything but F3, but for those of you who don't know what F1 does, instead of getting all the kind of invulnerability field you get where you can stay in and heal up, Instead, when you're running the F1, oh no, they got the revive off.
Man, that's a bit of a, yeah, that sucks.
Oh, he's got the this is the F1's the mobility one, and it gives you a knock up as well. You take it, you get the knock up, and it's too much. Miss Kia should be able to finish these up, able to get the 1/ cancels early to get the resets his team can finish up. And that actually worked out for GG, because they got a revive, so they got an additional kill off it.
I thought it was a bit of a mistake to begin with, because they TP'd out as one of the ASC's members was like ridiculously low on health. I was like, no, go back, go back. Miss Kia instantly goes back to try and fight them. But as you mentioned, getting that revive off just allows another kill to go down for them. And GG now with 9 kills. 9 kills already. Holy moly, that is absurd. That is a very fast start for these guys. XCG though, just slamming their way through, able to put a little bit of pain back on the kill leaders of game number 4. It is hard for you to be playing as aggressive as GG have been without getting yourself into a bit of a pickle every now and then, and that is what they found themselves in. Just able to get away from that one, however, and will obviously live to fight another day. It is still early days here, got those revives available. You'll see on the right-hand side of the screen, though, guys, free Naraka active Steam codes. If you wanted to play a little bit of Naraka for yourself, or maybe get a friend involved in the game, or just get an extra copy because you want an extra copy. Yeah, your brother's like, yo, I want to play some, what's that crazy cool game that you're always watching and that's really great, and I want to play it. What is it called? It's called Naraka, mate, and there you go. You can play it for free. Look at it on the right-hand side. Get a code. Slap that down before it all gets taken away.
Just like WBG's chances. As again, first team out of the lobby. I said I would play them again.
Okay. Yeah, but to be fair, they did just get knocked out. I was like, come on, Jake. Come on, Jake. That's give them some love. But no. Okay, fair play. They're eliminated once more. I think they've checked out, man. They've completely checked out of this game, surely. This day has just not been their day.
Yeah, I mean, they can, I think they need it. They need a good coffee, a mental reset. The good news is this doesn't actually affect anything for WBG. This doesn't change their ability to, make it into the grand finals. Like, no matter what, they are playing the losers bracket. No matter what, they have to go through that whole situation. So, worst case scenario is they go 16th and they walk out with no points, but that doesn't actually change anything. Best case scenario is they go first and they still have to play in the losers bracket. So like literally it means nothing to them in that sense. So, there's an element that maybe they're just trying not to reveal their losers bracket secrets. Maybe they've got some crazy drop spots and hero picks saved up, some comps that we've not seen yet, some meta breaking, game changing and tempo altering style which they're saving for the playoffs. You never know. I'm not going to write it off. This is the team who are technically the defending champions of the Nbpl. Now, this circle's very interesting. A lot of it is in the water, which basically means is you lose a lot of estate, like of real estate on the map. So the players are going to be way tighter, way closer to one another. So that is going to be really, really big. As YZG going to use their transformation here and just get themselves set up for this Mora's Blessing when it spawns. There it is. They Sandstorm as well. I actually don't agree with them using both those major ultimates.
Yeah.
Although if there is something like a Mystic Might in there, then they'll just refresh their rage. It's a Vermilion's Bird Might, so not quite the same, but they have now used 2 key ultimates, which they could have used in the following fights. They are going to de-transform and wait for that rage bar to tip back up, and they've got a minute to grab it, so they'll wait and take that buff into the game as late as possible. Bird's Might for Eagle as well seems somewhat appropriate in that front.
He's
oh no, GG.
Yes.
I'm glad you got the joke there, mate.
I get the reference. Yeah, you've been on the ball since game 1. I'm slowly coming around and actually picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, I mean, I think that's YZG have just been. Honestly, they didn't need anything else to make them good, to make them powerful. But a Vermilion Birds Might, a buff will certainly help them out if they want to keep that going, keep the pain on for the rest of the lobby here. Like, it's never any fun playing versus YZG. These guys are just they're just a complete team. You know, they're consistent. They're very they're you know, it's not like they're passive either. They're pretty aggressive and able to actually get some successful fights when they are choosing fights. It's very rare to see them losing those fights. And they play the final circles really well. Their rotations are really good. Like, it's just so difficult, man. These guys are just so ridiculous. It's insane. But EWG, the team on your screen here. Now, this is a team that I really, really want to put focus on. I really want to see these guys do something today. Like, these, you know, they came into today the 2nd overall team as far as their kind of like pre-proposed, whatever the word is, the points that they came into today with. Their previous performances put them in 2nd overall, just behind YZG. But they've just not really done anything today. They've really struggled, and as a result, they've gone from 2nd all the way down to 7th. This game, they have found themselves 3 kills so far, but obviously it's not going to be enough. Just those 3 kills, they really need to step it up and finish high on this one. Like, it means a lot for these guys if they can get down a good result here. JJ Hard, though, one of the teams that, unfortunately for them, similarly to WBG, as you were mentioning, nothing matters right now. If these guys are already solidified into playing the Rippage. It's just how it is. That's just how it is. So if they fall down here, they go down early. It doesn't mean anything, but unfortunately as well, any good performances will not mean too much either. ASC, another team in a similar position, but for me, like, these have been very impressive. I don't know about you, Jakey, but like the you know, the MVPs of Game 1 were a very dominant Game 1, and since then they've had some good finishes. And as a reminder, this is another team that cannot qualify to the grand finals. One of only 4 teams that are playing today that have done so poorly leading up to this point that they cannot qualify. It's impossible for them to qualify for the grand finals off of today's games. At least they're guaranteed, they're locked in to that losers bracket. But they've been consistent, and they've been consistently good, and they've really made it happen today.
Yeah, I mean, Ace and I mean, KZ at the beginning of the day, but Ace definitely a team who've really, really impressed me with their performance so far. Unfortunately, elsewhere, all the other teams who are locked in, WBG, KZ, and JJ, who are playing today anyway, they're the only 3. Those 2 haven't those 3 haven't really jumped out to me, but Ace, definitely a team very deserving of making it into the grand finals, and I'll be surprised if they don't make it. They're definitely a team I'm going to have my eye on when we get into that next week. I think they're definitely going to be one of those teams to watch. Obviously, who else they'll be playing versus is still very up in the air, because like I said, there's still 6 spots to guarantee the grand final, but all those 12 teams who are currently looking to make it into the grand final are reliant on today's performances and how the other teams do fare. So eyes very much on the other teams and see who's impressing us, but not to the degree that's quite enough to qualify at the moment, with those 6 spots up for grabs. I want to make guesses on who it is, but it's hard to call that guess. I guarantee Viventus and J-Team will probably have to play the lower bracket. I think, unfortunately, they've not had a good enough day to make it out of there. FPX, it's currently looking good for them, but I can't remember their former points because the other 3 weeks also counts towards it as well. So that's kind of something to kind of keep in mind, is it's not just about today's performance, it's about the other 3 bi-weeklies as well. Anyway, back to this game. Draco Storms are spawning up, and teams are swarming towards those Mora's Blessings that have those Draco Storms in. As Pink Tower with a cannon, just going to be putting out a fair amount of damage and trying to zone away anybody who's trying to contest. They've still got quite a lot of time, though, until that comes up. So the Buccaneer phase will very much break out, but expect them to start brawling as soon as they are given the opportunity to do so. The eyes very much on them on that front as CXZ right now, just using this rooftop as a place to hide, but also a place to kind of scout out vision for his team to see who is about, as he is unfortunately eating quite a lot of shots from these cannons, or dodging quite a lot of shots as well from these cannons. So a lot of work on that front as he's just holding out. We'll see where it's going to go, because the Mora's Blessing will be spawning up, and Xiaohu has transformed, but he's going to be timing this pretty well, actually. Able to get it down. The Sandstorm comes down. This time, I agree with using both of those. They got the Mystic Might. They're going to be very, very happy with that. Don't need to get that Rebirth Charm, or won't be able to get that Rebirth Charm. So somebody else might be able to pick that up depending on what happens and what comes next. As J-Team will get their hand on their own Mora's Blessing here. Get themselves a Draco Storm, along with a little bit more gear for themselves. All rocking purple weapons and purple armor, so people are starting to get quite kitted in this game, Foxy.
Yeah, J-Team set up very nicely for this one as the game progresses here. 13 minutes on the clock. Only one kill for these guys, but obviously you've got some good loot and you can make it into those final circles. You'll have a good chance in those skirmishes, in those last few fights to have that advantage, especially if you can get a good amount of poke off and just like nudge away at the opponent's armor bars, maybe their health bars, and make them burn through their utility. When it comes to those big committed fights, you will have that upper hand. Have to keep your eye on J-Team to see if they're able to do that. As you can see, left-hand side of your screen, this leaderboard here is overall for the whole day today. So you can see YZG and GG being the first and second placed teams here. But obviously for this specific game, YZG are not in first. They haven't got a single kill, but GG certainly are doing very well. 9 kills already. I mean, they got that like 5 minutes into the game. It was utterly just madness at the beginning here for GG, able to pick up so many kills. And again, this is a team that if they have a good day today, they can certainly qualify for those grand finals. And I think after the performance of game number 3, and considering this game as well, it will be the expectation that they do so. Now YZG and GG, our number 1 and 2 teams on the day, are finding themselves in a fight with each other. GG just going to be using that reset from Wu Chen. Not going to dedicate to this fight, but YZG not happy about that one. They might be looking for a little bit of a chase, but I don't think they're going to find anything. Instead, it's just a bit of scouting in the circle. Not going to be picking up the trail of GG, instead dashing their way back into safety, to happiness, and just chilling out instead.
Yeah, definitely a fight GG didn't want to take when J-Team had the Draco Storm. That's a terrifying concept, but FPX, unfortunately, may be on the Fury. J-Team as Lil actually misses out on the grapple, does spot out the J-Team members instead, and looks to jump into the middle of this fight. It is getting hairy in here. Lil jumped in, 3-3-0, taking so much damage from him. He's got the Shadow Step, so he goes invisible with every tap dodge he throws down, and 3-3-0 can't find Little at all. Beautiful use of that Soul Jade there from the side of YZG. If they use that Draco Storm, they actually didn't get the kill because I think J-Team stole it away. And YZG might be leading the charge right now, but they haven't done much with it. 0 kills for themselves.
Been a slow game for these guys here in game number 4. But it's YZG, man. You can never write them off. I expect they'll be able to turn something out of this game as we progress to the final moments here. 10 minutes on the clock on this one. Should see, well, I would imagine you start seeing the game kind of slow down a little bit here, but when there's so many people alive, yeah, I see it. I see the Swarmer. Who's going to pick it up? Who's going to get it? I'm not quite sure. It didn't go over to Dubai here.
They did get it. I think Soro's got it.
Okay.
He's got golden armor as well.
Soro picks that one up. He's going to be happy about that. So our Buccaneer phase, our ranged weapon phase, yeah, just that bit more hairy here with a Swarmer in play now as well. But that's 15 teams, man. There's 15 teams alive still, and not a lot of space to work with. This means
it's literally only WBG, only team out.
Yeah, there's just so many people knocking about. It's going to be impossible to navigate this circle closing in without stepping on someone's toes, and that means more fighting. And we're all here for more fighting.
I think it's going to explode in the next kind of 3-4 minutes. I think that's when the tempo is really going to pick up. I think for now, though, the players are just going to get themselves set up where they want. Take, obviously, pot shots at each other. You want to try and force people to use those resources. If you get someone low enough, everybody else kind of smells blood in the water. and will just look to chunk them out. Sure, you might get denied the kill, but everyone else will use a lot of resources to try and chase down those kills. So sometimes, you know, giving up 1 or 2 kills might be worth it just to see how many grapples get used, how many kind of pots and healing gets used, and you can just use it as a basically a free rotate as well. As everyone else is chasing the low health bar players around, you can take advantage of a lack of players in the area to get yourself situated. Is YZG going to grab their hands onto this Mora's Blessing. We'll see what they get from there. It's just going to be a golden cannon, golden armor, and a couple of legendary soul jades. Unfortunately, I can't read Chinese, so I can't tell you what the soul jades are, but they've got some pretty nice soul jades for themselves. Maybe they're the dual sword ones where you get to throw them. That's always a sick one. But for now, YZG getting himself pretty heavily geared up, but still no kills to kind of show for what they've been able to put together for themselves, as EWG almost get themselves in a bit of trouble with the very geared YZG are able to scatter away to safety, as teams are just placing this final circle, or this final kind of stage of the game a little bit more slow, which is very off brand and off character from what we've seen from the first 3 games of the day.
Won't be much longer now, though. Everything blows up and it all happens. 7 minutes left. It's already happening here. Wolves 14 is in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down to Jen from MPG, picking up that kill. And the rest of MPG just trying to not get too much damage taken onto them. Those ranged weapons coming through when there's so many teams still alive. Even if you win a fight, that's lovely, but just too many bad guys knocking about in all directions. Chances of you getting third party are very, very high, and that's something you want to avoid. We mentioned Transformers plus repeater crossbows, right? And that is LXX from Kingzone feeling that combo. So that's full force AOW coming out on top of that one. JJ Hard will be our second team eliminated. As you have observed, it's always WBG followed by JJ Hard. It just took them a little bit longer this time around to continue that tradition.
It's a bit of a shame for JJ because they did make it into the late game, but that's partly in due to the fact that, you know, people weren't really fighting as much this game. It's other than GG, it's relatively low scores. Wolves have been able to put 5 kills together, same for OUG, but the problem with Wolves right now is they've only got a Matari. Matari is very good at surviving these final circles due to the invisibility and just the mobility of that hero, but even so, oh, don't worry, they're dead. Okay, well, you know, I just cursed Wolves. Live on air, you saw it. Wolves are going to get taken out, and unfortunately, just a 5.5 game for them, so nothing really major on that front. As Ace are just getting themselves situated in this building and are just chilling right now. Actually, GG in a similar position. They've only got 1 player left standing. They're Yoto Hime. And if I remember right, that is the F1 Yoto in the lobby, the one who has the blink, the uppercut, and the teleport on that F, not the big you can't touch me zone, because it did get nerfed heavily a couple patches ago, and now we're just starting to see less and less Yoto showing up. And I like the F1 Yoto. I think the F1 Yoto is really fun to play just because you catch someone with the F ability, hit them with that big uppercut, and it gives you a bit of mobility, it gives you a bit of crowd control in the fights. I really like that version of Yoto. I think it's actually better than F3. I know F3 was better statistically. I just think it's more fun than the F3 version. Just to clarify my point.
That's all that matters at the end of the day, isn't it? If it's more fun to use, more fun to play with, it's got to be better. And hey, I'm all here for that as well as spectator. Bring on the F1s, man. It's always a lot of fun. And bring on the fighting as well. As ASC, AOW, and MPG alongside YZG, all caught in each other's business right now. I'm not quite sure who's going to be losing, but if the past is anything to go by, it'll be YZG winning. Well, it looks like they've lost their monk, and that's going to be a big deal. Holding on until the last parts of the game and not having your big late game hero really will put yourself in a massive deficit right here. GG as well, also down to their last member. ASC are struggling in this one. AOW able to bring down 17JL. XCG putting down a world of hurt, and that is Ventus feeling the pain on that one. Can YZG make something happen? Are they able to continue their dominance that we have seen from them? It's going to be difficult, but with the Flamers from range, they're going to try and make it happen. But that is the grab from the Takeda. Going to be blocking QGG away from that one. XCG again putting more hurt onto Ventus. Everyone just chilling out for a little bit, just a little bit here to try and heal up, get that utilities down, use your resources, repair your weapons, repair your armor, and get ready for the next round of fighting, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of time between now and then. It's all going to be dropping down here with only 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes of action left, and it is going to be nothing but action. Let's be real. Ace almost getting themselves taken out. They finally go down to Tasty Fight Xylophone Jelly there. Got himself the golden armor and the purple dagger. He's able to really sink in the damage right now. FPX looking to desperately find their first win of the day, looking to put as many points together and make sure they hit that top 8. They need to. They don't want to be playing that losers bracket, as do so many teams here. J-Team with the 2-man slam and an easy follow-up as well. OUG losing 2 players to J-Team. Absolutely beautiful stuff there for Eagle. Actually, he only got 1, as we do see 17JL are eliminated from this lobby. Monk Form's about to time out here for Eagle as you ran. He's got grabs. He's got 2 slams. Ventus will go down to him. He gets the re-grab as SS is coming in with a massive stun onto the lobby. Able to take down Night HQ as well. Gets himself back up into the tree and avoids the zone, as now the action is breaking out. Now all of the fighting is going down. Another Viper stun's coming in. Xiaonan's going to look to lock half the lobby down. Only able to catch on to a couple of members as TXJ using that massive Yoto ultimate to finish up Eagle and take down J-Team, eliminating them from a lobby. We're down to 11 teams. We're down to 10 players and 6 teams, sorry. Everybody is just dropping out so quick. LYD going low, but not going low enough to go down. The F3 buys him a bit of space, but TXJ has been obliterated. YZG, QGG able to take him down with the Flamer. So much damage onto TXJ, but he's able to just about avoid away. Uran now has transformed on the Monk in the middle of the circle and is desperately looking for these grabs. Can't quite find the connection. Can't quite find what he needs as LYD just about avoiding away, spinning on the top of Uran's head, avoiding these grabs, but now AOW slammed down, slammed out of the game. AOW only got the Yuation as SS is next to get slammed here by Uran as he loses the Monk form and now goes back into his human form. OUG have been eliminated. EWG putting 7 kills together in the tail end of this game, doing a phenomenal job with it as FPX still leading the charge here, still somehow holding on with their final player, just keeping themselves alive as long as possible, but it's not going to be quite enough as in comes YZG trying to finish up everybody else here. If they can deal with EWG, FPX can just take this game. QGG in the transformation going so unbelievably low. They're going to get them knocked back into the zone. This fight is getting so unbelievably hairy, knocking them all back. Everybody's low. Everybody's bleeding out. FPX LYD now joining into the fray, able to take himself a whole bunch of kills. The hero play from LYD, tied in up 4.
FPX at the end of that one, he was all by himself, but he managed to make it happen. Beautiful, beautiful stuff right there. Absolutely clutch. That finishing game had EWG written all over it. Yeah, just crazy stuff at the end of that one. Who's going to be? It is actually FPX the winners as well.
He got 4 kills at the end. They had like 10 kills or something, and he got 4 kills. He stuck at the top of the tree, just within the zone, and let XCG and YZG just whittle each other down, just beat each other into the ground. And then when they were low, he just jumps down into the circle. He doesn't give a damn. He's still got purple armor, so it's only the zone tick that's going to be hurting him for a bit. And then just unleashes everything and tidies that lobby up. An absolutely clean win there for FPX, and a needed one as well. Like we were saying, every game is going to matter now. Every opportunity, every point is a step closer towards that top 8, and they need to find it. And FPX, who've been scoring pretty well all day as well, other than like one game, getting their first win under the belt and with a big kills as well. We're looking at 14 to 15 kills, I believe, there for FPX. Plus the kill multiplier, plus the first placement point. This is probably a 26, 25 point game for FPX and a very, very neat one.
Absolutely. Probably the similar position that GG were in last game, where they, you know, this game means a lot to these guys for sure if they want to try and qualify for those grand finals. Wanted to put down some good performances, and that was absolutely beautiful stuff. That ending was so clutch. That was so cheeky right there from LYD to kind of clutch that one out. It was really, really nicely done. Very cheeky as well, very strategic, just letting EWG and YZG battle it out. I was quite impressed though by all of them, to be honest. I think EWG played the numbers advantage really well. Like, they didn't necessarily overcommit too much and get themselves screwed out really early. Like, they were looking dominant and looked like they were going to take it all. YZG only had 2 members for pretty much the whole time there, and they still were able to keep the pressure up and keep that going just with standing there with their flamers, their legendary flamers from really far away. And of course, FPX able to actually bring out the bag at the end there. It was really, yeah, it was great. I think it shows you the caliber of those 3 teams specifically. Yeah. And even though FPX won, I think EWG will be happy with, you know, they've turned it around a little bit here. They've had some really tough first 3 games. But the second half of the day, it's off to a good start for them.
And that's what they needed. This is what I'm saying. Some teams seem to find their footing in that second half of the day. Some teams, you know, it takes that first 3 games where they kind of get warmed up and then they pop off in the final 3. FPX have been they've been treading water for the first 3 games. They've been getting points. They've been keeping their head above that water, but nothing amazing. And then they just found a jet ski in game 4 and they don't need to be treading water anymore. They just shoot off, get a whole bunch of points, and a really, really big win. And like you're saying, GG as well, getting good points. I'm gonna start making bold claims here. I reckon FPX and GG are gonna make it into top 8 and pre-qualify for grand finals by the end of today. They're gonna be my 2 for now. I'll keep my eyes on some other teams. I think Wolves are a bit too hit or miss right now. I think J-Team and OUG are getting consistently knocked out way too early. XCG are a bit of an X factor to me. I think they could maybe make something happen here, but I'm gonna put it on FPX and GG are 2 teams who I reckon will make it into that top 8 spot and pre-qualify for the grand finals.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I look at it. I look at what their competition is really is the important thing. It's not necessarily how they do specifically themselves. It's almost like, okay, but who would stop from getting into the top 8? And I don't really. Yeah. I don't think there's a huge amount of competition for them for making that. So yeah, these guys, you know, as long as they don't just completely flounder out in the last 2 games of the day, should be well set up to make that grand final. I think the pressure is now on the other teams to keep them out of it. FPX though, 12 kills at the end of it, coming out on top, 24 points. EWG with 9 there, getting the 17 game score at the end of it. GG also had a lot of kills that game, but they fell out quite early. I remember seeing them, you know, like they didn't even make it into the last kind of 5-6 teams. So unfortunately for them, not able to get much of a multiplier on the amount of kills that they got, which is really quite disappointing, I would say, considering they got 9 kills in the first 5 minutes. Like, not even an exaggeration. They absolutely dominated and just steamrolled through the lobby at the beginning of things there, and just didn't get a single kill, honestly, since then and afterwards, which is really quite, as I mentioned, disappointing. Like, the expectations should have been high for them considering that start. And your MVP is going to be the 3rd tumult of the day, getting our MVP. And of course, LYD, I think this is well earned considering his play at the end of that game there. Really, really nice to pick up some kills and get his be the last man standing. That doesn't necessarily pop up in the stats, but the highlight reels will certainly show it. Really well deserved there by LYD.
Yeah, 14k damage, well, 14.8k damage coming out from LYD. Only 2 kills before the rebirth, 8 kills total, so definitely popped off in the tail end of that game. Damage again, a bit of an even spread, you know, 5k basically from the cannon, 3k from the katana, 2k from the skills and ultimates, and then just a varied mix of other weapons and stuff kind of contributing towards that damage. But LYD definitely a earned MVP there for that game, his 2nd MVP as well of the season. And yeah, he looked really good in that game. Like a hero play at the end of that game won that for the side of FPX, and I'm flabbergasted by the end. And again, we've kept up with these very interesting games. Every game's been quite different from one another. And that final circle, you know, I think it was a bog standard final circle. Like there wasn't really too much like in the terrain or the way that people were playing it that made it like that different, other than like a lot of the teams made it to that final circle. But it was just that ending was absolute carnage, and I loved it. FPX basically just capitalizing on that carnage to get themselves their first win of the day. And with 2 games left now, the real question is who are going to be the next 2 winners? Who is going to get those last couple of points towards those grand finals? And that placement points is right now, YZG are doing their best to kind of just stand on the high ground and laugh at everyone beneath them. Even though these points mean nothing, they just want the pride to say that they won it again. And they did well enough. I don't think they've been overtaken yet. But they are still just a terrifying team for everybody else to go up against right now.
They just know how to get points. Like even in that last one, as I mentioned, there was only 2 of them alive for a good part of the final parts of that game. They didn't have any kills for most of the game as well, and they still managed to I think they're like 6th overall or something like that in that game. Like still very, very solid stuff.
Well, we have Jaeger standing by for the interview, so we're going to pass it over to her and the players after that game. So Jaeger, over to you.
Hey everyone, this is Yodo, and because I just had a really aggressive fighting in the moral side and I lost my head. I wish you guys don't. Never mind. Okay, sorry, this is just a joke. So this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And today, so congratulations that FPX ZQ get the higher score in the game 4. And we invite Han Xujie, TXJ to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. 好的，谭旭杰先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是phong Plus的谭旭杰。
好的，再次恭喜你们，然后也欢迎你来到我们这个英文采访。So first of all, congratulations. And today, so in the game 4, we see like the whole game, the speed is like slowed down because when they're only left like 9 minutes, we saw that only one team out, and when it have only 5 minutes, there's still 33 people in the race. So I would like to know, could you please analyze for us why? 那这把首先我们看到的是这一把的总体节奏啊，其实是很明显的，就是被降了下来。到了9分钟的时候，其实只有1个队淘汰。那最后的5分钟的时间，场面上还有33个人。我想问一下旭杰，能不能跟我们分析一下这把为什么节奏会这么慢呢？
一个方面是可能这把和尚阵容比较偏多吧，和尚风南阵容，然后再然后的话，可能这把大火突然间就节奏自己变成求稳吧。就感觉是其他队都开始变得求稳了。好的。So I think because there's more teams, they choose the monk, and with the team Tamuj, so that's why the speed of the whole race is slowed down now, and also because it's already game 4, so it seems like a lot of teams they just want to slow down and be more stable and get more higher score in the Biweekly final. Okay, so today we also saw that in game 4 you guys have really good operate. Like at the beginning of the game you have very high killing score, and at the end also have very high damage. So could you please tell us the key point you think that your team can win this fight in game 4? 那今天其实这把我们也看到整个你们战队今天这一把，其实从前期到后期整个运营啊，包括你们的打架，其实都特别的强，包括在决赛圈其实也拿了很高的一个伤害。特别想问一下旭杰，觉得你们队在这一把可以拿下制胜的关键原因是什么呢？ 关键原因可能在于我们前面中期还有后期的节奏都没有断过吧，可能这把差一点就是可以拿更多的分数，是决赛圈出现了一个小失误吧。
是怎么样的失误呢？
小伟没开到引被晕到了吧，那个算个突发情况嘛，反正那波是蛮大刀进场的，就突然间被晕到了之后没了之后就变成了两边队嘛。
对，是的，最后就只留下了 LYD 一个人是吧？好的，是一个小小的失误啊。Okay, so because I think the speed of the whole game today in game 4 we are like excellent, and at at the beginning and also middle time, we have very high damage and killing point. But there's a mistake in the end of the game. It's like our teammate just controlled by other team's Viper, and that's why we only lost 2 teammates, and we only have LYD at the race, still at the race, and survive to the end. It's a little mistake, but it's okay because you guys all still get the higher score。就是说，想说的是，虽然是个小失误，但是没有关系，你们最后还是拿到最高分，也看到你们今天的这个状态啊，表现非常好，恭喜你们，也希望接下来会更好的发挥，好吗？好的，好 ，Thank you 谭世杰 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later. Nice.
回来这边躲一下，躲一波。
被抓起来，打死了 ，OK，
回转了，他要结束了吧？
我开了，右边，压右边，压右边。
我不敢去啊！
没事，我打不出来，帮我给个伤害。
走了，
回家洗。
别抓！
哎，有人帮我拆了一个了，找人就一个了，给他速度，我看到他了，试一下，远程一下，
没有危险。
搞到了，
后伤，
没事，我找我。
OK，
nice。
这把不给我站着，我要出去了。
无极帝国为侯有我在，就有方法出去的阵地在。每次 LYD 都是能以2个队友倒下之后自己强撑很久，并且能斩获一些基本分数。不得不说 LYD 在最近的比赛又进化了。
是的 ，LYD 的话这一把选择的英雄是用到了月山 F1跟 V3的一个。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We got 2 more games to go and we'll be dropping on Holoroth for this 5th game to decide who are going to be our 8 teams making it into grand finals and who will be playing down in that losers brackets. As we can see the overall scores for today so far, YZG are still up front, but GG and FPX having a phenomenal game just behind them and honestly within range of catching and overtaking it.
Yeah, it's all close here. It's all close here in the last final before the grand final. Still a lot to play for. EWG moving up a few spots too into 5th overall here, which I think is really big for these guys. Honestly, like coming into the day number 2 and really struggling, dropping down. You can see like just not doing well at all up until that last game, which does mean a huge amount. You said that GG and FPX would be the 2 other teams that would qualify from today.
Here we go.
Yeah, and they are number 2 and number 3. So this is the rest of the teams set up here. Rest of the teams set up here as well for seeing their placement points and their positioning. It's looking like there's still potential. There's still potential for some of these teams, but it's going to be tough moving on forwards here.
Yeah, I feel like this is just the overall of today. So as we move up into the top 8, you'll see who right now is in that top spot and who is holding a position at the grand finals. For the moment, this is only today though, right? No, it's not, because Alliance today. Okay, cool. No, yeah. So, all right. So it's overall. So the big thing is where are OC? Right now, I don't see them not in the top 8. So they are still in the running, but it is possible for them to be surpassed here. I'm amazed that GD were locked in, actually, but I guess you know, whatever. Okay, so because the 10 is the total, so this is like they're based on their current standing. They can't get more than 10. So YZG right now in first with 28 points can't be beaten by GG, because even if GG do get first, they get 10 points, so that puts them up to 25 points, and that puts YZG down to 26 points. So YZG are still going to be first no matter what. Yeah. But those were the teams who were locked in. There was room for J-Team to climb up. OC, you know, I think it'd have to go pretty wrong for them at this point not to. I think the fact with YZG taking so many points and denying basically points from other teams, because if YZG didn't score any points right now and they just were at the bottom of the table, you'd have all the other teams fighting over this 10 points, this 8 points, and the kind of points would go down from there. So actually, it's lucky for OC that YZG are winning today, right now, because that could, if J-Team were winning and got 10 points, OC would be terrified if all the other teams were starting to get loads of points. So actually, OC in a pretty good spot right now.
That is quite funny, actually, isn't it, when you think about it? The fact that YZG just kind of stealing all the points for themselves is making it a bit easier for some of the other teams to try and keep that up, or like to try and finish kind of highly. You saw as well that the teams that have already qualified, like it was GD had already qualified and OC were maybe qualifying. There was only 1 point between them. So even if these two teams do qualify, you can see like that's not particularly high points, and GD won't necessarily be kind of like the bar, I guess, for, I mean, they're the bar to kind of like get in, I guess, but they're not necessarily the bar for like being a super high scoring team. So it looks like you're gonna need around like 20 points or so to get into those grand finals here, and a lot of teams have potential to make that total and to make it happen. I think they're relatively close in that one. But anyway, let's take a look at let's get some questions for you guys based off of the previous game. Who lived to the last in game number 4? Who was our last man standing? Was it EWD's Sansi? Was it FPX's LYD? Was it FPX's TXJ? Or was it YZG's QG? You can answer the questions with A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Keep your eyes on your whispers on your Twitch account to see whether or not you have won that juicy treasure. Everyone loves free stuff. If you know the answer, just easy peasy put it down in Twitch chat and you can win some cool stuff.
Remember to check your whisper box as well, because that's where you'll be getting your notifications on everything. So make sure you're not missing out on any prizes you could be grabbing there. But this is actually going to be easier than our previous game. Let's be real. Our previous question, sorry, was
what was the color of the?
Yeah. I think this is definitely a little bit easier of a question. And even if you don't know, think about who won last game, and then you've got a pretty good shot of figuring out who it was. But yeah, we still got 2 games left to go. We're going to be dropping onto Holoroth. We saw a lot of monks on Holoroth earlier. I'm curious if that's going to be the meta going into it in this game 5, or if the players realize actually monk is way too risky. I mean, like, it worked out kinda, but I can't say it fully worked out. I think, you know, while we saw wolves, was it 14 on the, I think it was 14 on the monk in that game. While we saw them on that high ground and making some pretty clutch grabs for their team, it was still like, it was a very hard final circle for the monks to be playing in. Leading up towards that final circle, it was a little bit easier, but when it got to that final circle, there was just way too much terrain. There was a bridge. There was basically there was a roof on top of where they were that made it really hard. So I'm curious whether or not that will be the case going into this game 5, or if the players may have something else up their sleeves. We've seen quite a few monks today, but then again, we've also seen quite a few Takedas as well. So another question is how many hero points left do they have to spend on certain heroes? Can they actually play these heroes more times? And also keeping in mind, there's still one more game after this. Like, do you want to use your Monk or your Takeda now? Or do you want to save them till later? Maybe this would be a Yoto-centric and very kind of filled game, and they can kind of look to pick up whatever they want in the tail end. We did see, I believe it was FPX actually on Oloroff play Monk and Takeda. So they didn't just rely heavily on the Monk, they had that Takeda to also kind of like empower them if the Monk goes down or the circle doesn't favor a Monk. They still have a Takeda to kind of work with in a less favorable circle.
I still think, yeah, I'm thinking Monk will probably still have a high showing because like, he was so popular in that first game of Holoroth, and since then we've not really seen a huge amount of him, which might suggest that potentially players are kind of holding on to it to pick it for the second game as well, you know, right? Because you do have some limitations for, you just can't pick the same heroes over and over and over. So if you do want to, you know, save some of that transformer compositions for the next Holoroth, I still find it quite interesting though, and a little bit surprising really, because even though, you know, in the previous Holoroth game, like almost everyone was playing, everyone but 2 and like 14 transformer comps out of 16. It just seems so flippy and so risky. I guess when everyone's playing transformer comps, it's less risky because you're all in the same boat, right? Like if you get a bad circle for transformers, well, you're all screwed. You know, it's not just you and then everyone else has an advantage over you. You're all in trouble. So to that extent, it's not as big of a deal, but still, you know, I'm just curious. Like I do find it interesting how the meta's developed specifically towards the end of season 2 here, and how things have changed. Obviously some of that being due to balance changes and things like that, but just in general how these comps have transitioned and all that stuff. Like I think it's cool, and we're still developing it, and I think I just think it's too much to call right now.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, before we get into this game number 5, we actually have a video standing by from one of our players who we chatted to before this game, so let's see what they have to say.
想对越南赛区的战队们说，就是可能我觉得他们比较特别限制于某一个阵容，然后其他阵容发挥的并不是特别好。就 TM 给我的印象的话，就是可能就双变，他们一直执着于双变，然后希望他们其他阵容能做得更好一点吧。然后希望我们结杯再会。反正对于我来说，因为之前常规赛有魔咒嘛，所以说这个第一对于我们来说没什么太大的期望，就可能最大的期望是周决嘛，然后还有总决。其实常规赛对于我们来说都还好。肯定是周决，因为我们一次没拿到过，而且因为我们想了一下，可能总决赛又是另外一个版本嘛，可能会调成另外一个版本，可能这次周决可能我们比较离得最近吧。
Bit of realism, bit of comments on the Vietnamese teams as well there, coming in from FPX. I think that is something which I've noticed, because now that I've done a bit of EU, I've watched a little bit of the NA stuff and kind of seen some of the goings on. I think like my big criticism of the non-Chinese regions is it feels like they're like maybe a step behind the Nbpl. Yeah. I feel like these guys do set the precedent of the meta. They set what people are going to be playing, and I think especially in EU, they're very stubborn in the way that like they don't like to change what they play. They know what they double transformers what they learned to play, so they'll play double transformer. Or we know how to play Yoto, so we'll play the Yoto comps. Like they're a lot slower to pick up and learn new versions. When I think over here in China we saw pretty quick adaptations across all of the metas. I mean, Takeda is probably case in point, really. Seeing like the Takeda starting to show up more and more frequently in the Nbpl, mostly just because the Yoto nerfs. It gave some life to these guys to pick that up. But here we go, getting ready to go into game number 5. On to Holoroth we go once again. Let's see what this hero select's going to look like. Are we going to see a lot of Transformers? Yes, but not as many. We are seeing a little bit of people maybe holding out and making sure they have a Transformer for that final game of the day.
Yeah, I can see I still see, there's a lot of Transformers. There's almost all of them, again, are Transformer comps. I see a lot of bald heads knocking about. There's a good 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Yeah, it's not as much as before, but that's still fairly significant. A few Takedas, as you mentioned, as well. We got a Justina knocking about there. Ori or two scattered about as well. So all in all, a relatively decent spread.
Yeah.
But again, emphasis on the Transformers here for Holoroth, which I do still find a little bit surprising. But we'll see. Like as I mentioned before, like if there's enough Transformers in one lobby, then I think it doesn't necessarily matter too much if you get like a bad circle to finish on with the Transformers, because you'll probably be in the same boat with a lot of other people, and to that extent, it shouldn't be a huge deal if it's, because if it doesn't benefit you, then it doesn't benefit anyone else either. I'm getting to see though at the beginning of today, the beginning of this game here, game number 5 on Holoroth, the drop positions very clustered again towards the middle and north sides of the map, especially around the puzzle area with that potential red armor, which I've yet to see in the Nbpl, but I'm still waiting out for it. I'm still holding my breath that it will show up at some point here. But again, we could get a lot of early fighting once more, as we saw in that previous game, with a lot of skirmishing going on to start the games off, and always like to see how that's going to influence early on here in game number 5.
Ooh, trying to find each other with those shots. OUG almost landing them. EWG as well, actually catching out. Oh, we did it!
Love.
SS with the snipe! Oh, that was filthy. I mean, they can salty run back if they want, because they're right next to a revive area, but I don't think they are. I think OUG probably do win out here, as EWG actually have got the snipe, have got the ballista ready to go. A couple of shots. Oh, Zinyu dodging away. SS now needs to be careful, as they are desperately trying to find the opportunity to pick him up. They find Yuran on the ground. Can they get him with the last ballista shot? There it is, straight to the head. Oh no, he got blocked out by the by the puzzle piece. Big spinny tower thing. Now they can go below and try to figure this one out. I haven't seen anyone open one of those for a while, so I'm curious what they're going to get from it. But I think it's a 7% chance of the red armor, so very, very rare.
7% is still not crazy. Like you'd think, once you've played a few.
You basically get, what is that? A 7% chance twice a day to see it.
Yeah. So if you get, so you should expect to see it every 13 games. Maybe a bit more. 14 games or so would that's when you should see it. And 14 games of Holoroth, you get that in 1 or 2 weeks of the Nbpl. So the fact that we haven't seen it at least once, personally, I find that a little bit surprising, maybe. But of course, 7% is still 7%. It's still very rare to find that. And to be honest, you've got to contest the area and actually do the puzzle and all that stuff as well. It's certainly not easy to do, picking that up, and there's a reason why it's rare as well. It's very, very powerful. But especially with all these Transformers, you've mentioned this a lot, Jake, but the better your equipment is on those Transformers, it affects you coming into your Titan form. If you've got the better the weapon is, the more damage you'll do. But your armor, the tankier you are in that form as well. So really crazy stuff. If you can get a red armor Titan, that would be absolutely nutty. That monk would be just ginormous. But we had to see it, but maybe chunky monk indeed.
But yeah, for now, we haven't seen it. I'm sure we'll see it at some point. Maybe World Championships, you never know. Or even then the playoffs. OUG, though, who ended out losing. Oh, no, they won that fight. Or did they lose? They won that fight. Oh, God, brain no work right now. No, they won that fight because they got purple armor. They're pretty good. What I love about this map in general, though, is just the availability of loot. There's so much good loot. Earlier we saw a couple of players over by Imperial Village. We go back to them, GG Inventus. There's so much good loot at Imperial Village. It's crazy how kitted you can get here. So, there's just so much good loot, which means people do so much damage. I mean, look at OUG. They've already got purple armor and a golden sword. So that's their reward from the golden longsword as well. That's their reward from that Mora's blessing that they got from solving the puzzle. As we're going to cut over now to J-Team, who are in a fight with KZ. KZ, again, it's been a little bit lackluster from them today. They had a great start to the day, but just ever since have been struggling as Little able to dodge away on God, who's now just getting himself slowly but surely chunked down. If you die in monk form, you die in real life, and he is dead. Easy picking up there is YCG coming in now as that third party option onto J Team, and out they ping with the Wuxia. They were happy with their team fight win. They don't want to have to burn more. They've already used too much to take this win, as JJ now taking himself a fight versus Pixel. Godly and Pixel are in the monk forms right now. The Sandstorm comes out. Godly will find himself almost caught out by Pixel with the grab, unable to finally fully connect it down. It's JJ. They have the double transformer comp, so they've still got this room to work with because Chewy in his, but same actually for Ziu for the side of Ventus. WBG are joining into the action to see if they can maybe get a couple of kills stolen away, maybe a couple of points under their belt, as they've actually got 5 kills already. WBG actually kicking it off with a really, really solid start. Now looking to finish up Chewy here. That's their 6th kill for WBG. Really big game for these guys.
Really nice start for WBG. I don't think they've got more than 1 kill so far in any of their games. Definitely has a bit. Oh my goodness!
No.
From the heavens, parries him as he's falling from the sky. Zayu is just getting that. Oh my goodness! Like, he must just be. Dude, if that was me, I would just be so confused. I'd be like, what on earth is going on? I just got absolutely boinked, and he falls down, he's dead. Walter is going to find himself a kill as well. Wow, yeah, that was crazy. WBG really turning things around in this one. 7 kills already. Very early days as well, and that amount of kills is more than enough to solidify themselves as the kill leader for this map. And I honestly think, like, you know, we said this a few times with WBG, like, there's nothing on the line for these guys today, right? They cannot qualify for the grand finals after these matches today. Like, it's just not possible. And that's what these teams are playing for today, really. They're playing to make the grand finals and not be in the losers bracket. WBG are guaranteed for the losers bracket. And to that extent, you know, the stakes are low for them, right? They're kind of, nothing they do really matters in the grand scheme of things from today. But I do think right now in this game, when you've got yourself off to a good start, I feel like this is the kind of game that you do actually care about. Not from a positional standpoint or from like points or anything like that. Not for your rating or where you finish. It's just to kind of prove to yourself and your teammates, like, actually, like, we can still compete. You know, we can still do these things. Like, sure, we don't necessarily have to put a huge amount of stock into how the games go right now. And if they don't go too well, it's okay. It happens. It's fine. Let's not get too tilted about it. But let's prove to ourselves, if we're off to a good start, that we can actually run with it and we can actually have some good games, and that going into those losers bracket, you know, having that second chance to try and make the grand finals, that you actually can compete and do some good stuff against what will be here today. Tougher competition you would expect compared to that losers bracket, when you consider the fact that these teams here today do have a chance to make the grand final, right? So yeah, you would think if you can do it against these guys, you can do it against the other teams as well. So for WBG, off to a great start, and I really want to see them be able to keep that momentum going. You know, really push forward there and just get that kind of moral victory under your belt there, so that we go into that losers bracket on a high.
Well, it's not only that. Remember, these guys are the defending champions of the Nbpl. They won Season 1. They won it convincingly as well. These guys are very, very good. Well, were very, very good. And to then spend the entire of Season 2 at the bottom end of the table, and kind of a bit of the butt of the joke, really. Like, these guys are just losing every fight they get their hands onto. To actually get this win is like, oh yeah, this is why we won. This is why we were a team everybody was scared about fighting and dealing with. To see them actually finally kind of, you know, have that big moment, have that game as they get towards the losers bracket. Because remember, there is still a world where they could actually hold their title. All they have to do, though, is make it through the losers bracket and then win the grand finals. It's a tall bloody ask, don't get me wrong, but it is technically an achievable thing for WBG. It is well within the realms of possibility. So, you know, they need to keep this up, though. Like, this is the first good game I've seen from them all season long. And, you know, they haven't even won. They've just got 8 kills early. It's a good start, but, like, they need to play like this and then also win the game and then do that again next game, and then do that throughout the losers bracket, then throughout the finals, and then maybe I'll be sold. But like they've got a long way to go. But for now, all the other teams are getting their hands onto these Mora's Blessings, a bunch of Bird Smites. I think I saw a Draco Storm as well on one of them. Did kind of lose track, and the typical here, if no one's contesting you on the Mora's Blessing, don't pick it up immediately. Wait it out, wait the timer out, because you have about 2 minutes, I believe, when you open up that Mora's Blessing. Wait until the last possible moment to pick it up. Then it takes you through as late in, takes you through as close to the next Mora's Blessing as possible. And also, if no one's about, you don't want to spend all your time running around looking for people with that buff. You want to get the... you want to have that Vermilion's Bird Smite full when you're in a fight, because it is that get out of jail card. As Ventus, golden jewel swords here onto Pixel. They are definitely feeling the violence here as they're looking to hunt down YZG. YZG are playing this fairly tempered, actually. Nobody fully committing into the action, into the fight, but it is a bit scary when Pixel's running around with golden jewel swords as the monk on the enemy team. Like, those transformations are gonna hurt. He's gonna do some significant damage, but CXZ chasing up here to see if he can catch on to Pixel. Pixel gonna transform here, and that may just threaten YZG away as he's looking for the grabs, unable to fully make the connections here, and he's actually been heavily chunked out. He finds one grab, now he's looking for the second. He's gonna get blocked out here. The first slash has gone down, his opportunity to find the grabs there, but it's not gonna happen. In comes XCG as well with the third-party extravaganza. Looking to go forward. A lot of ultimates have been burnt from both sides, so this should just be free pickings for XCG. Bazalman immediately loses half of his shield health bar, gets chunked out heavily, and YXC has actually, CXZ, sorry, has picked up the dual swords, the golden ones, and is heavily kitted out. YZG just gonna head away.
Able to pick up some good loot and then just bugger off. Don't have to stay around there and go for a fight or anything like that. Just play it smartly, you know, play it chill. No pressure, easy peasy, lemon squeezy as JT versus E versus XCG now. This is the risk though, if YZG had stuck around, you know, the third party coming through could have been quite significant as J-Team is able to pick up a kill. XCG gonna go a man down, and now it's honestly YZG they just know how to play the game, don't they? They just have that crystal ball, the foresight. They know what's happening. They know when it's good to back away and to re-engage. Like, they dipped away from that fight. They dipped away from that fight against XCG. They're like, nah, we're not gonna do this. We're gonna reset. And then as soon as XCG plus J-Team started that fight, they come straight back in and they look to pick up those kills, which they were able to find one. Of course, now MPG are on the map as well and are gonna pick up some of YZG and just bring them a little bit low. But at the end of the day, you know, that's a free kill for YZG. Perhaps a little bit unlucky for them that MPD showed up when they did, but very nice stuff overall. It just goes to, like, it's little things like that which to me are like, okay, so that's why YZG are the best team that we have here in the Nbpl. Like, they're so good at these fights, they're so good at these skirmishes. When they decide to take them, they win them. But it's also partially because they don't take fights that are bad fights. You know, they're very smart about the fights that they choose, which makes them look a lot better as well. And even just in this game, they're second overall in the kills.
The sequence of play was ults got used, they came in third party, burnt their ultimates, won the fight. Other teams come in and they back off because they know that their ultimates are on cooldown, so they wait out the opportunity to then jump back in, and then when their ultimates come back up, they then rejoin the fight because the fight extended as another team came in and burnt a bunch of ultimates. FPX, actually, I believe they just pinged the bell there, so they saw where AOW were. Immediately, a barrage of ranged shots coming in at everybody as LYD actually does eat a fair amount of damage. He keeps getting caught when he's trying to grapple away. And now there's a ballista in play as well. They have to be so careful. That ballista hits! Almost lands the next one. TXJ almost gets turned into Tasty Xylophone Jelly himself, but is able to get away and heal himself back up. Head away to safety. That was close. That was very, very close.
That ballista is still doing a lot of work. It's rare to see the ballista in that specific situation or that specific location, sorry, actually getting value outside of the real, like, early parts of the game. But two teams just happen to find each other around that area there, and that is going to be a little bit of value in that one. And the ballista hurts, man. It doesn't matter if it's, you know, early game, late game. That ballista hurts, puts down a huge amount of pain there. FPX going to be on the receiving end of that one. It's on the ballista, but it's still a lot of ranged poke coming through. A lot of powerful bullets knocking their way through the side of Wolves. WBG transforming Sleepwalker here. Just going to try and secure, become king of the castle, as this blessing should be spawning up soon. Just try and zone away everybody from the area. You do not want people knocking about here and contesting with you, but it seems like everyone's coming in through here. Mikasa's going to get picked up here and slammed down into the ground. Alex from ASC is in the area as well. Everyone's just grouping up here onto WBG. These guys may have bitten off more than they can chew. Aeolus is harried. He's brought low. Jing is low as well. Sleepwalker is dead. Jing is dead. Oh, and WBG, when it was looking all so good for these guys to begin the game off, we get our second scheduled throw around the Morris Bless. There it is. This time it's WBG falling foul of that one. Because everyone collapsing in on them, bringing down the pain. And I don't know if they're eliminated just yet.
Now, one player survived.
Yeah, that was still not good for them. Very, very no bueno.
And now they've got themselves the Draco Storm. Sorrow able to get that thanks to his teammates. And Alex, I don't think you're going to be able to survive this, friend. I think you are going to be taken down, popped into the zone, and taken out nice and easy. MPG using that Draco Storm very effectively as KZ go down and WBG can sigh a breath of relief. They're not going to be first out of the lobby for once. KZ will be. Those 8 kills, though, unfortunately, might kind of go to a bit of waste here. FPX, it's been a quiet one for them. They've only got themselves 1 kill. Wolves only 1 kill. Who's the other team we've really got our eyes on? GG, they got 3, so they're a bit better. But YZG, that fight earlier, definitely doing them a whole bunch here. As with a Mystic Might onto J Team, they are actually looking to fight here versus YZG. You know, not the most useful combat buff, but they are just going to take this opportunity to try and finish up these members of YZG. The stun will connect. No, Eagle gets in the purple brush to avoid getting caught. Catches onto the grapple. Really, really smart play there. The counter does come forward. Eagle needs to pick up his guitar. His dual swords is able to do so. And now he is going to hunt down these final members of YZG. But out they go with the Wu Shen ultimate out, and they are gonzo. EWG were eliminated in the middle of that.
Oh, EWG, why? Why do you suck? You shouldn't. It's just, man, I really want to see more from EWG, but they just cannot perform it. It just seems like, you know, their last game in game number 4, I thought maybe it was the herald of their return, but it seems as though in game number 5 here, they've dropped the ball again, and Big Fat Goose Egg, 0 points, not going to work for them, and that is them. They're done, so they're out of it again, and you know, they've only got 1 game left here. And next one after this, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be enough. They're really going to kick themselves for sure. Like, you know, when they come into the day second, like the second best odds really to, or even I guess technically the best odds to qualify for the grand finals, considering the only team that was above them had already qualified. And at this rate, they're not going to qualify at all. It's going to be really, really tragic for them if they do fall flat again. And yeah, really, really sucks. WBG though, we said they had that great start and they gave them that cute little speech and whatnot. They're eliminated as well. They're out of it. 8 kills is impressive nonetheless. But still, that's I actually do think that's kind of worse than going out with 1 kill.
Yeah, in a way,
you know,
it stings.
Yeah, it does. Like, you don't care about the points so much and like the placement and whatnot, so it's not too bad in that sense. But it's like, even when you had that good start and even when you know, were able to pick up that loot and whatnot, you're still one of the first teams going out. It doesn't bode well for your future trying to qualify for those grand finals. It's going to be difficult. Why is G now just taking some time to bring up their downed members? It's just these two for now, though. I have to try and find their Wu Chen all in due course.
9.5 minutes left on the lobby. J team are holding this high ground right now. Still in the game with 5 kills, actually. This is a nice start for them. Remember, they need to get quite a few more points. Well, so they're actually not too far off that. I think they're 9th overall when you look at the Biweekly points. So if they can climb a couple of places up, you know, maybe make it into that top 8, maybe see a couple of teams drop down, there's a world where they could just pre-qualify for the grand finals. They've still got some work to do before they get that. And FPX TXJ is just melted. Here comes the ultimate from him as he is just took way too much damage from that repeater crossbow. Everybody scatters away. And that's an ultimate wasted there by TXJ, and really only just a defensive use. He has to be super careful now, because with that down, he could potentially be, you know, exploitable. Could get picked up and taken down as he's just taking a cheeky bow shot to the head. Everybody else wants to try and come in and contest out on this Mora's Blessing as the Sandstorm goes down. FPX, you know, they used that ultimate too early and are going to pay the ultimate price for it as TXJ continues to take a whole bunch of damages. AOW are going to walk away with that Mora's Blessing. Very happy with that one.
Just that character customization from Ping Tao is an abomination on my eyes. Absolutely hideous to see. As is his loadout if you're his opposition. Legendary armor and weapons.
Violet from, is it Violet? I can't remember her name now. From Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You know, the girl
the one that gets rolled around there.
Yeah, and then they eventually deflate her.
Yeah. That's very true. I don't remember the red hair quite so much, and I don't remember the cannon from that
I
show,
watched a very different version of it, I guess.
I see. Well, you got to keep the Oompa Loompas in line somehow, haven't you? So
yeah.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, cool stuff though. YZG, I believe they're up to, no, still just the 2 of them. Still just CXZ and QGG knocking about here. Still missing that Wu Chen, and to be honest, that's probably the worst member to miss here if you are going to be a member down, because Wu Chen's all about survivability and keeping yourself safe and TPing yourself out of hairy situations, and essentially every situation's a hairy situation if you're only 2 members strong, and the rest of the lobby is 12 teams alive and 30 players. Like, that's definitely not a situation you want to find yourself in. I think Wolves have been a little bit quiet since they got that MVP in game number 2. I want to say it's game number 2. So for me, that's these are the guys I'm going to be watching here. Only the 1 kill to their names so far as well in this game, but obviously a lot can change here as we get forward a little bit more. As Ventus Pixel is going to find the opening onto YZG. CXZ with that Viper ulti is going to get the lockdown onto Pixel. They do find it. QGG picks up the kill, but CXZ will pay with his life. Eagle brings him down there. QGG gets sniped from the top of the tree, and that's it. That's YZG out of it. That's going to be the earliest exit from these guys here in game number 5. Going out with a slight whimper here, but still 7 kills. The name, of course, is YZG. You cannot completely keep them down, but they will be eliminated relatively early here. Now it's just the rest of the teams left to play with 5 and a bit minutes left on the clock, and not a lot of space knocking about either. No real estate, no space, nowhere to hide. A lot of fighting
Eagle.
instead. That was nice. Eagle brings down GG as well. Good stuff right there.
Like, with YZG down, I was like, okay, this is FBX and GG's chance to strike and actually get a good game under their belt and potentially take that top spot, but GG end up losing Eagle, are going to have to try and contest this revive, and I don't think they're going to be able to find it, unfortunately, as it times out. This Kia unable to pick his teammate up. So GG now down to 2 members. FPX, on the other hand, they could maybe use this opportunity to leap forward and take even more points and try and surpass YZG at the top of the table. You know, taking 10 points here pretty much guarantees you will make it into that grand final. 10 points overall, not the 10 points for the day, sorry. for your bi-weekly score, the top spot. And they're well within their right. They're well within range of actually doing it. 17JL going to transform here, but we are going to see Wolves answer out in kind, although they are stuck within the zone. That is really rough for Wolves. Now they're going to try and see if they can find a grab, but it was more a defensive one from Wolves 14 there, as he's desperately trying to find a member of AS to grab, or 17JL, sorry, to grab, but AS doing a great job of just blocking away and making sure that his teammates will be A-okay, as the D-transforms will come forward here. TXJ for the side of FPX will be looking for a cheeky grab himself. Can he find them is the real question. XCG are going to get themselves knocked out of this lobby, and TXJ desperately trying to find these grabs. There's one onto Benchu, going to eat the arrows, going to eat the damage, and that is a guaranteed kill here for TXJ. FPX opening up with another kill, looking for some out of the tree, not going to be able to quite find these grabs, and the D transformation comes out, so FPX only able to find one kill, that transformation, and now they have to be a little bit more careful as AOW, they've used their transformation here, oh sorry, their Yoto ultimate here, but they are just going to cancel it out early and hold on just a little bit longer before this game fully closes out.
Not a lot of time left before the game does fully close out. OUG in a good position to take this one as well. That legendary weapon coming through from Jinyu, doing a world of pain, and Ping Tao, the one we highlighted before, the Violet of the lobby, is eliminated. He's out of it. A Monk with the legendary weapon and armor is donezo. He is dead, and that does not bode well for the rest of his team here. Still 9 teams remaining, but only 18 players. On average, each team here has 2 players left. It's quite surprising for a trios game. 2 and a bit minutes left to play. Not a lot of space to work around with either. Wolves 14 able to pick up a kill there onto 17JL. FPX bringing down the Cuckoo from AOW. Wow. Now that is a beautiful shot. If you're AOW, you're not happy about that one, but that is sexy from Miskia to knock AOW out. They will be returning to the lobby, and GG very happy about that one, picking up some more kills under their name. TXJ dancing around with that dagger, trying to find a little bit of damage coming through. It's 14 Wolves, the hero from game number 2 on Holoroth, with that transform. Deja Vu trying to make it happen again, trying to find the grabs. He's in a decent spot right there on some relatively high ground. He's found Eagle, he's got the grab. Eagle just able to get out of that one though, and the transform down. 14's in a lot of trouble. I don't think it's going to mean too much, but the rest of his team comes in to bail him out. Huangfang and co try their best, but it's not going to happen. 14 is done. Shinyu is done as well. FPX are just rolling over this final circle now. VVV on a killing spree, destroying everyone. The last 3 kills in this game have all been him. He's making it happen, and the FPX are really destroying everyone. J-Team falls down. That's FPX again. MPG in a similar spot as well. The transform from TXJ should be enough to put a cap on the end of this one. Game number 5. FPX, our MVP from the previous game, looking to repeat their fortunes. Mixaya goes down as well. That's GG's last member remaining gone. It's just Huangfang versus FPX. It's not going to be enough. Huangfang tries his best, and there's LXM as well on the outside too. Just padding the stats for FPX. FPX don't care how many are left, because there's 3 of them alive. 3 versus 1 versus 1. It's not fair at all. Those numbers just don't add up. LXM, he's gonna fall down though. Wolves is Huangfang stealing the kill. And VVV killing the end there for Huangfang. His bloodthirstiness continues, and it's FPX again coming out as your MVPs.
2 wins back to back there for FPX. Denied a few kills at the end now. I think there was 2 or 3 kills that were taken from underneath them, but they're still going to be happy with another set of wins. The question is can they do it a 3rd time? If they get 3rd, if they get 1st again, they should, depending on how YZG play, surpass them and take the bi-weekly final. We heard from them just before this game. say that they want to get at least one bi-weekly under their belt, and they are so close. The points are going to be very, very tight between them and YZG. But if they can make it happen in game number 6, they take that place, and not only do they take first in the bi-weekly final and take all that cash home, but they also get those additional points, and that should be enough to pretty much guarantee them into the grand finals and avoiding that repechage. They're very close towards it as it is anyway, but FPX, absolutely phenomenal tail end to the day, and they've just found their form, they found their pace, they found their tempo, and they are looking like a real team to beat right now. They are looking like a top form team, and this is looking more in line with what I remember of FPX from last season, from the FPX we've been having, across the last couple of days.
Yeah, you said it at the beginning of the day as well. There are some teams that start off slow and just kind of come alive the past few games, and FPX is totally fitting that bill right now. Like they've been very dominant here. Like even the games where they didn't get MVPs, like they were still good. You know, they were still doing well early on, and getting those back-to-back MVPs, it means a lot. I didn't see the kill total for what they were able to achieve in that last game, but I think it will be relatively high, because I don't think there was really any one team running away with the kills. It seemed pretty well spread out, aside from WBG, who started off running with the kills and then got eliminated really early, unfortunately for them. But yeah, great stuff again from FPX. They're looking like the team to beat, really, coming into this last game. Like, you know, I don't want to keep mentioning it, because I'd rather celebrate the teams that are doing well, but I'd still, you know, for EWG, time is running out, you know. Yes. And coming into today, I was just like, come on, boys, you can do it. Let's go. Come on, please. And they've just not. They've just not. And it's looking quite dire at this point.
It's one of those things where, like, unfortunately, we do kind of have to call out the teams who we had expectations might be able to show up today and haven't. Teams who have a lot on their line. Like, I mean, like, just to kind of recap, GG, Wolves, FPX, OUG, J-Team, XCG, EWG, Ventus, 17JL, AOW, and MPG are all teams right now who are playing for a spot in that top 8 to avoid playing in the losers bracket. OC are included, but they're not playing today, so it's a little bit out of their hands. But those other 11 teams are the teams who we are very much kind of watching with bated breath. FPX stepped up to the mark. GG stepped up to the mark. Wolves, I think at least they've tried to step up to the mark. I'm curious whereabouts they are right now. We did see before this game, but I'm curious, you know, kind of how they're doing. But AOW, AOW and EWG and Ventus kind of falling apart, if you ask me. They're not having a great day. As here we go, FPX do take first place there. Wolves stepping up to the mark. There we go. They needed to get some wins under the belt, some points to climb up the overall standing. 14 points is going to do them good. And then OUG taking third there as well. But a big FPX win. YZG only walking away with 8 points. I should be, I think, about 12 to 15 points now between FPX and YZG, if my head maths is correct. So closing the gap, potentially closing it in on that first place. GG, 12 points as well. You know, nothing to sneer at. They'll be happy with that one as long as they are staying relevant.
For me, what's surprising about this one is the small gap between second and like fifth and sixth. You know, like there's only 2 points between second and fifth there. Very close game overall. I think OUG as well are kind of flying under the radar a bit today. This is a team that I think is looking pretty likely that they're going to qualify for the grand finals today, and I don't really think I've talked about them too much. And they're just doing it very subtly. Yeah, so it's a good news for them, you know, coming out in third overall on that one. As you mentioned, though, like some of these teams though that did have a chance to qualify have really just dropped the ball, honestly, so far, and it looks like they might be heading towards that losers bracket. They've got one more game to really step it up, and the nature of Naraka, like you just have that one good pop-off game. Just look what ASE was able to do in game number 1. 35 points. 35 points is good enough. Like that's like first and second added up from that game. It's good enough for a first place finish and a second place finish. And that's two games of good finishes. If you can just do that, just have one pop-off game, it's certainly possible. VVV, the man we saw in the video before the game, actually.
Yeah.
Getting the MVP today for FPX, a bit of foreshadowing there. Able to bring down the pain, really went on a killing spree towards the end. I think he generally got all 4 of those kills in the last 30 seconds of that final circle. Absolute bloodthirstiness towards the end of that game.
And do you know what I love about whenever a Takeda gets MVP? It's just how extra the animation of the model going onto the stage is, just portaling through and getting all those slashes. It's super hyper. Yeah, we go. FPX, their second win under their belts today, and there's still 1 game left to go, and this final game genuinely means a lot. GG, FPX, and YZG all very clearly in the front and looking to contest each other for that top 3 spot, and obviously first is there, but it's very interchangeable between top 3 right now. And I think this next game will decide everything. And I'm pretty sure numbers-wise, all 3 teams, well, we know that YZG are in grand finals, but I'm pretty sure both FPX and GG should have now made it into the finals. I don't think they can really do any worse than 3rd right now, but overall, there's still that this next game is a pride on the line. Like we heard from FPX, they said they wanted to get a win under their belt in a bi-weekly final. They don't want to end this season without winning a single of the bi-weeklies, and this is the one that's worth the most money. So if you're gonna win one, you might as well win that last one, right? And what a heroic comeback. It feels like FPX have found their form getting towards the end of the season. I've been worried about them all season long, and it feels like they finally found their way. Anyway, it is time for us to throw it over to Jaeger, or Yoto, I guess, standing by with our players after that game.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And congratulations again, FPX ZQ get the highest score again, and we invite LYD to interview room and let him say hello to our audience. 好的，欢迎老鸭蛋，再一次恭喜你们，而且是第2次在今天的比赛当中拿到最高分。先和观众朋友们打个招呼。
大家好，我是来自 FunPlus 的 LYD。
好的，感谢特意用英文给我们的英文观众介绍了一下自己。好的，再一次感谢你。Okay, so today we saw that you guys in the game 5, you have the vermilion bird mind, and most of the time, most teams they will choose to like that and get some information during this time, but you guys didn't choose this way, so I would like to know why. 那今天其实在这把我们看到你们队其实拿到了朱雀之力，但是拿到之后呢，大部分拿到朱雀之力的队伍他们会选择说我们先死，然后我们去用魂的方式去收集一下各队的信息。但我今天没有看到你们做这样的选择，就特别想问一下为什么，然后你们自己是在拿到朱雀的时候想的是怎么去做这个运营呢？
大多数时候是很多人会选择去被毒死，然后之类的，或者说打最后一波架，
是的，
利用这个魂去收集信息。
对。
但是其实我们的觉得是没什么必要，它能给到的优势，并不能说让你足以你这样做你就能拿到空投。或者说你这样做你就或者路上是有可能会遇到劝架队，可能是一个优势吧。但是我们路上走着走的也一样能遇得到，该是我们的还是我们的，不是我们的。那也就
没有必要特意去争取。这个回答我不仅是听到了单一的关于游戏的答案，更像是一个人生哲理啊！谢谢鸭蛋。好的 ，So actually, because when we have the vermilion bird mind, we think it's too difficult to it's really like in a mess that we have to dead in the shadow or fight with other teams to be died and have to as a soul to get some information. So for us, we think because we already have this buff and we are very strong, so we don't have to do in that way. If we just pass away and miss someone, we just can fight with them and get one. And I think not only in the game and also in daily life, if something belongs to you, it will belongs to you. And if not, so you don't have to do too much effort. You just do it and try it. So if it can be yours, it will be yours. Okay, so also because today we saw, because the map is a Holorus, and I saw in the final circle everyone likes effect by the trail. So would you please tell us like which hero combo is the most like be affected by this trail？ 那其实今天这一把在最后的时候，我们看到在火罗国，其实大家是受到了一个含义的影响。其实特别想问一下老鸭蛋，你分析一下，在目前就场上这些队伍，他们哪一种英雄阵容会受它含义影响会比较严重呢？然后包括你们队自己有没有受，也可以给我们讲讲。
我们当然也受到影响了。我因为很突然间，小伟说了一句：“哎，我冷了。”
我感受到了含义。
我感受到了含义。然后那一瞬间，我们也反应过来，哇，必须提前开出大招，
对，
才能夺取这个优势。然后。帅锅当时开了，T 叉钩，他当时开了，然后他金刚伏魔就准备化形的阶段，
对，
然后就没然后了，断掉了，因为那个含义把那个大招降低了，
就又是我们经常看到那个变大又变小是吗？
对，
还甚至没有变穿。
对，然后关于这个阵容吧，当然最受影响的目前来说肯定是双变或者那个武田沙男那一套。因为他们必须是用大招才能打出一个特别大的优势嘛，
对，
就大招是他们的主要进攻手段，然后寒冷是就是让他们开不了大招，
对，
这非常的致命。
就其实你们队今天也是这个情况，
对吧？
对，
只是我们反应的比较快
啊，是的，看得出，所以能活到最后拿到最高分啊。So actually, our team we get effort today because when we have the trail, like just TSJ tell us. Well, sorry, I get trail and I feel cold. I have to use my ultimate at this time. And when he is trying to change to the monk and try to use the ultimate, it just like nothing happened and they just disappear. So LYD think a lot of team were affected by the trail. Especially like the team they depends on the ultimate. It's like double transformer and also like their team they are using the monk and Takada and also Tamuch. So this team hero combo together they are really will be affected by the trail. OK， 好的，谢谢老鸭蛋，谢谢你今天的分享，太有趣了。再次恭喜你们，希望接下来最后一把好好发挥，好吗？好的，继续加油啊！好的，加油！希望你们会有一个很好的发挥。So thank you LYD for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later. 战斗开始了。
来，直接下来拉。
走了。
学校一个没有。
这边拉我。
不是吧
？GG 把我们杀了，我们用 GG 的方法在原地这样。
谢谢。
我只能说，
我说怎么不手势呢？他故意的，学校攻手全部点光。GG 高兴。
怎么敢跟我跨越鬼子打的？快出！给他拉了，给他拉。好的，
他100%互拉的，这个100%互拉的，这个我们杀的人我们知道的，该他们玩这
偷东西喽！
还在拉，给他拉吧，上演我们的东西。
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 6th and final game of the day here. FPX have put 2 wins back-to-back and are in touching distance of their first bi-weekly final win of this season. Can they do it? That is the question. But right now, YZG and GG are 2 teams contesting them up there. And this 6th game, it's going to be a doozy. We're dropping once again onto Morris Isle to round us out for this final game of the day.
I like it. We've seen some really cool things today. I'm rooting for FPX to get the 3-peat. I've yet to see back-to-back MVP performances. FPX have, with their recent form, certainly look like they're able to do it as well. The competition is pretty stiff though. Actually, they've come up against some good teams today. We've had a lot of like diversified winners. You know, like lots of different teams are stepping up, and only a few teams have really been like just that you can kind of guarantee, maybe not going to finish particularly high each game, but everything else is completely up in the air, you know. And so it's it's fun. It's a lot of fun. It's our last game as well, and I think this one especially, it's going to be the best one because there's still so much on the line for these teams who want to qualify for those grand finals. Is your very last chance to do it in these in this game specifically. If you don't want to have to do it through the losers bracket, some teams probably have secured themselves that spot already, like FPX and probably GG as well. But there's a lot of teams who, you know, just need to have a big game here today, this specific game here in game number 6, if they want to qualify.
Absolutely, there's a whole bunch of teams who are really having to step up in this final moments, and it's gonna be interesting to see whether or not they can do that or not. I for one am just excited to see how it goes down really in this final game. We've had, you know, what I've liked about today and the current couple of weeks, to be fair, is the shift in the meta. Obviously, we saw the Yoto nerfs coming in. We're not having as monk-dominated lobbies as we were. I mean, we still are having very monk-dominated lobbies, but there seems to be quite a bit of flexibility in the team comps and less stall team comps. That's the big thing for me. I find my biggest problem for a long time in this game was stalling and heroes that could hold out and just, you know, fight against anything, and it didn't matter. Like in solos with Justinas, but now that Yoto's been nerfed and Takeshi started to show up a little bit more, they started to show down. Obviously, Z-ping is the current problem on solos. But like with the new rule set to solos, people are being forced to play more. I'm yet to cast that yet. I'm really sad. I want to get my hands on. I haven't casted the new rule set.
It's quite fun actually. Yeah, it's
a lot of variability. Yeah, I've only done trios since the changes, but you know, I'm happy in trios because we've got some new stuff showing up. I remember when I first started casting Naraka, Takeda was like a hero who'd just come out, and there was a lot of hype around him, and he got played a lot in solos in like the first week and a half, and then people moved away from him. And people started to say, yeah, the problem with Takeda is there's more problems than there are benefits. You know, he's way too situational. But now that Yoto's not as dominant and, you know, not as just slammable as a pick in a comp, he started to show up. He started to look good. People are starting to look really, really confident on this pick. Maybe they've had more time and realize how to play around the kind of, maybe not issues, but his weaknesses in his kit. FPX were one of the first teams to actually adopt this as well, and even today we saw them picking it up in a Transformer comp as well, interestingly enough.
Oh, I'm back.
I'm back.
Sorry, I just disappeared for a second.
That was all of us.
Oh,
don't worry,
yes.
I'm back.
Oh, we're all here. Sorry, we're all here.
Issues at home. We disconnected. Everyone did there for a brief second.
But we're still here. Excuse me. Yes, we're coming into game number 6 here. You're seeing this is YZG and FPX, our 2 best teams so far today on your screen. Both of these teams are always someone you got to keep your eyes on. They've been performing exceptionally well so far. FPX obviously with the back-to-back MVPs here in game 4 and 5. And why did you actually still to get an MVP? shocking considering they're still, 5 games in, our best team, overall rating. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they've just been consistently good, YZG. That's the thing, is like their points are super close. Is that how close they are? It's only 6.1 points between FPX and YZG. Yeah. I thought it was like 12 or 15. That is so much closer than I got in my head maths there. Wow, this game is going to be very, very tight for the top 3 because GG are quite close to FPX as well. So it is going to be a phenomenally tight game as the players are awkwardly staring at the cameras or threateningly staring at the cameras. AOW, unfortunately, they've actually been better than expected, 4th right now in the overall standings. I genuinely am shocked by this. I thought they had not been performing, but they've been kind of low-key bringing it back.
Yeah, I think AOW and OUG are 2 teams that have been quite low-key, but doing relatively well overall. Very nice stuff for these guys. Even if Pingtao's character customization choices make it painful for me to watch him play. It's fine. I'm sure it will be painful for him to watch me play too, but for very different reasons. GG in 3rd place overall. You would imagine at this point, most likely going to be locking in that spot for the grand finals, seeing as they do have a 15-point head start on the team below them. So should be all good for these guys, and the top 3 are kind of pulling away from the rest, but as you mentioned, the top 2, FPX and YZG, are very, very close indeed, and should be some this game it'll come down to that, which team can finish out first overall. FPX never done that before, never come out first overall in a bi-weekly final, and they want to make that happen. And I want to see a triple. I want to see a 3-peat, a back-to-back-to-back MVP. Something I've never seen before. And, FPX, having won in 4 and 5, have the opportunity to do just that. We'll have to take a look-see as we get into this hero select here. What are we going to see the most of? What are we going to revert back to when all's down on the line? Looks like a lot of the Viper, Wushen, Yoto comps coming through. A few two Transformer comps, GG and Kingzone. A few of that Takeda comps being split in there as well, alongside Takeda, Atari, Tumult comps too. So 3 real different compositions that we're seeing here. And I'm not really surprised to see the last game play host to mostly the Viper, Wuchen, and Yoto, which I do think is the most reliable comp that we have here so far in the Nbpl.
I think the big thing to note here, the big thing to take away, is both FPX and GG are playing their comps. I can't think of FPX without TXJ carrying on the Yoto, without VVV being like just the best Viper in the game right now. I'd say he's the best in the Nbpl. But on the other side, 330 is. I last season said he was the best monk in the tournament. He's just so far and beyond the others. The only thing they're really missing is that Kurumi, just to kind of be the traditional monk comp. But these are both these teams. Signature comps, and I'm very excited to see these guys pull this out in this final game, because it really, really matters to them. This is the difference between 2nd, 1st, or 3rd. Here we go. Game number 6 underway, as we are going to cut over to YZG, actually, not FPX. Normally we go to the previous winners. But YZG, who are right now at the top of the tables, it is very, very close. Immediately, though, XCG just making their way forward and will be caught out there by YZG. Blue armor onto Night HQ, and actually, XCG getting themselves taken down here by YZG.
Good parry.
Although, actually, they are doing a pretty good job of turning around. Great little parry comes in, and immediately they get turned onto. YZG! They lose the fight! How did this happen? No! They win it! That was so close!
Wow, that was a nail bite. So I don't think that could have been closer right there. 3 for 2 at the end of it. Good heavens. Good fighting though. YZG picking up the kills in the day. That's all that matters, I suppose. Like, he's still able to pick up the points. All good stuff there. J-Team, Kingzone, WBG all scrapping out here as well. AOW are kind of hovering around 2. They might fancy something a little bit cheeky here if they can find it. It is Eagle though falling very, very low. The Viper ulti from his teammate Lee is going to keep him safe for now. Zoning away the opponents, keeping them away from Eagle. Can't follow up and bring him down as Eagle's just able to get a little bit of a reset. But J-Team don't want to let this one go through, nor do WBG. I'm going to keep fighting here. Of course, Kingzone still hovering around in the wings, looking for their angle in onto this fight. Looks like a lot of flirting, but not a lot of action right now by those teams. YZG bring down another player, get the Wu Chen reset. And now looking to chase down Ventus. All of that pain and all that momentum that YZG have accrued so far in this game. 4 kills already. They have killed a member of Ventus, that is Pixel, falling into the Shadow Realm. Can YZG pick up the remaining members? They don't have particularly good gear to do so. They'll have to be careful. And instead, YZG looking like they're going to play it a little bit safe. Here comes the transform from the Wei Shen as well. Ventus now trying to turn this one around. It looks like Xiao Hu will be the focus of Ventus. He's being grappled, he's being grabbed, and it's all 3 members up alive for Ventus, bringing down the pain to Xiao Hu.
Oh no!
He tries to turn it around. I don't know if he can contribute much to this one though. He cannot. He is gonna fall down. And it's just CXZ now. Him versus the world, and the world wins. YZG come out the losers of that fight, and Ventus skipping away as the winners.
Still off to a 6-kill start for YZG. That is a terrifying concept for FPX and GG, who both have 0 points. The Donut Factory's back. WBG, unfortunately, that's all the oh no was. Got eliminated in the middle of all of that. They are already out of the game, unfortunately. I think that last game maybe got to them a little bit as Ventus, fresh off this victory versus YZG, now getting jumped onto by TXJ. They used quite a lot, remember, in that previous fight as Ventus leaping forward into FPX, but FPX not giving up yet. TXJ is going to throw down the Yoto ultimate, gets caught up by a Wisp. There's the ultimate out from the Wu Shen to make sure for FPX do not go down. A fumble and a half by FPX cost them 2 ultimates. And they gain nada with it. Absolutely diddly squat.
At least it didn't cost them their lives. They're able to just dip out with the Wu Chen ulti. But as Aki's saying, man, that kind of sucks, but it was a good read there by Tumult to pick him up in the Zephyr and cancel the Yoto ulti. That's just going to be easy peasy, easy pickings for them as Ventus, the Slayers, the King Slayers of YZG, are going to find themselves in a fight, but here comes a tactical nuke and it completely whiffs. Some tactical nuke, more like tactical puke. That one was crap, really awful. Now VGV with his own stun in return. Not going to be able to pick too much off, just the Wu Chen reset instead. But Zayu is actually a little bit out of position here. I believe his friends may have got the reset without him. I'm not quite sure, but either way, he finds himself all by himself versus a full squad of FPXers. And it is the FPXers who come out on top. Ventus really struggling here as OUG are picking them up on the backside too. Really not a good spot for these guys. They will find themselves the victim of being sandwiched between those 2 squads. Just Pixel alive, hanging out in that tree, hoping to pick up his friends.
Yeah, FPX able to get their first kill on the board. They've still got quite a way to go if they want to contest first. Due to the start from YZG, who had a phenomenal start. On the other side, GG not able to really achieve too much here as, Jin getting himself heavily chunked out by Water. Water looks to finish him up and down he should go. A couple more shots from the repeater crossbow are able to make quick work of him as Godly now chasing here onto AOW's Cuckoo, who is just being juggled in the air. very little he can really do about this, especially when he gets parried and taken down. AOW are eliminated. Our second team out with just a single point. That is going to cost them heavily now. Really, really big stuff.
Yeah, they were 5th overall. And this is one of the teams that really wanted a big game 6 to solidify their position. Honestly, that actually might really cost them. You said it's the top 8, right? Well, it's not the top 8 from today. It's the top 8 overall. But you know, you want to finish as high as you can, and this is just not it. AOW really, really unfortunate for them. Very early exit. They're not going to be happy about that at all. Speaking of exits, the Wu Chen ultimate coming through clutch for MPG there, as it always does. Wu Chen very, very good at getting his team to safety. And that's just what he does, man. He does make these games more reliable. And if you do find yourself in a pickle, you dip out of there, no problem. If you lose a member, the TP even teleports one of the cans. So you can resurrect your fallen comrade. Who'll come with you. It really is just the perfect get out of jail free card, and you can see why he's so popular and why this composition specifically of Wu Chen, Yoto, and Viper is so valued in trios, much like the value of those Steam codes you can see on the right hand side. 5 codes for the game. If you haven't got it yet, you like the look of the game, you want to play it, you want to get some friends into it, you want more people to play with. There are the codes, guys. Pick them up and try and slap them down before they get taken away. Gotta get those quick fingers in. Make it happen. It's definitely a lot of fun. If it's fun to watch, trust me, it's fun to play as well. But I can't guarantee you'll be quite as good as the people that we're watching here today. Or maybe you can be. And then we'd be watching you some point. That would be quite cool. Although somehow I feel like that might be a long shot.
Well, you never know. In the obviously if you're watching this, you're probably in NA or EU. I guess you could also be from elsewhere, but realistically, that's where I'm assuming most of our viewers are right now. So you never know. You could definitely make it over there if you're good enough. I'm not, hence why I'm yelling at it and not playing it.
Even when you do play it, you probably yell at it as well.
I'm pretty chill nowadays. I've mellowed out with games as I've gotten older.
Yes, I see. As those layers of dust accrued upon your person, it's hard for the hate to see through you.
Yeah, I'm now just like the great thing about like aging is you kind of lose a bit of the gamer ego. Like,
yeah.
You know, when I do bad in a game, I'm like, oh well, I'm just not that. I'm not as good anymore. Like it's so freeing being able to be like, well, I'm not as good as I was, so it doesn't matter. Like, I've just embraced my terribleness now. Before I was in denial, now I can blame age. I think that's how it works.
It's something like that, and you can appreciate the good things in life, like bread and sleep.
I've always appreciated bread. I'm a bread guy. I love bread.
I'm a bread guy as well. I love bread. Bread is the best.
I want your top 3 breads now.
Top 3 breads. Okay.
Top 3 breads.
I like a good quality wholemeal, just straight up. I know it's not like a type of bread, but just the ones you get from. Yeah. Okay. I like that. I like what's it called? I quite like. Oh my goodness, my mind's going blank. No, I can't remember. Focaccia's not bad.
I could give you my top 3. French stick at number 1. French stick is just super pog. Then you've got tiger bread, and I like a crusty roll.
Crusty roll. I was going to say
rolls.
ciabatta. That's the one I couldn't remember. Ciabatta. That's kind of crusty roll territory.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah. I generally like the squidginess of bread. Like the squidgier it is, the nicer I tend to.
That's why I like a crusty roll, because it's squidgy on the inside, crusty on the outside. Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah, for sure. Bread is honestly just brilliant. Like, it's just supreme. Sometimes I grab bread, and I just have that's my snack is bread. And then my girlfriend looks at me and she's like, "You just eating bread?" I'm like, "Yeah." I did that once on stream, and someone in chat said, "What is this, prison?" And I was like, what are you talking about? Like,
another plain bread enjoyer, man.
Yes. Love it. absolutely love it, honestly.
I'm so glad I can eat glucose. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't think there'd be any point. There'd be no point in going on if I couldn't eat glucose.
Literally, man, that would just be too much. Honestly, far too much. Of all the perils in this world, not being able to consume bread would be the utmost, the worst one. By far.
Lactose intolerance would be pretty rough as well. I do like myself some cheese.
Yeah.
That's another big one. Because bread, I mean, cheesy bread's great.
Yeah.
Anyway. Naraka Blade Point. XCG coming fresh off a victory on a fight there are going to quickly pop to the shop, grab themselves a couple of Soul Jade, see what they can get from those lucky Soul Jade bags. YZG, 8 kills. This is going to be hard to beat them out now. FPX need to pop off, and so do GG. GG closer in the area of pop off. They got 4 kills, so they're just 4 behind YZG. KZ have the Vermilion's Bird's Might, so they will be hunting down teams. They will be looking to get into some fights as quick as possible, really. But for now, it looks like they are not able to find anybody. 124 seconds left, though, so they've still got some time before they actually get into any further fights, any further action. But eyes definitely still on these top 3. Ace are having a bit of a game, having a bit of a resurgence, and all KZ with the Vermilion's Birds might have found YZG. If YZG go down here, this is going to be rough. The no-out zone is immediately popped, and KZ just spring forward. Remember, with that Bird's Might, they do not give a damn. Rain comes in on the quick flank. The clan comes down, trying to get a little bit of damage off onto CXZ. He's been isolated from the team and loses a whole bunch of health. He's going low. He's going so low, but he's able to survive. Xiaohu, though, now is the next one on the menu here for KZ. They are just pushing forward as YZG will lose one. Into the zone they go to break away from the stun. CXZ can't make it connected now. KZ are just finishing up these last couple of members. The Bird's Might is still burning bright as FPX come in. They are looking for their spot at the top. KZ able to steal it away as VVV locking down the remaining members. KZ will go down. The Bird's Might will get popped and keep them alive. YZG now pinned in place by 17JL. QGG the only standing member as 17JL may just seal the deal. The repeating crossbows and FPX TXJ is able to steal away the kill. First place is 8 points away for FPX.
FPX, such a nice fight right there. Just beautifully iced off by that kill steal at the end there by TXJ. Very, very nice stuff. And exactly as you said, 8 points is all it takes now for FPX to take the first spot. Just a solid finish from this point out will be enough to do it. A few more kills here and there, and then a decent finish as well. That will be enough. You can see the YZG players there having a nice laugh at things, not taking things too seriously. And at the end of the day, it doesn't mean a huge amount if they are unable to secure first place. Obviously, second place. I mean, it just goes to show their bloody caliber of YZG. If they're, we're talking about them maybe not getting first, instead getting second, and that's.
You can't tilt too much, but there was also 400k up for grabs today.
Okay, that's
there is a little bit of like, oh, we just lost out on quite a lot of money because we lost out there. And that's why you're seeing FPX and GG sweating this, not just to make it into the grand finals and not have to play in the repêché. They're also playing, for their first win of the season, because I don't think any of these guys, none of these guys have actually won Biweekly. FPX really want this as well, but it's not just that, it's also for that opportunity to walk away as the victors, the money. There's so much stuff on the line here, and first is now in reaching distance thanks to FPX. For both of these teams, GG and FPX will be brawling it out for this now, as they have found themselves in a little bit of a skirmish versus Ventus, but they want to be a little bit more careful. They don't have the Viper stun. I'm not sure about the Wu Shen ultimate, how close that is to being charged up. Can't see the circle. I think they got Yoto up there. Unfortunately, VVV is looking the wrong way. Okay, they do have the ultimate on Leo, so they can get out if they get in danger. They're gonna get themselves atop the tower though. This is definitely the best place for them to be, because they got the ballista. But actually, they're just gonna sit on the inside of the tower and play for late game, which also I think is a respectable move right now when it is 8 points, sorry, dividing 8.2 points, 8.3 points, sorry, dividing you and first place. EWG though find themselves in a fight, getting all the repeating crossbows are just nasty today. Water getting himself liquefied by Zeus, so low on the HP, caught in a sandstorm, and down he goes. They are going to get out though with the ultimate from the Wu Shen.
And that's it. EWG are eliminated, and you can see their 10th place. It's not going to be enough for them. Completely fumbled the bag here in our last bi-weekly final. Just very disappointing for these guys coming into the day 2nd place based off of their previous performances. Wasn't enough, just was not their day today. Really struggled here, and as such they will not be qualifying for the grand finals today. At least I'll have to take the long road to it and try a little bit harder. Still a lot of teams though looking to make that one happen. Still trying to solidify their place in those grand finals. There are a few teams that cannot make it. WBG, Kingzone, JJ, Hard being 3 of them, and ASE being the other one. ASE have had a banging day today. Honestly, overall, you can see their 4th place overall. A really good stuff. A bit unfortunate for them that today didn't really mean anything as far as relative to their qualification in those grand finals. But it certainly will be a good omen for them going into the Repage, trying to you know, get their place eventually in the end. And you have to think if they perform anything like they performed today, they should be in a pretty good spot to qualify when all is said and done. Loving the LXM Nidley skin as well. Look at him. You see that?
Yeah.
On the Tamoj, he's got his white body paint. He's got a spear. I mean, it's a broom, but we'll call it a spear. The brown ponytail. Beautiful.
That is a really nice skin. It's got good some of the customizations in this game are really good. Some of the other ones that I've seen shared by Dubby, like the Shrek one, not so good. But I mean, funny. But man, that guy's got a Shrek set up for his character. Hilarious. Yep. Anyway, somehow we're in the final 10 minutes of this game. This game has just flown by. 31 players still standing though. And FPX and GG are playing it calm. They are playing it very calm and collected. They know how much is on the line. If either of these two teams go out early, there is no way we're going to see someone like Ace take first. It just can't happen. I mean, it technically can, but like that is going to have to be like a 22 bomb game, I reckon, from Ace. So, I mean, only 17 more kills.
Still want to see if FPX can get a little bit more as far as their point totals go before the circle gets really small. Like as you said, the game's kind of gone by quite quickly, and we still have 11 teams remaining at 9 minutes. Like we've had more at this stage before, but at the same time, it's still a relatively significant amount of teams. So we should still see a decent amount of fighting, especially if you can hit people off by themselves, as FPX have done masterfully here. Onto Pixel, just bringing him down, and Pixel had some good loot as well. FPX be very happy to pick that one up. Yes, please. Thank you very much, good sir. I will take your weapon, your legendary, your yellow weapon. Very nice, very shiny in my back pocket. And that will help set them up for the rest of the game. If you're YZG, you are sweating every time you see FPX get a kill. The gap is closing now. It's now 7 points between them and YZG for first place. Placement alone will contribute a fair amount of those points as well. And so it really just comes down to, can you get a few extra kills here?
Look at GG. Golden longsword, golden armor on the monk. That is max damage, max health. Actually drops the longsword and gives it over to another teammate. So decides the purple is enough and they want to spread the damage out. FPX, on the other hand, golden armor. They always give VVV the golden armor because he is, you know, he needs to jump into the middle of the enemy teams. On the Viper, you want to be able to survive that and lock everybody down because you can't attack back while you're in your ult animation. All you can do is do like the tap dodge dashes. On the other side, they always give TXJ. TXJ the legendary weapon. On the Yoto, he is the primary damage dealer. You often see VVV actually put out pretty significant damage and comparable damage to TXJ when these guys play this comp. Like, this is very much always, it always looks like it's a TXJ lobby or TXJ loadout, but it actually ends up being VVV every time. This guy is phenomenally good at the Viper. And right now, the two top teams are trading blows amongst each other, trying to find those little bits of damage off of the cannon shots coming out from 330. Only got 2 weapon repair kits on him though, so is going to have to be a little bit careful on that front. Obviously, he isn't as reliant on them because as long as he's got a purple weapon equipped when he transforms, even if it has no durability, he'll still get the damage stats from it. So he'll be okay on that front, but even so, is gonna have to be a little bit careful with how much damage he can do or how many weapons repair kits he can use.
That is the downside of all this range poke, of course, is like if you're firing out your bullets, you gotta be able to repair your weapons, and that's not always quite as simple to do. 6.5 points separating YZG and FPX. Just watching FPX now, YZG are eliminated, so they can't get any more points. It's all about what FPX can do. They're kitted out very nicely indeed. The Yoto with the, as you mentioned, like TXJ getting the yellow weapon and VVV getting the yellow armor. It makes a lot of sense. Put your DPS character on the damage, and your CC, the person has to jump into the middle of everyone, give them a little bit more health. 5 and a bit minutes to go. Circle is closing in. This one house specifically is home to about 3 different teams. Some are using the basement, some are using the ground floor, some are using the roof. But that's another kill for FPX though. Yota ultimate got popped, and it is going to be enough to bring down a kill. Kingzone are eliminated. They found the one lone member, and it could not have gone over to a better team, honestly. But FPX, that's very, very lucky of them. That is a free kill and a half right there. Just able to lock that one down. Finding a member all by his lonesome as well. There's no one else for Kingzone around.
I swear, Foxy, this is what happened in the final Biweekly last season as well. Like, it came down to the last game, and it really came down to the final circle. We have still 9 teams, 23 players, and as much as FPX are on track right now, we can't count GG out. They are very kitted, they are very set up, and actually, did they just dash over FPX there? I think they did. They found J-Team on the low ground. 330 still has a transformation, so it has still got that to work with, and he's going for the cannon shots. There's a couple cannon shots coming out. FPX have found them. They're going to prop the ultimate here to try and lock 330 down. He's pinned in place. Can they finish up the monk in time? He's going to be forced to transform. Both of the top teams are just scrapping it out. Out comes the Wu Shen ult, and Godly is being left alone to deal with 330, but he's caught out in the grab, and GG will find the kill. Ventus go down to Wolves in the meanwhile, as JJ Water has been grabbed. J-Team, ZK as well. This is going to be the big slam down and finish up another kill. J-Team are still in it, but they have down a player, and GG are closing the gap to FPX. VVV's been taken down, and they can't get him up. This is going to be so detrimental here to the side of FPX. They are down a player when they need them the most. It is so phenomenally close, but they are in dire straits right now.
It's so tough for them, and that's their setup character down as well. It's the Viper. The AoE stun, you cannot participate in these big root up skirmishes without her. It's going to be so tough. FPX was doing their best, but it's so difficult. They've not been able to get her up, and that's that. FPX now are going to have to do something absolutely miraculous here to cover that ground between them and YZG. They're going to have to finish high and still steal a few kills away. It's going to be very, very difficult. They got one though. TXJ has stolen a kill. It's only 2 points in it now.
Every elimination does a favor for FPX. We just saw GG just take out a bunch of players and like a bunch of teams. Like 2 teams just dropped. That puts the multiplier up that extra 0.1. Every team that gets eliminated buys a bit of bread, like just settles this a little bit for FPX. They are phenomenally close. I actually think once the multiplier is applied, they should have first now, but they need to guarantee that and hold on a little bit longer. TXJ is staying up in the air. 3-3-0 is going to de-transform Wolves on the edge. TXJ is just staying high, using the grapple and the resets on the double jumps to keep himself in the air for as long as possible. He has that Yoto ultimate, and if he can make it to the final circle, he might just be able to make it happen. Wolves have been eliminated. We are down another team. It is so close. J-Team coming in with a team-wide stun onto the entire lobby. Unable to really follow up with too much damage as Miss Kia is actually very low, and he's the final standing player for the side of GG. Somehow, both of the top teams are down to just 1 player apiece as One Feng is trying to finish up Night HQ. Miss Kia holding fast on the side as Little has caught down to Miss Kia. He's low HP, and he's just avoiding everybody from jumping onto him. He's trying to hold fast. Jay's FPX is still up in the air, still away from all of the action, trying to avoid out getting into the fight. Miss Kia finds the snipe of the charge click on the longsword, finds the kill, transforms into the Wuxian to get himself a little bit more health as he is holding fast. First is within his grasp. TXJ recognizes that, has to pull the trigger now for FPX. One slice coming in, looking for the second slice, able to catch up on their HQ, able to get himself another kill for his team. This is the final moments. This is the key moment for TXJ. He needs to save the day for his team. Can he do so? They are in first place, but it is not locked yet. Miss Kia going so low. TXJ's trying to steal away this kill. It's going to go down to Little. FPX have done it. FPX, no matter, regardless what happens, have secured themselves first place here in the 4th Biweekly, and they're going to top it off with the hat trick with 3 games back to back. TXJ is just going for the hero play, caught out in the sandstorm, but holding on fast, holding his life in these last few moments. Here comes the Yoto ultimate. No sandstorm to save Xiaonan's life. He is going down. FPX 3 games back to back, and they take the 4th Biweekly.
Wow. I cannot believe what we just saw in that last game. FPX with the back-to-back-to-back. They did it. Holy moly, and that ending was insane. TXJ holding on for dear life. I have no idea how he managed to do that and survive as long as he did. But not only did he do that, but he came out on top as well. He was the last man standing. That was absolutely ridiculous gameplay right there for FPX. I have no words. That was just redonkulous. They come out first overall. Insane stuff. Beautiful play from FPX, and of course that hat trick. That hat trick's what we want to see, baby. It's the first time I've seen it. Lovely stuff. Back to back to back. Beautiful from FPX.
FPX played that phenomenally well to pull it back in the final 3 games, and YZG probably a little frustrated, especially with the fact FPX were the team that took them out as well, denied them from that first place, and with TXJ being the final standing player on his Yoto, on his signature pick, pulls out the win in the 4th Biweekly, wins that for them, and pretty much now guarantees FPX a spot in the grand finals. They don't have to play that Repichet off the back of that. Phenomenal stuff there for FPX. GG, as much as they went out early, as much as that could have been their game, they've also got to be pretty relieved with the overall state of this. I'm curious what the overall standings will look like after this, and I don't mean from this game, I mean overall, how all of the teams are going to look, because there is a world where GG might have got enough points to beat YZG there. Either way, I'm pretty sure FPX and GG have guaranteed themselves a spot in the Repichet. Actually, I'm going to say with confidence they have secured themselves that spot. I don't know about any of the other teams, and we will be getting that information later on, so make sure you stick with us. Everything's being calculated right now while we figure out the numbers, but FPX, GG, YZG, GD, are guaranteed 4 teams to make it into the grand finals, and the other 4 teams still a little up in the air. OC, it's going to be close for them. They were about 6th when we last checked in, but things could shuffle around a little bit more from there.
Yeah, I really just have no idea how it's probably gonna round out and finish here. I just need to see it. I want to see the standings. It was so tense, so tight. We're like even counting it down, like kill by kill by kill, towards the end of that game. Just really wanting to see how it all rounded out. Obviously, we were focusing on FPX catching YZG, but there was way more on the line than just that. You know, there was so much more going on there. Yeah, so I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it's going down. FPX will be, I believe that's pretty much locked in as they are first place here in our 4th bi-weekly final. They did make that as their goal. They hadn't won one yet, and they wanted to win it, and they pull it out here in the very last bi-weekly final, and obviously that's going to be enough to secure them a place in the grand finals as well. It's beautiful stuff, man. It's a great time to be a Naraka fan. We're being treated to some absolutely just brilliant gameplay, exciting things, great storylines. It's been an absolute banger over there.
In Season 2, FPX are the only team who have got 3 wins back-to-back. Well, 3 wins in a day, regardless of the fact they got it back-to-back-to-back. Like, 3 back-to-back is amazing, but the fact they did it, they're the first team to do it in Season 2 in a finals where it mattered and it needed to happen for them. They pull it out. We haven't seen a team get the hat trick since Season 1. And to be fair, we only had 3 games of trios in Season 1, so very impressive feat then. But regardless, when your back is to the wall to pull that out for FPX, just a phenomenal win there for them and a really, really solid turnaround. For me, now, the next thing is we need to see it. We need to see 2 hat tricks. We need to see all 6.
Yeah.
Who is going to be the first one to do that? Who is going to dominate a day that hard that they're able to get all 3? But I am just flabbergasted by the tail end of that game. That was just so much fun. We've had such a good day. We've been so blessed, Foxy.
Honestly, legit, it's been such a good day in Naraka action. It really has been, and we're just being teased at this point, having to be forced to be waited this long, forced to wait. English is. Yeah, brains fried. You've had a good day in Naraka when brains fried. It's gone. I want to see how it all rounds out in the end, because it's the top 8 that make it to the grand final. Then the rest of the teams will be duking it out in the in the bottom half in the losers bracket. I've definitely got my eyes on ASE coming into that as well, because out of today, they were a top 5 team today, and they if they had already, if they'd done a little bit better previously, then I would say they qualify for grand finals just like that. Just from today's performance, easy peasy they can get into the grand finals. But unfortunately, it wasn't really their day, or it was their day, but it wasn't their season so far. So they're having to, they're gonna have to do it the other way around, do it the hard way. But definitely keep your eyes on them, because if they do anything like what they did today, then they should be in a very good spot to make those grand finals as well.
I'm just gonna have a quick look over on my other screen where I've got all the teams who are right in the running right now. I think obviously ASE definitely a team to watch. KZ could be a team to watch. I can't make my mind up on them if they're like really good or kind of a little bit lackluster. So those are 2 teams out of the lower end, the teams who were guaranteed to make it in. I don't know exactly who has made those last top 4 spots. I'm gonna hazard a guess that XCG are in there, probably OC, AOW, and Wolves. I'm gonna say they're the last 4. That's gonna be my guess is GD, YZG, OC, GG, Wolves, FPX, XCG, AOW. Yeah, they're going to be the teams in my head who made top 8. That's not guaranteed, by the way. That is just me guessing entirely. But we are going to get the information. Fair. Here we go. The total ranking points of today, how today has worked out, and who has qualified into those grand finals. I'm not saying... Oh, XCG didn't make it, unfortunately.
No.
Oh, wait. No, they didn't, unfortunately. They didn't do well enough at the end. I was almost on it. But as we move up to the top end, that's what we want to see. This is how we want to see who has made it into the top 8, who will be qualified for the grand finals. And there it is, FPX.
Wow.
You take first today. This is the overall for today, to be fair. So it's FPX, YZG, GG, Wolves, Ace, OUG, AOW, and J Team. Now, this doesn't show the full thing. We do need to see the bi-weekly graphic to see how many points have been accrued at the end of that. But coming out today, Wolves ending in 4th there, getting 6 points. That is really, really big for them. There's a world where I think that should just be enough to tip them over into that top spot.
Yeah. I love the fact that, you know, that FPX got back-to-backs to end the day, and their very first game of the day was 1 point. Like, they did so bad in game number 1. I remember even coming into today, right? I said something about FPX about, you know, keep your eyes on them and kind of we wanted to see a little bit more from them and stuff like that. And then they completely bombed out in the first game. I was like, I'm really sorry, FPX. I absolutely jinxed you. But no, I did not. I did not jinx you. I was just a little bit early to the punch there. And yes, you still had a great day today here, obviously, with FPX really, really making that happen and doing some beautiful things. And they are your winners today of our bi-weekly final number 4, the last one before our grand finals that will be coming up shortly in the future. The first time FPX have won a bi-weekly here in season 2, and the first time that any team has got 3 MVPs in a day of trios, let alone consecutive back-to-back. Here are the team's positions, though, so far here. The final positions of all the teams. As you can see, this is the bottom half of the standings. All these teams not doing too hot.
AOW didn't make it.
Yeah, they did not. XCG didn't make it. AOW didn't make it in the end. EWG, they were set up for success. All they had to do was not stumble and falter right at the end. But unfortunately for them, were not able to do that. Did not make it. And instead, here you go. Here are your qualifiers for the grand finals. YZG, FPX, GG, Wolves, GD, OC, OUG, and J Team.
Wow, I really sold OGG down the river. I did not expect them to do as well as they did, but I guess they won the first ever bi-weekly. I kind of let that brush over my head, so I forgot they got 10 points from that. But these are the qualified teams. We still obviously have 8 more spots to determine. Now, all of the teams who didn't make it into that top 8 at the table will be playing next week in the repêché, where they will be playing for that top 8 spot, and the top 8 teams from that will then qualify into the grand finals, which would be the following week. Let's play guessing who are going to be the top teams. Actually, before we do that, let's celebrate our top player, our kill leaders today. Miss Kia from GG, TXJ from FPX, and CXZ from YZG. It's funny how it's always you three. It's always you three.
Literally, like so many, a lot more kills there for Miss Kia compared to anyone else on the day today, but not necessarily the most amount of damage here. Overall, you can see that honor goes to QGG, also of YZG. But TXJ just did so well, honestly, overall for his team. Picked up not only like a huge amount of damage and kills, but just strategically pulled his team out of the brink and got some really nice final circle plays. But it is Miskia, the overall MVP, the kill leader for today.
That's a bit extra
26
cash.
Kills, very nicely done. And GG coming in 3rd overall, and he is one of the biggest reasons why, without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, that means he does get a little bit extra cash as well. The kill leader always gets, a bonus prize to earn for themselves, so they're going to be very happy with that one. All right, let's go back to my previous point while we're waiting for the interview. Who do you think the last 8 teams are going to be making it in? I would say Ace is definitely a pretty clear cut, in my opinion, off the way they're currently playing.
Yeah.
Maybe XCG probably up there as well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Bowder. That's going to be my wild card. I reckon Balder are going to spring alive in the Ricochet. I'm also going to say JDG. I'm going to give them a good shout. Then Ventus, probably then 17JL. I've got 2 more to go. I'm going to say JJ and EWG. There we go. Anyway, let's throw it over to Jaeger standing by with our interview after that win. Over to you.
Hey everyone, welcome. This is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm already standing with our champion, they are the team FPXZQ, and let them say hello to our audience. Hello， 欢迎我们的冠军们。那先给大家做个自我介绍吧。
我是 FunPlus 的 LYD，
我是 FunPlus 的小伟，
我是 FunPlus 的谭许杰，
我是 FunPlus 的 Leo。
好的，再次恭喜你们啊！这千淘万漉虽辛苦，吹尽狂沙始到金。今天也是跟你们的队员采访了2次，然后最后拿下了这个冠军。So first of all, we would like to say congratulations that teams they got the 4th Biweekly Final Trios Game Champion, and congratulations. And now I know they have a lot want to talk to us, and first we want to talk one by one, and first one is LYD. We know that LYD from the game 5, after the game 5 we just have the interview, and you told me there's only last game and you are a little bit nervous because like your teams you get very excellent performance every week, but you never have the champion before. So I also heard that at the last game, you and the coach, you like just hug together and very nervous. So I would like to know, what did you talk at that time? 那首先我们要讲的是，其实今天朱雀能拿下这个冠军非常不容易。其实一直以来，朱雀整个战队的状态都非常的好，我们也一直看在眼里。大家解说们其实一直说大家是无冕之王。今天终于拿下了这个冠军，我特别想知道了，在我们上一把采访之后，其实东哥有跟我说有点紧张，对吧？最后就剩最后一把，我也听其他的人跟我说最后一把已经和教练抱在一起了。当时队员们在上面的时候，对队友们在一起打的时候，自己是怎么样的心情？然后跟教练怎么交流的？
只是非常忐忑，因为分差就6分。
对。
然后说抱在一起吧，是有点夸张。然后我在看着那个排名往上涨的那一刻，就欢呼，哇 ，nice。因为那时候已经注定了就是我们冠军了嘛。
是的。
加上积极的这个竞争对手的淘汰，我们就
稳拿了。
那时候已经非常开心，那时候就转忐忑为喜悦。
好的，好的。So actually, they say we like already hugged together. It's like a little bit drama. Actually, I'm a little bit nervous and also very excited. And every time I saw that our team like just let other opponent die, I'm very excited and sometimes shout out like nice because we are going to very close to the champion at that time. Okay, so also there's a question for VVV, and because we know your Viper is very important in the team, and today I saw you using the V2 Viper, so I would like to know why. 那我们也知道小伟的这个宁红叶，其实在朱雀的团队当中非常的至关重要。今天看到你带的是一个 V2 的宁红叶，这个是为什么呢？
一是我们昨天发现了一个很奇妙的小技巧，二是就是镜像嘛，因为第6把大家都是用的镜像阵，所以说威尔可能打镜像会非常好。
好的。So actually, just yesterday, I find the skill for using the Viper. It will be stronger, and very important is in the game 6. It's more like every team are choose the same hero combo. So I think V2 Viper will have more benefits when fighting with the same hero combo. That's why I use V2 Viper. Okay, so next question is to the TXJ. So we know you are the last one, still survive in the team and let your team get this champion. So at last, I saw that several times you just hold the blue charge and avoid the damage from the Tamuj. So I would like to know, like how many times you train this one, like you can like so familiar with this combo. 那今天我们也看到，其实谭旭杰最后 作为队内最后一个独苗，是带着所有人的希望在前行。最后打得非常的精彩，有几次的这个捏蓝去躲这个沙男的一个招式啊，特别想问一下谭旭杰，其实平时你们到底练习了多长时间，能让你在赛场上面打得如此的果断和冷静呢？
每天10多个小时吧，然后日复一日的。
整个队在一起每天10多个小时吗？
是的。
天哪 ！So actually, we train a lot every day. Daily is like 10 per day. So that's why we can get the champion. 真的，这一波我觉得这是。你们真的应该拿下这个冠军。好，最后一个问题要问到 Leo。So last question is for Leo because nowadays we know in the match pass, Wu Chen is very strong. So I would like to know, what's the strongest part you think Wu Chen in the team? 那我最后特别想问一下，在当前版本当中，我们都知道吴晨非常的强，那你自己觉得吴晨他最强的在3排当中的一个作用是什么呢？
就是保下线嘛，吴晨。只要吴晨还活着，在前中期的话，队友基本上是能保活的。然后决赛圈也是有机会能把队友拉起来。
去保证队友的一个状态是吴晨最重要的关。好的。So the key part for Wu Chen is to survive our teammate and let them survive to the end of the game. 好的，再次感谢你们接受我们这次采访，再次恭喜你们。最后，希望所有的人欢呼出你们这个冠军。So Congratulations again! Our champion is the FPXZQ. Okay, so thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to the casters.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yes, that's. We're having some. Yes, okay, we're good.
Okay, we're good. Okay, few technical issues.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, FPX, congratulations to those guys taking themselves their first win of season 2 and a needed one. Now qualified into the grand finals along with 7 other teams. They are going to be very, very happy with that one. What a Biweekly to win, and what a way to win it as well. It wasn't dominating, it was a very tight race. It really went down to that final moment that mattered. Really, really big. Anyway, before we get going and ending everything up, we actually are going to bring up the map draw. So it's going to be me and Foxy talking over this. This is going to be the order in which the maps will be played over the next couple of days. I can't read any of that, so I'm not going to tell you what the hell that means. Now, one thing is, obviously, you can see there's 2 bowls. One has 2 balls in, one has 4 balls in. The one with 2s is obviously Holoroth. The main thing is it's going to distinguish between night, day, and dusk, and morning, and all of that stuff. In trios, I don't think it really matters too much. I don't think it really affects it too much. Obviously, things like the snowstorm can only appear, I believe, in the morning on Holoroth. But what it means for Morris Isle, and especially for the solos going into the repechage, is what we see is in the dusk map. That's when all the fireflies spawn up.
Yeah.
And what that means is actually you see way more Justinas. Justinas like the fireflies because it gives them the charge on their start. So this is going to be Morris Isle at dusk. So that would be when we are starting it. So that's when we'll see the fireflies. Morris Isle night and dusk, I think, are where you see the fireflies. So what that means for solos is odds are we'll probably see something a bit different on that front. Now, game 2 is going to be moving to Holoroth. So we are sticking out with this style. Oh, wait. Oh, no, sorry, I'm an idiot. Okay, so that is Holoroth Cloudy. Okay, so Holoroth Cloudy. So no snowstorm or snowstorm? No, that's the snowstorm one. That's the snowstorm one. I always get it muddled up between dusk and cloudy on Holoroth. So game 2 is when you potentially see snowstorms, which means dropping on Imperial Village is somewhat a little bit more risky. Game 3 is going to be Morris Isle nighttime. So I believe that is also the Fireflies one. So expect to see some Justinas in the first half of the day in solos. Obviously, remember, the rules with solos mean you can only play Justina at most twice, but most people don't really want to be doing that. So we'll be changing things up on that front. and then we'll be going to Dawn for Morrisile for game number 4. Means we'll have to do it, but we know what the last 2 are going to be. It's going to be Morrisile midday at the end of the day, and our next one will be Holoroth Dusk.
She didn't mix around the ball before she picked it out. It's rigged. No. There it is. Yeah, that's Holoroth Dusk. Gonna be in game number 5, and oh my goodness, mix it around, Jaeger. Ah! She didn't do it again.
That's Lear,
honestly.
isn't it? Jaeger's no,
yeah, but it said Jaeger. I thought that too. I thought like surely that can't be Jaeger. Like she's wearing.
She got changed real quick. If that's
really
the case.
quickly, right? Especially out of cosplay. That's not easy to change out of. But
it's like Bruce Almighty.
It's yeah, exactly. It said it was Jaeger, so I believe it. Yeah, that's your lineup for those games.
And there you go, your lineup for the Repêché will be coming up next week. Guys, thank you very much for joining us today here at the Biweekly Finals. It has been one hell of a ride. My voice is a little cooked, but we have some time off now to go rest and recover before we get going with that. But for myself and Foxshop, thank you very much for joining us. We will see you next week for more Nbpl action for the Repêché. Good night, good morning, good afternoon. We'll see you later.